I woke up suddenly, not knowing if this was real. So I took a mechanical pencil and stabbed my leg. That was it. I felt the pain, so it was real. A scream caught my attention. It was that guy. He was bullying a weak student in front of everyone. The blonde guy knocked him down and forced the chubby kid to smell the scent of his feet. I froze when I saw that. But it's not what you think. It wasn't fear. This is the day I died. I came back to the same day. I won't let this happen again. If villains are feared, I need to be even more feared than a villain. I will destroy all of them and these people. But first let me tell you the reason. I just wanted to graduate, but I was falling from the top of the school. I couldn't believe they had the nerve. Those guys are blame. They tormented me for so long. And in the end, they threw me off. I can't understand it. I did nothing and now I'm going to die. I did nothing. A miracle happened. I regained consciousness, but unfortunately, I heard people saying I was in a vegetative coma. I heard everyone, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. My grandmother visited me every day and prayed. I felt the warmth of her hand. Everyone abandoned me, but she never stopped visiting me and didn't allow them to disconnect me. She shouted very loudly for me to wake up. My brother visited me sometimes. He told me that the guys at school were using him as a target now. I was in a coma for 10 years, thinking every day about how I should take revenge if I had the chance. I did nothing, and these guys put me here. Even the teachers are guilty. After 10 years of thinking every day about what I should do, my brain couldn't take it anymore. I exploded and died. So it was after that I woke up in the classroom. It was like deja vu. So when I saw that damn guy in front of me, I stood up. I walked towards him and said, "Stop, Parkman." Ho thought it was a joke. The nerd and cowardly student had the courage to talk to him. So Min-ho asked if I and the whole class together would be able to stop him. I didn't wait for him to make another joke. Before, I did nothing. Now I did. I hit him with all my strength. Min-chul was stunned. He never thought that I, the loser Kim Hyun-sung, would even be able to look him in the eye. All the students were also shocked. Min-chul stood there with his face turned to one side. When he turned back to threaten me like a bully, I grabbed him by the hair and made him kiss the desk. Min-chul was so surprised that he couldn't predict my movements even though he was good at fighting, and I didn't give him time to react. I hit him as fast and hard as I could without stopping. All those 10 years trapped in a bed were my memories. All the suffering I endured and my grandmother were in my mind. Min-chul couldn't react. I hit him nonstop and also made him smell my shoe. Unfortunately, I don't have stinky feet. This bully had never experienced being on the receiving end, and I wasn't going to stop. But then a chair was thrown from my side and forced me to stop. Min-chul's friend recalled, and they shouted for me to let him go. Coldly I asked, "And what if I don't want to?" The guys were shocked and asked if I had gone crazy. Young Min-ho and those guys didn't know me until today, so he wondered why I was so calm even knowing they would fight back. Young Min-ho was cautious, but the big guy doesn't have as much brain as muscle. He was prepared to fight. Kong Chan-suk is the strongest of the group. He looked at me with his ugly face, trying to intimidate me, but I didn't back down when a boy entered the room, shouting that the teacher was coming. That saved my skin. Min-chul didn't have the strength to get up, but he had the strength to say they should leave and finish this later. Kong Chan-suk and said I should know my days were numbered. As they left, they warned me it was impossible to try to run away from them. Even after that, I showed no fear. Min-chul was sitting at his desk with his head down. Today, he was humiliated in front of everyone and doesn't even remember what happened. He is determined to do something worse than throwing me off the school building. His deadly gaze in my direction was intense as he thought about how he and his friends were going to deal with me. But I wasn't distracted. My mind was calm. In everyone's eyes, I'm a nerd and a coward. Little do they know that this version of me no longer exists. In the other room, the bullies counted the seconds for classes to end. Young Min-ho told the group that I remained fearless even when they arrived. Now they need to use me as an example, so everyone knows they can't fight against them. In my room, when the last class ended, and the teacher left, Min-chul got up to join his friends. He didn't even see my kick coming. Once again, I made him taste my shoe. His eyes showed he was going to faint, but I couldn't let that happen. I need to do this with him feeling every second. Min-chul didn't know me, but he was sure I was a coward. So where did I get all this courage? Instead of avoiding them, I attacked him suddenly, and now I was doing it again, even with the others, warning me that I was ruined. When class ended, they were quick to find me. They were sure I would hide out of fear. But when they arrived at my classroom, the students were gathered at the door as if a show were happening. Young Min-ho felt a knot in his stomach. Min-chul's friends ran and pushed everyone aside to get through. So when they finally saw I was holding the trash bag, then I stopped cleaning and told them they were late. This boy is my little friend now. Kong Chan-suk ran like an armored titan. In my mind, I simulated this millions of times. I'm not strong enough to beat these guys, but I can do this. I picked up a metal padlock and hit him. Maybe that knocked him unconscious. But I wasn't going to stop. I kept hitting with all my strength. No matter how many muscles you have. I don't see any muscle here in your head. After destroying him, I threw him aside. I don't care if he was breathing or not. The other two were completely paralyzed. Now they must be sure I'm crazy. It's better this way because I'm not strong. But now they might think I'm strong and crazy too. I attacked the biggest loser of the group. If I destroy him too in front of young Minho, he will be even more terrified and won't react. I used all my weight. Jo Young-tae fainted from the blow. But I can't stop, so I launched a series of serious blows to his face. Just the sounds of my fists must be so intense that young Minho won't have the courage to attack me from behind when his face broke. The dental treatment is going to cost a lot. I prepared for this battle for years in my mind. My body is still weak, but my mind is not. My whole body hurts. But I can't show weakness when I looked at young Min. Oh, I think he peed himself with fear while wondering if I was always this strong. What irony for the bully everyone fears. That was how I looked now. He was replaying his whole life. I approached and with an icy voice asked him if he had strong teeth. Young Min. Ho froze, but unfortunately when I was about to check, a teacher came to investigate the ruckus. Young Min. Ho smiled and now I couldn't hit him. The teacher then saw 3 students sleeping on the floor. Young Minho was sure I was in trouble, but I'm not so sure about that. The teacher took me to the teacher's room and pointed his finger at me, talking about limits and that smashing other people's faces is not allowed. The reason for his anger is none of that. He simply doesn't want to get involved in trouble caused by those people. He said he has worked as a teacher for over 10 years and never saw this. The parents of those spoiled rich kids won't let this be cheap. Teacher, there's no need to make such a fuss. It's not the first time you've dealt with violence, right, teacher? You're not good at calming things down. Just handle this like you always do. Cover this for me. Don't overdo it. The teacher immediately slapped him in the face. The rest of the teachers acted as if nothing had happened. But his reaction was just what Kim Jun-sung expected. His tragic fate in his previous life was not only caused by the bullies, it was also due to these despicable adults who chose to be blind. Especially the homeroom teacher who had done many disgusting things behind the scenes. Kim Yoon-sung whispered a threat. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have to reveal that you took bribes. I know you're in regular contact with Yoon Minho's mother. You also have secrets with the foreign language teacher, so you better behave, you self-righteous hypocrite. People often ask why victims of school bullying don't go to their teachers. Kim Jun-sung had tried that in his past life, but the teacher didn't care at all. He just told them, get along with your classmates. That pushed Kim Jun-sung deeper into the abyss. Even more brutal bullying from the school tyrants awaited him. He could never understand it as a teacher. If you find out your student is being bullied, shouldn't you at least try to get to the bottom of the matter? That day, the teacher had actually witnessed the beating with his own eyes. Kim Jun-sung was sure the teacher would finally take action, but to his surprise, he simply turned around and pretended nothing had happened. Later he discovered that the homeroom teacher regularly accepted bribes. Young Min Ho's parents were the teacher's biggest source of income. From that moment, Kim Jun-sung was determined to rely on his own fists. That day, the conflict with the bullies reached a completely new level. Young Minho's parents visited the school personally to exert pressure. Therefore, Kim Yoon-sung's grandmother was forced to apologize while the bullies faced no consequences. Only after being left in a vegetative state did he realize that brute force alone could never bring him justice. Only by perfectly neutralizing the interference of adults could he achieve true revenge. The now exposed class teacher panicked. Kim Jun-sung said coldly, before speaking to me in the future, you better think it over. Every month you receive money from young Minho's parents. You also have an inappropriate relationship with the English teacher, who already has 3 children, and that's not your only dirty secret. Do you want me to continue? If everything comes to light, you will never teach again. Don't even think about dismissing it as mere rumors. Because if you try, I will leave school just to make sure your life is ruined. In the end, the homeroom teacher gave in. What do you want me to do? The method is simple. Just keep turning a blind eye like you've always done. Except this time, the one you're protecting is me. If you can bury what happened today, I promise not to use your secrets against you until graduation. Do you understand what I mean? The head teacher was now firmly under Kim Jun-sung's control. But he was only the first card in Kim Jun-sung's hand. He needed to prepare the next card as soon as possible. But before that, there was something else to resolve. At this moment, young Minho was causing havoc in the classroom. He had to admit that Kim Jun-sung's previous aura had unsettled him, but he assumed no one had noticed. He needed to reaffirm his dominance in the school. He couldn't allow Kim Jun-sung's actions to knock him off his throne. After venting his anger, a thought began to form. That Kim Jun-sung beating 3 people must have just been a stroke of luck. If it were a fight, one-on-one, he was sure he could win easily. As if reading his thoughts, Kim Jun-sung appeared just in time. We still have unfinished business, don't we? Young Minho broke into a cold sweat. A punch flew towards him, sending him and his chair to the floor. Young Minho, who before seemed threatening, now looked like a lamb waiting for the slaughterhouse. Kim Jun-sung walked in and kicked him directly in the jaw. Blood and saliva splattered everywhere. Young Minho began to scream for help. This guy's a complete maniac. Someone please, someone save me. Suddenly the class teacher appeared. Young Minho thought he had found salvation. But the teacher simply looked away. I wouldn't count on anyone helping you. Not in this school. No one will dare to defend you. After beating Young Minho, Kim Yun-sung was suddenly overcome by a sense of emptiness. The person who had tormented him for 3 whole years was now trembling like a leaf. After only a few slaps, it made him realize how weak he had been in the past. The nearby students were so scared they didn't even dare to breathe. In their eyes, Kim Jun-sung's life was practically over. The principal had always dreamed of turning the school into an elite institution, which meant maintaining good relations with influential parents. Now, 4 well-connected students had been sent to the hospital by Kim Yun-sung. The principal was determined. He had to be expelled. Just as the English teacher raised her hand in agreement, the homeroom teacher pushed it down, signaling her to be quiet. If you don't want our relationship to go public, you'd better help protect Kim Jun-sung. If he's expelled, we're both finished. The homeroom teacher glanced at Kim Yun-sung and felt a chill seeing how calm he was. He quickly began pleading with the principal. Kim Yun-sung made a mistake, but he's not the only one to blame. According to the students, Young Minho and his group have been bullying their classmates for a long time. I've been planning to punish them, but I never expected Kim Yun-sung, unable to bear the harassment, would react like this. He was a victim before becoming an aggressor. If we punish him now, we'll be failing our duty as educators. Finally, the principal announced that a disciplinary committee would meet in a week to decide Kim Yun-soo's fate. Until then, Kim Jun-sung was suspended and would have to return home with his guardian. Kim Jun-sung zet ponde kan li undo stole. The class teacher rushed after him, saying, I did everything I could for you, but this is out of my hands. Kim Jun-sung undo stole perfecting. He had specifically involved the teacher because the man was very cunning, and if handled correctly, he would commit himself completely to a cause. Kim Jun-sung said, I know you've done what you can, but you knew about the bullying from the start, didn't you? Remember this, until I graduate, there's only one way to keep me quiet. In any situation, you'll do absolutely everything possible for me. If you ever fail to show your loyalty, I will wreck your life, and I promise you, I always keep my word. As much as Kim Yun-soo wanted to see the teacher ruined, he couldn't discard such a useful pawn out of anger. Until Kim Jun-sung solidified his own position at school, the teacher still had his use. In a week, everything the principal expected would turn out to be exactly the opposite of his expectations. After being in bed for 10 years, Kim Jun-sung finally found himself walking down the familiar path home once again. His family lived in a dilapidated apartment building. As a child, he had always resented it. But now the sight filled him with a painful nostalgia. Back then, learning that his grandmother was going to sell her house to pay his hospital bills made his whole world collapse. When he arrived, he found that his grandmother wasn't there. She must have gone out to work again to earn more money. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, refusing to let the sadness consume him completely. He was finally given a second chance at life. Beyond revenge, he was determined to ensure his grandmother never lacked anything. He needed to use this week to prepare thoroughly. His plan for the future was clear. First, he had to get stronger. Winning over a certain person would also give him a great advantage in future fights. Second, he needed to gather a force strong enough to stand up to the school bullies. He was just a student with no money. He couldn't carry out his revenge alone. Third, and most importantly, he needed to gain support that could smooth over any trouble, ensuring his plans could be carried out. 2. Deal with the upcoming disciplinary committee. This support was his top priority. Fortunately, during his years as a vegetable, he listened to the news on TV every day. The chairman of Myeongjin Construction was about to choose his successor. The eldest son, Go Chong-byum, only had a high school diploma. In contrast, his younger brother, Go Chong-suk, graduated from a prestigious university and married into an influential family, significantly expanding his connections. One day, Go Chong-byum was arrested for assaulting a civilian. He tried to explain that the other party started the fight, but there were no security cameras on site to prove his innocence. The police knew the Go family had deep connections. Releasing Go Chong-beom would undoubtedly offend his younger brother, Go Chong-suk. Go Chong-suk's influence now even eclipsed that of his brother. Go Chong-beom knew this incident would significantly jeopardize his candidacy for succession. He couldn't clear his name. While he was confused, a high school boy, he suddenly appeared by his side. The boy pointed to Go Chong-beom. I'm here as a witness for this gentleman. Once the police saw the footage, they finally believed that Go Chong-beom hadn't started the fight. Given that there was no surveillance at the scene, Kim Jun-sung obtained footage from the dashboard camera of a nearby parked car. This gentleman was provoked by those people and had no choice but to defend himself. If he's guilty of anything, it's only of knocking the other person unconscious with a single blow. Go Chong-beom put an arm around Kim Jun-sung. Not only are you handsome, you also have a silver tongue. With this conclusive evidence, the police had no choice but to release him. Go Chong-beom then grabbed the police officer by the collar. I'll remember your face. Your life is about to become very interesting. Once outside, Go Chong-beom immediately wanted to thank Kim Jun-sung, pulling out a thick wad of bills as a token of his gratitude. He had expected a boy his age to be dazzled by so much money, but Kim Jun-sung remained completely composed. Clearly, this was no ordinary boy. Suddenly, Kim Jun-sung asked with authority, do you really think what happened today was just a coincidence? I'm going to be blunt. I know you're Go Chong-beom, the eldest son of the Kangso group, in a succession battle with your younger brother, Go Chong-suk. Go Chong-beom's expression darkened immediately. Who the hell are you? Kim Jun-sung the mai un-fa. I don't believe today was an accident, and I have proof to back it up. If you're truly grateful, give me an hour of your time. I guarantee you won't lose anything. It could change your future forever. Then they went to a cafe together. Kim Jun-sung handed him the original recording from the car camera. This revealed that 30 minutes before the incident, those men were already loitering in the area. When Go Chong-beom appeared, they deliberately went to pick a fight. Honestly, Mr. Go, haven't you suspected something? Since the succession race began, it seems someone has been setting traps for you at every step. Haven't you thought that maybe all of this is orchestrated by your brother, Go Chong-suk, to ruin your reputation? Go Chong-beom asked, so what do you want? When he heard the boys say he wanted to help him get revenge and become the next successor, he burst out laughing. A high school student? But Kim Jun-sung's next words made him fall silent. I know you have many people on your team in this succession fight, but haven't you realized they are all working for your brother? I know you won't believe me at first, but I hope you'll at least give me the chance to prove myself. Go Chong-beom thought about it for a long time outside. The kid is right. Compared to my brother, I really have nothing going for me. If things continue like this, I'm going to lose everything. But can I really trust someone I've only met once? He remembered what his father had said. If you lack ability, then find people who have it to serve you. Don't worry about their age, gender, or background. As long as they are useful to you, that's enough. Go Chong-beom decided to take a chance. Tell me your plan. I'll listen to everything you have to say before I decide. Kim Jun-sung didn't beat around the bush. Go Chong-suk is the most qualified successor. He has a prestigious degree, is married into a powerful family, and most people have joined his side. Aside from being the eldest, you really have nothing going for you. But still, I still believe you'll be next in line. Because no matter how good Go Chong-suk looks on paper, there's only one reason your father insists you compete. He is old-fashioned and wants the eldest son to inherit the family business. If Go Chong-suk, who excels in all areas, were suddenly brought down to your level, who do you think your father would choose? There are 3 things you need to win. First is connections. In that aspect, you've already lost. Through marriage, Go Chong-suk has linked himself to the local elite. Second is reputation, and yours is that of a reckless and daring bully. Third is ability. While you've been having fun, your brother is already working at the company. Let's go back to the first point. We need to destroy his connections. You must create conflict between Go Chong-suk and his wife. Once she stops supporting him, your brother will be back at square one, just like you. Shortly after Go Chong-suk received devastating news. His wife discovered his secret villa and then gave his mistress a good beating. The scandal seriously damaged the Go family's reputation. Chairman Go Myung-jin was furious. I told you, a man who can't keep it in his pants will only bring disaster. If you're going to be a playboy, at least be like your brother. Live like a bum and stay single for life. And Go Chong-beom, why? Did you end up at the police station again? Go Myung-jin had expected his eldest son to be defiant as usual, but to his surprise, this time he admitted his mistake and promised it would never happen again. Go Myung-jin was truly pleased. I know the other party started it, but you still did your best to avoid conflict. You did well. I'm proud of you. After the two brothers left the meeting, the younger one was seething with rage. I don't know who gave my wife the address, but if I ever find out, I'll tear them to pieces. Meanwhile, the older brother, Go Changbyum, was still basking in the rare praise from his father. My father usually only scolds me. Today he actually complimented me. From now on, I want to keep earning his approval. Of course. All of this was thanks to Kim Jun-sung's guidance. After this incident, Go Changbyum grew truly fond of Kim Jun-sung. He declared he would follow his lead from now on. Kim Jun-sung said, "The next thing is that you should join the company and start from the bottom." At the mention of starting from the bottom, Go Changbyum frowned, but a moment later he relaxed. "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Then Kim Jun-sung set a condition. "I'll help you, but you must also meet my demands." Go Changbyum responded generously, "Just say it, Hyun-sung. For you, I'll do anything." A week later, the school disciplinary committee was about to begin. Young Minho's mother confronted the homeroom teacher and slapped him across the face. "If you want to keep your job, you'd better ensure the boy who hit my son is expelled." The homeroom teacher found himself in an impossible position. He tried to persuade Kim Jun-sung to admit guilt and receive the lightest punishment possible. "Kim Yun-sung replied, I know Young Minho's mother is pressuring you, but you'd better make it clear whose side you're on. If I go down, you go down with me." The homeroom teacher was completely desperate. No matter which side he took, his future looked grim. That was until he saw Kim Jun-sung's guardian. He recognized that face from the night scene. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Go Changbyum, the eldest son of the Kangso group in Daesan City. He was someone no one dared to cross. Young Minho's parents couldn't even compare to his influence. But why was he here as Kim Jun-sung's guardian? There was no time to think about that now. He was the only one who knew Go Changbyum's true identity, and he needed to switch sides fast. He immediately turned the tables, testifying that Young Minho had been the bully and Kim Jun-sung had only acted in self-defense. When the principal heard the teacher's statement, he got goosebumps. "Mr. Kim Young-chul, you'd better tell the truth." But the teacher kept pointing at Young Minho. That day, Kim Jun-sung saw a classmate being bullied and couldn't help but intervene. "Stop fighting, we are all students here," but he was threatened by Young Minho's gang. Imagine if someone tried to hurt you. Wouldn't you defend yourself? It's clear Kim Jun-sung acted purely in self-defense. He only fought back to protect himself. If we ignore the true cause and severely punish Kim Jun-sung, then we will be nothing more than adults who refuse to see the truth behind the violence. The principal was completely uneasy. What kind of nonsense is this? We are dealing with the school's first violent incident. 4 students ended up in the emergency room. Violence can never be justified, no matter the reason. We have to punish the perpetrator severely. Only then can parents trust us with their children. So first, let's hear from Young Minho. The victim's testimony should be the most credible. Young Minho pretended to be scared and then began to lie. "All I saw was Kim Jun-sung beating up classmates. You can ask anyone to verify it. It's a fact that he started the fight. I only stepped in because I saw my friend being beaten. I never expected Kim Jun-sung to use a weapon. I don't understand why the teacher is blaming me. This isn't even his first violent outburst. The teacher called him to the office, and when he came back, he attacked me in front of everyone. I did nothing. How is that my fault?" Young Minho's mother immediately fanned the flames. "Just look at my son's face. He's been beaten beyond recognition. How can such a terrible act of violence occur in a supposedly noble school? If it can happen to my son, it can happen to any child here. We must punish the student responsible, or our school will never be safe again." Her words ignited the other parents. Soon everyone was demanding that Kim Jun-sung be punished. Suddenly, a loud bang silenced the room. A new voice broke out. "A bunch of useless cowards talking nonsense. Are you all pretending not to know what's really going on? Don't you see that those so-called students are nothing more than monsters in human skin?" The principal responded, "How dare you? That call our students monsters?" The voice replied, "If they aren't monsters, what are they? I've done my research. Young Minho's gang is famous for extorting and robbing others. Everyone in the area knows them. Yet you keep protecting them. Are you all accepting bribes from their families? Those boys might be in the hospital now, but Kim Jun-sung only fought to protect himself. Didn't the homeroom teacher just say you have to see the truth for what it is? If you were bullied by thugs like these during your own school days, would you just stand by and do nothing?" Young Minho's mother exploded. "How dare you call my son a bully? I heard Kim Jun-sung has no parents. Who are you to speak like that?" Go Changbyum showed a proud smile. At first, Go Changbyum hadn't understood why Kim Jun-sung wanted him as his guardian. If he just wanted money, he could have said so directly. Kim Jun-sung had explained, "To carry out my plans, I certainly need your resources, but what I need most is ultimate power. I'm going to cause a major stir in the school. and some of those things might even cross the legal line. So I need you to clean up my messes. If you are my backup, no one in Dyson City will dare to touch you, and I promise I'll make sure you end up as the successor. Go Chongbyeom agreed without hesitation. No matter what trouble you cause, I'll take care of it. Then, facing the challenge from Young Minho's mother, he declared forcefully, I am Jun-sung's guardian. And also the eldest son of the Kangso group. Jun-sung is my dearest little brother. He would never cause trouble without a reason. The moment I heard he had been called to this committee, I dropped everything and came running. I was even planning to donate to this school in the name of Kangso Group, but now I see there's no point. Not only is this place mismanaged, the atmosphere is terrible. He has been bullied every day. Should he be punished just for finally defending himself? Why did the school turn a blind eye when he was the victim? If you ignored him because he had no money or status, I'll make sure this so-called prestigious school is ruined. Every bully and every adult who protected them will be finished in the city of Daesan. I will use every resource at my disposal to ensure it. Everyone in the room was stunned by Go Chongbyeom's presence. The principal never expected the eldest son of the Kangso group to be Kim Jun-sung's guardian. If he insisted on supporting Young Minho now, he would lose all connection to the Kangso group. The school would also be shunned by other influential circles. However, if he broke with Young Minho's family, it was the perfect opportunity to win favor with Kangso. This would make his dream of attending a top-tier school just a matter of time. The principal immediately blamed everything on Young Minho. In fact, I've also heard that he is the ringleader of that group of delinquents. Kim Jun-sung is someone I recognize as the most outstanding student at Chun Il High. For an outstanding student to do something like this, there must be a reason. So let's hear from Kim Jun-sung himself. Kim Jun-sung spoke. My friends have reported this countless times to the teachers, but every time the teachers said, the Young Minho, I know, isn't that kind of student. Even when the truth came out, all they did was give them a verbal warning. That only made Young Minho's gang bolder with their violence. Yes, I hit Young Minho and sent the others to the emergency room. But why is it that after only one act of violence, I have to face a disciplinary committee? Is it because it was too violent, or is it because you think I have no power? If you don't severely punish the group that has been doing wrong all along, I'll make sure that everyone outside the school finds out the truth about what really happens here. There's only one way to silence me. Fair punishment for everyone involved. Young Minho's mother panicked. I won't allow you to punish my son. You'll see, all of you, I'm calling my husband this instant. She dialed his number, pleading for help, but the moment he heard Go Chongbyeom's name, his tone changed completely, and he immediately scolded her. How dare you act like that in front of the eldest son of the Kangso group? Do you want our whole family to sink because of you? Come home right now. Let Young Minho receive the punishment he deserves. The room fell silent instantly. In the end, Kim Jun-sung was sentenced to 100 hours of community service. Young Minho, on the other hand, was expelled. Unable to accept the result, he lunged at Kim Jun-sung, but a hand stopped him. It was his own mother. With a cunning smile, Kim Hyun-sung said, kneel and beg. Young Minho thought he must have heard wrong. I said kneel and beg. I've already been expelled. Why should I kneel before you? Kim Hyun-sung replied, you might want to ask your mother about that. Should you kneel or not? Young Minho's mother turned away, avoiding his gaze. Kim Hyun-sung continued, do your best to please me. Maybe I'll forgive you. At that, Young Minho's mother intervened. Minho, kneel and ask for his forgiveness. Young Minho had no idea what was actually happening, but he could only obey, falling to his knees. I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. But Kim Hyun-sung showed no mercy. Wait, you only have more misery ahead of you. With that, the disciplinary committee finally ended. Kim Hyun-sung had taken another step closer to the dark forces that once cost him his life. At that moment, Park Min-chul sent a text message asking to meet. As soon as Kim Hyun-sung arrived, Park Min-chul immediately tried to win his favor. Stop the nonsense and get to the point, said Kim Hyun-sung. He knew exactly what Park wanted. Even Young Min-ho, with all his connections, had been forced to kneel. How could a powerless delinquent like Park Min-chul hope to stand a chance? Park immediately pleaded for mercy, hoping that Hyun-sung's forgiveness would save him from expulsion. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. I'll even work like a dog for you. Then Park revealed a shocking secret. Park confessed that a hidden force had ordered them to harass Kim Hyun-sung. When Park hesitated to reveal the name, Hyun-sung grabbed him. I already know who is behind you. While in his coma, Hyun-sung had seen a news report about a student who jumped from a building. The student's suicide note revealed the truth. A group called the Golden Circle was responsible, although its core members remained unknown. The founder of the Golden Circle, seeing profit in others' pain, had built a sinister business. They recruited students with absolute power within schools and made deals with wealthy, influential parents in exchange for protection and guaranteed grades. These students were ordered to eliminate anyone who performed better. So for his revenge to be complete, Kim Hyun-sung vowed to drag out all members of the Golden Circle and destroy them all. Tell me how the Golden Circle found you. Park Min. Chul was stunned by Hyun-sung's knowledge. The senior, Shin Jong-min, contacted us, he stammered. Shin Jong-min, the school's ultimate tyrant, controlled the entire school. Although he wasn't necessarily a key member, Shin Jong-min was certainly the Golden Circle's gateway to the school. However, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Shin Jae-min was ready to become a professional mixed martial arts fighter, and challenging him now would only result in a severe beating. For now, Kim Hyun-sung had to decide how to deal with Park Min-chul. Since his coma, his hatred for Park never faded. His grandmother once asked for forgiveness on her knees, only to be met with insults and humiliation. Let me show you what will happen. Every time you see me from now on. Kim Hyun-sung slapped him hard across the face. In his past life, Park got married and became a model husband, while Young Min-ho and the others lived comfortably. I never believed that evil was punished by evil. Only an eye for an eye is the eternal law. I hope you all carry scars you'll never forget for the rest of your lives. After Young Min-ho's expulsion, Kim Hyun-sung became the talk of the school. It turns out the quiet ones are the scariest. When they finally explode. Once they explode, they turn completely black inside. Just then, Kim Hyun-sung entered. The previously noisy classroom fell completely silent. After he sat down, someone approached from behind and whispered, "Thank you." It was the chubby boy Hyun-sung had saved from Park Min-chul. He sincerely thanked Kim Hyun-sung for standing up for him and promised to help whenever necessary. Hyun-sung, he replied coldly, "Before the disciplinary committee, you pretended you knew nothing. You said you were afraid and refused to testify for me, but now you want to say thank you. From now on, whatever happens to you has nothing to do with me. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see your face." Meanwhile, Shin Jong-min was furious. He had thought Kim Hyun-sung was a nobody. His guardian turned out to be the heir of Myung-jin Construction in Daesan. No one could stand up to someone like Kang-so, but Shin Jong-min wasn't ready to give up. Now, he had an excuse to squeeze more money out of the Golden Circle. He ordered the head of the year to come see him. The first-year head, Park Jin-woo, soon arrived at the rooftop trembling. Shin Jong-min slapped him and said, "There's a kid in your year named Kim Hyun-sung. I want you to leave him crippled. Make sure he never walks again." At the same time, Kim Hyun-sung was preparing for the dangers ahead. He had to keep his grades high. Only then could he become a thorn in the side of a Golden Circle member. He already had some suspects, but without concrete evidence, he couldn't act yet. His first priority was to improve his physical strength. So after school, he went to Young Do-chul's gym. Young Do-chul had been Korea's first MMA world champion, but now he was a retired and unpopular athlete. Young asked him what kind of training he wanted. Jun-sung replied, "I want to get better at fighting to the point where I can crush all the school bullies under my feet." Young's face darkened instantly. "If you're only here to learn how to fight, I can't teach you." Yoongi Do-chul, the country's first UFC champion, now ran a small gym. His career ended after he failed a drug test following a match. It was never explained. He simply walked away from the sport. Despite this, a year later he spent training another fighter who reached the championship. "If I could get his personal training, my fighting skills would skyrocket." Yoon-sung stitit bluntly. "Didn't you also do whatever it took to win?" "I'm just doing whatever it takes to reach my goal too. What's wrong with that?" Young replied, "That was a stupid mistake. If I had another chance, I would never make the same decision. I don't want you to end up like me. Go home. I can't help you. 100 million won if you agree to train me. I'll transfer 100 million in a day. I'll pay in advance. So even if I quit, you won't lose anything. You should have thought about the consequences before taking those drugs, but you made your choice anyway. I'm choosing to fight bullies even if I end up crippled or in jail for life. But I've already accepted that risk, just like you did when you took those drugs. I'm desperate now. I need your help." Finally, Young-do Chul changed his mind. "I'll help you with the training. But first there's a test. Get in the ring with me. If you can last one round, I'll recognize your determination." That night, when Kim Jun-sung arrived home, his grandmother's heart grieved to see him. "What bastard did this to my grandson? Tell Grandma who it was. Grandma won't let them go." Let's go back to earlier at the gym. After Kim Jun-sung offered 100 million won for the training, Young Do-chul decided to give him a chance. Yoon-sung would pass if he could stay on his feet in the ring for 3 minutes. The round began with Young attacking first. His punch landed heavily on Jun-sung's protective arm. Jun-sung thought he had blocked it, but the sheer force went through it, hitting his nose. A A sharp pain shot through his brain. His body slumped to the mat before he could even react. Get up. Only 10 seconds had passed. What followed was a barrage. Young unleashed a flurry of punches like a raging storm. All Jun Sung could do was protect his head. If any punch landed, he would be knocked out. Suddenly, Young changed tactics with a fierce low kick, immediately numbing Jun Sung's leg. He could still give up. But Jun Sung grit his teeth and stood up again. The 3 minutes aren't over yet. To prevent his stamina from running out, Jun Sung decided to go on the offensive. He needed to turn the situation around. But to a professional, this simply exposed his weaknesses, the chin, the easiest place to achieve a knockout. Jun Sung collapsed stiff as a board onto the mat. Young needed the money, but there was no way he would sell his pride to someone who couldn't even handle this level of punishment. To stay down. However, he heard a voice behind him. This isn't over yet. Let's keep going. Young was surprised by his determination. Perhaps this kid wasn't bluffing about wanting to learn a fight. He had held back previously to avoid hurting him too much. This time he would have to go all out. Yoon Sung protected his head, always watching for another low kick, but Young changed his target again. A brutal blow to the liver sent agony through Jun Sung's body. A blow like that can make someone vomit, faint, or even die. Jun Sung's body began to shake uncontrollably. He wanted to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. This kind of pain cannot be overcome with willpower alone. Just quit and go home, Young roared. Jun Sung said to himself, "You useless piece of trash, get up. Haven't you been waiting for this moment? You spent 10 years as an invalid lying in bed, wishing for death every day. You can't handle this much pain? If you don't want to go back to that, then get up right now." Una Junges ist nicht geise, Kim. Sung stood up once more. That last blow. Most professionals wouldn't have stood it. What kind of life has this boy lived? If someone like him obtains true power, he could go on a rampage. Determined to stop him from a life of regret, Young vowed to end it here. His next blow was with all his strength. Jun Sung told himself to endure, no matter what. Even if his nose broke, even if his teeth were shattered, he would give everything he had. Young's attacks became increasingly fierce. Just when Jun Sung could barely keep his defense up, the alarm of the timer saved him from the brink of death. Young couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. This kid actually made it. When you get home, don't go saying I beat you up. I'll send you my bank account later." His grandmother's heart nearly broke seeing his bruised and swollen face. Yun Sung Li Shuotia, saying he just had a clash at school, but it was already settled. During dinner, he asked if she had any bank books. Myeongjin Construction has a new housing project. Go apply for a spot. Maybe they'll choose us, and it will definitely be worth more in the future. He wanted to give his grandmother the 100 million directly, but she would only ask where the money came from. This way, she wouldn't suspect anything. The next day, the school tyrant Shin Jong-min called Park Jin-woo to the roof. He patted his shoulder, praising his efficiency. "I just gave the order, and you already beat up Kim Jun-sung. I'm impressed. From now on, tell everyone you are my sworn brother." Park Jin-woo was confused. Then he saw Jun-sung's bruised and battered face. What happened to that kid? He was too arrogant and got beaten up outside of school. Shin Jong-min seems to think it was me, but if Jun-sung can be beaten like that, maybe he's not as tough as everyone says. Then Shin Jong-min ordered his lackeys. "Anyone close to Kim Jun-sung, I won't let a single one pass." Under the expert guidance of Young Do-chul, Kim Jun-sung began a hellish, high-intensity training regimen. Young was increasingly impressed by his stamina, so he decided to put Kim Jun-sung through special training. "As long as you can keep up with me, everyone else will kneel at your feet." A week later, Kim Jun-sung was deep in his studies when his old friend, Park Jin-woo, suddenly appeared. Hearing him say, "I don't want to cast you aside like everyone else," left Jun-sung confused. Park Jin-woo was surprised that Jun-sung didn't know he was being isolated, so he explained. The main bully had threatened everyone, warning that if anyone approached Jun-sung, they would be the target. "You and I have been friends for 10 years. So even if it costs me, I can't see you alone." In Jun-sung's previous life, Park Jin-woo realized he was being bullied and immediately intervened to protect him. But from then on, he became the bully's target himself. After his leg was broken, Park Jin-woo pretended not to know Jun-sung. Later, while Jun-sung was in a coma, Park Jin-woo even came to apologize. "If there's a next life, I will never leave you alone again." This time, Kim Jun-sung didn't want Park Jin-woo to get hurt because of him. "Don't act like we're close. Just ignore me like the others. I'll take care of my own business." But Park Jin-woo insisted, "I won't let you face this alone. I'll come find you after class." Yoon-sung didn't want him to get involved. Otherwise, he would just end up miserable again. Except for family, all close ties had to be cut. After class, Kim Jun Sung was thinking about how to persuade Park Jin-woo to give up. But a long time passed, and he never came. Then he heard classmates whispering, Park Jin-woo is finished. I just saw them dragging Park Jin-woo outside. Yoon? Sung's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he ran out like a cheetah. He wouldn't let the past repeat itself. At that moment, Park Jin-woo and his gang had cornered Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. I already warned everyone not to get close to Kim Jun-sung. Didn't you listen? Or did you just not care? Park Jin-woo faced the bullies without a hint of fear. He's my best friend. If you want to fight, do it. Don't waste time with threats. Park Jin-young was about to strike. However, Park Jin-woo landed the first blow, humiliating him in front of his lackeys. Enraged, Park ordered everyone to attack at the same time. Facing the group attack, all Park Jin-woo could think about was Kim Jun-sung. He knew Jun-sung was pushing him away to protect him, but in the end, he had gotten involved anyway. Even if Jun-sung was angry, he couldn't regret standing up for him. To Park Jin-woo, Jun-sung was more than a childhood friend. He could never abandon him. Park Jin-woo seized the opportunity and gave a hard kick to the chest. I heard he practices taekwondo. There's always someone smug like you everywhere. Just because you learned some moves, you think you're strong? This world is about backgrounds. Your problem is that you think you're special. From now on, you and Kim Jun-sung are going to wish you were dead every day. I can call you at any time. You'd better get used to it. Would you like me to continue translating the next set of subtitles for you? Just then, the bathroom door was kicked open. Kim Jun-sung into Fus. What are you doing? He had wanted to face Park Jin-woo for a while, and now was the perfect opportunity. But the two were physically unequal, so Jun-sung decided to provoke him into losing control. Everyone says you beat me. It's humiliating. You're nothing but a fat pig. If you have to gang up on Park Jin-woo, what does that say about you? Park Jin-woo, a brute who only knew how to use force, took the bait. He insisted on a one-on-one fight, but his movements were large and easy to counteract. Jun-sung kept mocking him. What a waste of muscle. Losing his temper, Park Jin-woo lashed out with everything he had, confident in his strength. Jun-sung remembered Young Du-chul's lesson. Keep your distance, strike repeatedly until your opponent can no longer get up. Today, Jun-sung had to instill true fear in everyone. Soon, Park Jin-woo was beaten nearly to within an inch of his life. No matter how strong a bully is, he was still just a student before the demon that was Jun-sung. Park finally broke. Tell me truthfully, were you the one who attacked me before? Say it out loud for everyone. Park Jin-woo was scared to death. He stammered. It was all Shin Jong-min's idea. I could never beat you. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Please don't hit me again. I'll never mess with you again. Jun-sung then addressed the others. Don't you lay a finger on Park Jin-woo again. Then, Jun-sung kicked Park Jin-woo hard in the jaw. If I see you touch him again, I'll come for every single one of you. After this, Jun-sung warned Park Jin-woo to stay away in the future so he wouldn't get into more trouble. But Park Jin-woo grabbed Jun-sung's hand and insisted, even if it happens again, I'll still support you. Seeing he couldn't change Park Jin-woo's mind, Jun-sung made it clear. Do you think these fights are accidents? I'm the one provoking them. They all deserve it. This is just the beginning. I'm going to take down every bully, even if I lose everything I have. I can't tell you everything yet. Just know that I seek revenge. If you stay my friend, you'll keep getting involved in things like today. If you can't even beat someone like Park Jin-woo, it's better if you stay out of my business. Let's end it here. You just couldn't handle it at that moment. Shin Jong-min was thinking about how to spend all this money. He couldn't believe bullying a few students had earned him hundreds of thousands so easily. Suddenly, the back door of the classroom was kicked open. It was Kim Jun-sung. He stared intently at Shin Jong-min. His voice was cold and vicious. Are you that bastard, Shin Jong-min? Shin Jong-min had never been insulted like that before. He was about to explode, but Kim Jun-sung didn't give him a chance, launching a kick directly at him. Shin Yong-min quickly raised his arms to block. Who the hell are you? How do you attack someone without even introducing yourself? Kim Jun-sung said nothing, charging with his fists. Shin Jong-min cursed furiously. Who the hell are you? He noticed that the guy seemed to have some fighting skills, but his punches were weak and his movements predictable. In the next second, however, a powerful blow hammered him in the stomach. Shin Jong-min spat blood on the spot. You want to know who I am? I'm Kim Jun-sung, the one you've been looking for. Now that the boy finally spoke, Shin Jong-min demanded to know why he was here. But Kim Jun-sung didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed a chair and smashed it. Shin Yong-min thought he was crazy for using a chair in a fight, but this was all part of Jun-sung's plan. Would you like me to translate the next section to see how Jun-sung's plan against Shin Jong-min unfolds? He had to keep the pressure on without letting up or he would lose. Shin Jong-min had been forced to defend the entire time, but finally counterattacked by grabbing Jun Sung's fist. You're not getting out of this classroom alive. Jun Sung raised his arm to block, only for Shin Jong-min to copy him and suddenly change the angle of attack. Do you think you're the only one who can trick me, Jun Sung? He grit his teeth and told himself to endure. From the beginning, he knew he was no match for Shin Jong-min. He hadn't come here expecting to leave unharmed. Instead, he was waiting for a single opportunity, and he bet everything on it. Seizing the right moment, Jun Sung grabbed Shin Jong-min's leg. With a burst of strength, he launched them both toward the window. This classroom was on the top floor. Falling would mean death or worse. Luckily, Shin Jong-min managed to cling to the window frame for his life. He was completely terrified. Jun Sung, with eyes wide like a madman, said, "Either you die today or I do." A classmate shouted, "Someone get that lunatic away." Although Shin Jong-min survived, he was now completely terrified of Kim Jun Sung. This was especially true when Jun Sung leaned in and whispered threat. "Do you think this is over? The moment you laid a hand on my friend, you doomed yourself. So just wait for the next chance I get. I'll drive a chair leg through the back of your skull. I want you to remember for the rest of your life. This is what happens when you cross me." A classmate asked if Shin Jong-min was okay. He tried to keep up his tough act. "Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy up?" The student quickly apologized. "I saw it, but don't you think you should go to the hospital to have your back checked?" Shortly after, someone reported to the homeroom teacher that Jun Sung had beaten Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. The teacher thought this would be a huge mess, especially since the principal had just declared they were aiming to make the school a national model. But when he reached the office, the principal told him to let it go. The eldest son of Myeongjin Construction, Go Chong-byum, has agreed to sponsor the school, but only on one condition. As long as Jun Sung is enrolled, the school will cover up any trouble he causes. So this time we're going to pretend nothing happened. I'm not making you do this for free. As for school bonuses and rewards, you'll be first in line. And with Kangso's new housing projects, Go Chong-byum has quietly reserved more than a dozen units for us. Prices are rising fast. Shouldn't you get some for yourself? Just keep doing what you always did to protect the students. Only now the only one you need to protect is Kim Jun Sung. The teacher understood instantly and promised to handle everything perfectly. Seeing how well they were getting along, the principal said, "Just call me Big Brother from now on." The teacher was happy to oblige. The two immediately made a show of fraternal affection. They had the same goal, to get Kim Jun Sung to graduate without issues and enjoy the protection of Myeongjin Construction's power. While they were daydreaming about their bright future, someone burst in shouting, "Kim Jun Sung has been attacked." Both were enraged. Who the hell dared to do it? Meanwhile, Shin Jong-min was furious. Shin Jong-min was angry. Jun Sung had been the aggressor, but now they were painting Jong-min as the attacker. The principal and the teacher were clearly colluding and refused to listen to a word he said. "He almost threw me off the top floor. Many people saw it." The teacher patted his shoulder. "Maybe, but what matters is if anyone believes those witnesses. Kim Jun Sung is the exemplary student of the entire school. Who do you think people will side with?" Shin Yong-min muttered a curse. The teacher grabbed him by the collar. "You dare yell at me? If you keep this up, your punishment will be even worse." The shameless corruption of the teacher was both familiar and strange. He realized these two adults were as rotten as the system they defended. Going after Kim Jun Sung wouldn't be easy at all. In the end, he lowered his head and admitted his guilt, but Shin Jong-min wasn't ready to give up. He decided to use part of his payment to hire Choi Tae-jun to help him. Choi Tae-jun was the intermediary responsible for recruiting muscle for the Golden Circle. If the hired thugs failed, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. The Golden Circle never tolerated failure. This tactic of using connections to cover up trouble was exactly the Golden Circle style. Any student who faced Jun Sung was expelled, and the principal and teachers protected him at all costs. Choi Tae-jun went personally to the principal. "I heard that 4 students were recently sent to the ER and expelled from your school, but the one who hurt them, Kim Jun Sung, only received a light reprimand. Frankly, this is serious enough for a police case. You're giving Kim Jun Sung special treatment. If so, I'll follow through with this to the end." The principal didn't flinch at the threat. "We only wanted to protect the student's future without involving the police. We've already reported everything, so do what you want," he replied. "Choi Tae-jun, I'm a man of my word." The principal's face remained unchanged. "Here in Daesan, threats like yours mean nothing." Choi Tae-jun then went to the police station. However, the police declared that Kim Jun Sung's actions were entirely in self-defense. Furious, Choi Tae-jun threatened to expose the incident. You know how powerful the internet can be, right? But the officer, like the principal, remained impassive. This is Daesan. Even if you cause a stir online, people will forget after a few days. Choi Tae-jun was now completely out of options. He didn't expect this place to be so corrupt. He tried to use money to uncover the connections of Kim Jun-sung, but he found that no one took the bait. Every public official openly protected Kim Jun-sung. If he couldn't find another way, this mission would surely end in failure. And the Golden Circle never left a failure unpunished. His whole life could be ruined, so he shifted all the pressure onto Shin Jong-min. Our goal isn't to eliminate Kim Jun-sung, but to lower his grades. I don't care how you do it. Just lower his marks, and the job is done. If you give up or fail, we won't just go after Kim Jun-sung. You'll pay a high price too. Shin Jong-min cursed under his breath. That guy promised to back me up, but now he's chickening out and dumping everything on me. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, someone hit him on the back of the head with a brick. A familiar voice said, "I told you to watch out." Shin Jong-min turned around, ready to strike, but Kim Jun-sung's words made him freeze. Is that job really more important than your own life? I heard the client went to the principal, so I know exactly what situation you're in. But let me remind you, the eldest son of Myung-jin Construction is my guardian. I never planned to settle this just with you. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Don't think expulsion will save you. I'll do everything possible to open a criminal case against you. You'll have a criminal record, and once you get out of jail, the people from Myung-jin Construction will come for you. They'll make sure you can't survive in Daesan. If you want to live like a human being, you'll have to leave Daesan forever. But even if you run, I won't let you go. My goal is simple. Whoever touches me, I will destroy. If you want to live like a person here, grit your teeth and endure. Learn from those you used to beat up. The next day, Shin Jong-min arrived at school covered in bruises. Everyone whispered, Kim Jun-sung must have attacked him after school. There's no way he could have won otherwise. In reality, Shin Jong-min could have easily defeated Jun-sung if he had decided to fight, but the power of Myung-jin Construction had made him untouchable in the city. And now it was his cage. If he simply let Jun-sung go, the Golden Circle would destroy everything he had. Better to be expelled and have a criminal record than to lose everything. Losing control, Shin Jong-min banged his head against the desk in frustration. He should never have accepted the money or the job. He secretly prayed that Kim Jun-sung would mess up on the next test. Even a small drop in grades could buy him time. Would you like me to translate more to find out if Shin Jong-min's prayer is answered or if Jun-sung's plan continues to succeed? Meanwhile, Kim Jun-sung was waiting for the midterm exams. When I obtain the top grades, overwhelmingly, all the hidden resentment will explode. Shin Jong-min, desperate to survive. The Golden Circle, forced to complete its task, and the furious client who gave the order. When they all explode at once, I will finally get what I want. It might be dirty to use the principal and Myung-jin Construction's tricks, but as long as I get what I want, it's worth it. After that, no one in this school will dare to touch me. The fortress I've built with violence gives me a peace of mind I've never felt before. At the same time, he was working hard to improve his fighting skills. Young Du-chul was very satisfied with his student. If it weren't for the money between them, he might have told him to go professional. Just when Kim Jun-sung finished training and was about to leave, a familiar voice called him from the door. My name is Park Jin-woo. I'm the one who booked a consultation for fighting classes. When Park Jin-woo heard that Jun-sung had provoked Shin Jong-min and that the two almost fell out the window, he realized that Jun-sung was sending a clear warning to the whole school. If you touch anyone close to me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Park Jin-woo couldn't understand why Jun-sung had become so different. He used to say he wanted to give his grandmother a good life. Now his only goal was to risk everything to take down the bullies. Still, since Jun-sung had chosen this path, how could his best friend abandon him? So Park Jin-woo went to Young Du-chul's gym. Kim Jun-sung tried to persuade the coach not to accept him, offering to pay the extra tuition himself. Young had already guessed their relationship. In fact, Jun-sung needed a friend by his side to keep him out of trouble. But what Young didn't expect was that Park Jin-woo wanted to help Jun-sung face the bullies. Young was exasperated. Do you think my gym exists to teach people to use violence to solve their problems? Park Jin-woo took off his bandage, revealing the bruises on his face. I got this facing the bullies. School violence isn't as simple as adults think. If Jun-sung hadn't helped me, I could have died on the bathroom floor. He took all the risk to protect me. I'm not going to abandon a friend like that. If he's training here, he must have his reasons. Here is all the money I have. If it's not enough, I'll work for the rest. Young hit the table in frustration. He couldn't understand why children so young had to walk such a difficult path. Their situation was truly dangerous. He wasn't sure if discouraging them from fighting was the right thing to do. After a fierce struggle, Jung finally gave in. Come to the gym tomorrow. But if you can't keep up, I'll kick you out. As soon as Park Jin-woo left the room, a pair of gloves flew toward him. Kim Jun-sung said, "Judging by your face, the coach must have agreed to take you, but I haven't. So you'll have to prove yourself to me. Even if you end up in hell like I did, you need the will to get out of there. Let's see how far that so-called friendship of yours can take you. If you get involved, you could be ambushed. You could spend your life in prison. In the end, you'll have nothing left. From now on, I don't consider you a friend." But Park Jin-woo only smiled. He knew that Jun-sung was trying to discourage him by showing his strength. But there was something Jun-sung seemed to have forgotten. He had been a professional athlete. If he hadn't had confidence in his fighting skills, he never would have taken on the challenge in the first place. If it were a one-on-one fight, he could have defeated any school bully long ago. But now, after Jun-sung's training with young Do-chul, things are different. Taking advantage of the moment, Jun-sung pinned Park Jin-woo to the floor and then threw punches mercilessly. While hitting him, Jun-sung shouted, "Give up." But Park Jin-woo stubbornly refused to surrender. The blows only became fiercer. Jun-sung wanted to break his will through sheer force, but Park Jin-woo stopped fighting and just kept laughing. Would you like me to translate the next part to see how this training battle concludes? Jun-sung finally raised his hands. Why go so far? You've already done enough as a friend. But in Park Jin-woo's mind, a memory always persisted. When he was young, bullies beat him constantly while his parents simply ignored him. In that desperate darkness, Jun-sung had appeared to him. He was a ray of light in a sunless world. You ask why I go this far? None of this was ever your fault. As your friend, I can't just look the other way. This is my life, and how I live it is my choice. At that moment, young Do-chul approached and looked at the two of them. Have you ever thought about quitting fighting and becoming athletes with me? I'd give everything to put you both on the biggest stage. This wasn't just a whim for Jung. He couldn't understand why these two brothers kept being bullied. Against ordinary people, they were invincible. Park Jin-woo had explosive kicking power and a natural sense of distance. Kim Jun-sung was a genius tactician, always able to predict which move would benefit him most, and he never let a single opportunity pass. Due to their financial arrangement, Jung hadn't planned to mention this. But seeing their talent, he couldn't help it. He urged Jun-sung to quit and dedicate himself to training, convinced the boy could become a champion. But Jun-sung replied that he had no interest in fighting. Every fight is nothing but pain. I only do it because I have to. If you insist on making me compete professionally, then let's end our deal here. Please don't stand in my way. When Jun-sung walked out, Park Jin-woo chased after him. He had decided to fight alongside Jun-sung no matter what happened, with no regrets. Jun-sung set 3 conditions. First, they would train together every day. Second, if they ever face a fight they can't win, or if it becomes a legal problem, he must stay out of it. Third, Myung-jin Construction would pay him a monthly living allowance, without asking questions. Additionally, he had to continue his studies. If the day ever comes when we escape this hell, I hope you live better than anyone. A few weeks later, the second semester midterms arrived. If Jun-sung didn't excel in this round, his entire plan would collapse. Strictly speaking, he didn't need high grades for revenge. He could simply have gathered evidence and exposed the Golden Circle, but his true goal was to crush them completely. The Golden Circle prided itself on a record of 0 failures. So he wanted to trample on their pride, to become the thorn they most desperately wanted to remove. An Tao Kim Jun-sung had been a vegetative state in the hospital for 10 years. His memories of his student days were absolutely clear after his rebirth. He remembered the answers to every question. So after the exams, while his classmates checked the answers, he simply waited quietly for his results. That was when OG Hai, the class beauty, approached him and asked why he wasn't checking his answers. OG Hai was not only cute and popular. In his past life, she had even confessed her love to him. But he rejected her, explaining that romance would affect his grades. She offered to check his answers. Jun-sung didn't stop her, knowing her popularity would be useful for his revenge. Soon, the whole class was drawn in by her shocked reaction. No one could believe it. Kim Jun-sung had obtained perfect scores in every subject. The next day, he called his homeroom teacher to the roof. Have you heard of the Golden Circle? Asket Kim Jun-sung. Let me tell you what the Golden Circle really is. Take your time to think it over carefully. After Kim Jun-sung achieved a perfect score on his midterm exam, the principal's phone was immediately bombarded with calls from other parents. Everyone wondered if the principal had given special treatment to Kim Jun-sung or if he had enrolled in tutoring classes. Extra and secret. The homeroom teacher also commented that the exam had been particularly difficult this time. It should have been impossible for anyone to get a perfect score, but the principal responded, I have high hopes for him. I can already imagine Kim Jun-sung becoming the top scorer on the university entrance exam. He will enter a prestigious university with exceptional grades. Our school will finally have the chance to achieve national fame. With the support of Myung-jin Construction and Kim Jun-sung's academic excellence, my lifelong dream can finally come true. But I have a bad feeling. Kim Jun-sung might cause trouble again, and that could seriously damage our school's reputation. So, my brother, I need you to keep a close eye on Kim Jun-sung. Make sure he becomes a model student in both character and academics. Now that your class has produced the top student in the school, here is a small reward. I hope you keep up the good work until Kim Jun-sung graduates. After that, I will make you a central leader of our school. The money-hungry homeroom teacher immediately replied, you can leave everything to me. Later, Kim Jun-sung called the homeroom teacher to the rooftop and revealed a secret, warning him, if anything happens to me, you go down too. The teacher realized how powerful the golden circle was, but at this point, he was already tied to Kim Jun-sung's fate. He asked, what should I do now? Should I try to stop Shin Jongmin from coming after you? But Kim Jun-sung said, there's no need. Whether in the past or now, my only request remains the same. No matter what I do, keep your hands off. As long as you adults pretend nothing happened, that's all I ask. So you'd better get ready. The homeroom teacher immediately felt immense pressure. It was clear this boy was about to cause a big problem. At that moment, Shin Jongmin was receiving a harsh beating from the Golden Circle people. If you can't take care of Kim Jun-sung this time, I'll break your arm. This is your last chance. Filled with hatred toward Kim Jun-sung, Shin Yongmin immediately gathered his subordinates to plan revenge. Someone suggested ambushing him after school and leaving him incapacitated. But that would give Myung-jin Construction an excuse to intervene. So they had to act on school grounds where outside forces couldn't step in. As long as they made Kim Jun-sung anxious enough to ruin his studies, that would be victory enough. Then the second-year leader offered an idea. Instead of bothering him one by one, why don't we all go after him together? Everyone knows the principal dreams of turning this place into a prestigious school. He would never dare to punish so many students at once. Shin Jongmin was instantly intrigued. It was a good plan. A few days later, Kim Jun-sung was suddenly surrounded by a group. One of them bumped into him on purpose and cursed, watch where you're going, idiot. Immediately, another approached, slapped him on the head, and shouted, are you blind or just stupid? Then the crowd closed in, saying, you bumped into someone and didn't even apologize? What's your problem? Without a word, Kim Jun-sung the punch. He had been wondering why no one had come for him yet. So this was their plan. He was practically looking forward to this. Bring it on. Only then will I find true meaning in trampling over your lives. After teaching them a hard lesson, he spat out a threat. Tell your boss to bring everyone here now. I'll face them all at once. Soon the second-year boss arrived with his gang to face Kim Jun-sung. Kim Jun-sung said, fighting in the classroom does you no good. How about we move to a place where teachers rarely go? They ended up in the trash sorting area behind the academic building. Facing so many upperclassmen, Kim Jun-sung was clearly outnumbered. He pointed to the students watching from above. I guess you guys care about your reputation. An entire gang beating up one person would be humiliating if it got out, right? Why don't you come at me one at a time? Of course, if you're afraid, then forget it. His provocation worked perfectly. The second strongest bully of the year stepped forward first. You want one-on-one? Would you like me to translate the fight scene that follows? That's fine, but once I'm done with you, no one else will be needed. He put everything he had into his first punch. He expected Kim Jun-sung to fall immediately, but in the blink of an eye, Kim Jun-sung blocked the attack with his arm. The bully clenched his fist again. Let's see if you dodge this time, but Kim Jun-sung slipped away easily again, a cunning smile pulling at his lips. Then, with a sudden and heavy blow, he knocked the bully down. Watching from above, Park Jin-young couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This lunatic actually knocked out the infamous upperclassman with a single blow. Maybe it wasn't just luck that I lost to him last time. Just when Park Jin-young decided not to cross him again, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Park Jin-young turned around, ready to explode. Instead, he took a hit to the face from none other than Kim Jun-sung's friend, Kim Si-woo. Earlier, when Kim Si-woo saw Kim Jun-sung about to face the second-year abusers alone, he offered to join the fight, but Kim Jun-sung refused. He explained that if Kim Si-woo got involved, the others would have an excuse to use their numbers. Then Kim Jun-sung said, if you really want to help me, go get revenge on Park Jin-young. For me. Prove that I'm not fighting this battle alone. Furious, Park Jin-young exclaimed, "Don't think you can act so arrogant just because Kim Jun-sung backs you. I'd rather be crippled and transferred than keep living like this." But the next moment Kim Si-woo landed a heavy kick to his chest. Park Jin-woo couldn't help but question his entire existence. I can't even beat this guy. There was no way he could lose face in front of so many classmates. He lashed out at Kim Si-woo like a madman, only to be sent flying by a flying knee to the jaw. Kim Si-woo quickly followed up, raising his leg high and smashing it down on Park Jin-woo's face. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-sung was busy slapping the second-year boss. The older students didn't expect Kim Jun-sung to be so cunning. Kim Jun-sung had planned from the start to challenge them one-on-one. Now, in front of the whole school, he was defeating all the second-year bullies. The boss realized that his own reputation would be completely stolen. Bae Sung-jo stepped forward. "Enough. Now I'll be your opponent. Honestly, I respect your strength, but trying to beat us all is just an insult." Kim Jun-sung ziplit gon li. "That's exactly what I want. To humiliate all of you." Turius, dai sungyo trevakunsh. This time Kim Jun-sung didn't dodge and counterattacked with his own blow. Bae Sung-jo attacked again. To his surprise, Kim Jun-sung actually started to laugh. The two exchanged blow for blow. Bae Sung-yo never expected his opponent could stand up to him. Did Kim Jun-sung not realize the size difference between them? Bae Sung-yo started to get tired, but he knew that giving up would earn him the contempt of the whole school. When would this guy stop? Kim Jun-sung punched him directly in the front teeth. The sharp pain made Bae Sung-jo feel dizzy, but Kim Jun-sung didn't stop. He grabbed his opponent's hair and struck Bae Sung-jo's face with all his might. Seeing Bae Sung-jo fall unconscious, the other lackeys were too scared to move. "Would you like me to translate the aftermath of this massive school showdown?" Kim Jun-sung told them. "Don't just stand there. Go find Shin Jong-min now." When Shin Jong-min heard that Kim Jun-sung had beaten everyone in the second year, he ordered his followers to proceed as planned. Kim Jun-sung had injured so many people. No matter how much the principal liked him, there was no way to cover it up. Soon, students ran to the office to alert the teachers, while others called the police directly. Shortly after, the principal received a call from none other than the Office of Education. Shin Yong-min thought that with all this uproar, Kim Jun-sung wouldn't be able to avoid punishment. But everything turned out differently than he had expected. After speaking with the Office of Education, the principal dismissed the incident with just a few words. The teachers dismissed the students' complaints as nonsense. The police even warned them that filing a false report would get them into trouble. Shin Yong-min's plan had failed. He cursed furiously. "A bunch of scum. How are they even allowed to be teachers? And the cops won't even bother to check. They just call it a false alarm. Fine, I'll take care of Kim Jun-sung myself with my own hands." Just then his phone rang. As soon as he answered, his father's furious voice exploded. "You little bastard. Are you trying to fight someone named Kim Jun-sung? Don't you dare touch him. If you do, our whole family is finished." It turned out that Shin Jong-min's father had accumulated a large amount of high-interest debt. Go Chong-beom had tracked down the loan company, claiming that Myeongjin Construction had some small projects coming up and wanted their company involved. The loan sharks were delighted at the prospect of working with Myeongjin Construction. Then Go Chong-beom asked them to hand over Shin Jong-min's father's loan contracts. Shin Yong-min was furious. He knew it had to be Kim Jun-sung, that cunning fox, threatening his father. Right at that moment, another voice was heard on the line. "Hello, Shin Yong-min, I'm Go Chong-beom. Listen carefully. Your house will soon be foreclosed, and you'll be left with a mountain of debt. All that debt will transfer to you. Don't even think about rejecting your inheritance. The lenders won't leave you alone. From this moment, your life is over. Don't say I didn't give you a way out. If you're willing to let Kim Jun-sung beat you up and make sure no one notices you're letting him, you might have a chance." Shin Jong-min protested. "That's so dirty." Go Chong-beom replied, "Are you stupid? This is a fight. Nothing else matters. The winners make the rules. Remember, I always keep my promises." When the students saw Shin Jong-min appear, everyone anticipated a good show. "Kim Jun-sung smai malisi oli. So you finally showed up. What are you waiting for? Come on, hit me." Filled with suppressed anger and under threat, Shin Jong-min charged toward him without hesitation. To his surprise, Kim Jun-sung just stood there without moving. At the last second, Shin Jong-min pulled back his fist. After all, Go Chong-beom had warned him. If you cause even a scratch on Kim Jun-sung's face, you're finished. Kim Jun-sung provoked him. "You got my call, didn't you?" Then he punched Shin Jong-min directly in the face. "He told you not to lose too." "Not obviously." "Well, that's not what I want. You have two options, either you Don't kneel like a fool and beg me, or you bet your whole life on this. Hold on. Got to your pride and face me with everything you've got. Kim Jun-sung already knew which option Shin Jong-min would choose. If there hadn't been so many classmates watching, maybe Shin Jong-min could have held back. But at his age, with everyone's eyes on him, there was no way he would stay rational. Shin Jong-min had already decided to give his all, no matter the cost. However, Kim Jun-sung had done his homework. He had watched all of Shin Jong-min's amateur fight videos and analyzed his movements with Young Do-chul. Together, they discovered several signals. When Shin got excited, he exposed his face. His counterattack was always a left hook. Every time his footwork grew wider. It meant he was attempting to end the fight quickly. Channeling all his strength into a single blow, that was the best moment to counterattack. Kim Jun-sung dodged to the side, and then landed a heavy punch on his face. The students watching. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of this high-stakes showdown for you? They could barely believe their eyes. Kim Jun-sung wrapped his legs around Shin Jong-min's shoulders, twisted his arms, and pulled upward with all his might. The sound of breaking bones and Shin's screams echoed throughout the campus. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, terrified by Kim Jun-sung's demonic display. He had proven his strength to the entire school. Both Kim Jun-sung and his ally Kim Si-woo had left the bullies in the dust. Still, Kim Si-woo was worried about Jun-sung, since Jun-sung had broken Shin Jong-min's arm. Kim Jun-sung dismissed his concerns. Don't worry. Even though everyone saw it, no one is going to say anything. This world has no sympathy for the weak. At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked silently past them. He cursed Kim Jun-sung 1,000 times in his heart. This kid was crazy. After such a disaster, how was he supposed to clean it up? But for now, all he could do was help Kim Jun-sung. Neither Myung-jin Construction nor the principal were people he could afford to cross. So he warned Shin Jong-min first. Everything aside, your arm was broken in a fall, and it has nothing to do with Kim Jun-sung. If anyone tries to bring Jun-sung down, all your dirty laundry will be exposed for everyone to see. Shin Yong-min replied, how can you act like this as a teacher? Shouldn't you be worried about a student's health first? The homeroom teacher growled, well, I turned a blind eye for you before. Did you remember I was a teacher? I haven't changed, then or now. So you'd better listen to me. You know I always keep my word. Meanwhile, the local head of the Golden Circle, Kang Tae-gu, was being punished. He begged for one more chance, promising he would succeed this time, even if it meant stabbing Jun-sung with a knife. The intermediary said coldly, you don't understand the basic rules of this circle. We are supposed to use school bullying to satisfy the client, while perfectly hiding their identity. That is the Golden Circle style. If you reveal our secret, can you handle the consequences? He added this Kim Jun-sung is something, but at the end of the day, he's just a small fish. A week later, as soon as Shin Jong-min left the hospital, he received some news. Kim Jun-sung said, if you tell me who really hired you, I'll let you go. Shin Jong-min didn't expect Jun-sung's revenge to continue. Kang Tae-gu only sent a single brief message. The commission was over, nothing more. Shin Jong-min felt a surge of despair. If you want to punish me, do it now. I'm sick of living in fear every day. Both men terrified Shin Jong-min. He arrived home to find the place a mess. His father, upon seeing him, began to beat him. Didn't I tell you to stay away from that Kim Jun-sung kid? Now our family is finished. This is all your fault. Even if you want to be a bastard, know your limits. You've destroyed everything I worked so hard to build. For the first time, Shin Jong-min felt true fear. He couldn't believe this was happening. How could a single student destroy his family? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Kim Jun-sung calling. It wasn't long before. Shin Jong-min was kneeling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. I shouldn't have accepted the Golden Circle's job. I overvalue myself. I really want to tell you who hired me. But I'm a nobody. Honestly, I don't know. Please, just let me go this time. I'll even be your subordinate, if you want. Kim Jun-sung replied, why should I forgive you? I warned you a long time ago. Don't touch anyone close to me. But you still let your thugs act. If you make a mistake, you pay the consequences. I actually believe you don't know who the client is. The Golden Circle would never trust a nobody like you with that kind of information. However, since you're begging so pitifully, I'll give you a chance. From now on, all you have to do is survive for 1 month. Show me your sincerity, and maybe I'll consider forgiving you. But I won't tell you exactly what you have to endure. You'll just have to find out for yourself. The next day, the whole class was laughing at Shin Jong-min. What a disgrace, showing his face at school after all that. The class whispered, look at him. Would you like me to translate the next part of Kim Jun-sung's plan for revenge? They still call him boss, but when Shin Jong-min glared back at them, everyone quickly fell silent in fear. If this was all Kim Jun-sung had in mind, Shin Jong-min thought he could endure it for a month. After that, he could settle scores and restore his reputation. Then, he noticed that even the class coward was looking at him. He thought, how the mighty have fallen. Even a loser like Han Myung-jun dares to look me in the eye now. Shin Jong-min forced himself to hold back. Just endure. But Han Myung-jun walked directly up to him and poured an entire carton of milk over his head. Shin Jong-min was about to explode. But Han Myung-jun said, "Do you know Kim Jun-sung? He told us we could treat you like this. How does it feel?" A few days earlier, Kim Jun-sung had gathered his classmates and listed all the things Shin Jong-min had done to him over the years. If I hadn't beaten him, I wouldn't be here now. So from now on, I'm going to punish him. For the next month, no matter how you bully Shin Jong-min, he won't fight back. Of course, I'm not forcing anyone. If none of you want to participate, then Shin Jong-min will graduate without problems. But those of you he has bullied will carry those scars for life. Remember, in this world, no one else can fight your battles for you. Those words struck a deep chord in the heart of Han Myung-jun. Once, just making eye contact with Shin Jong-min had made him a target. In school, he had been nothing more than a toy for others' amusement. He had always told himself he would be free after graduation. But suddenly he wondered if Shin Jong-min would even remember him. After graduation, would he feel even a shred of guilt? Even for a second? The answer was obvious. Of course not. Trying to fill the gaps in his heart, Han Myung-jun realized he had to act for himself. At that moment, he finally believed Kim Jun-sung's words. Sure enough, Shin Jong-min did not dare to fight back. Han Myung-jun mocked him. "Idiot, how does it feel to be beaten by someone like me?" "It feels pretty good to me." He spat in Shin Jong-min's bowl. "Remember? You used to do this to me. Do you remember what you said then? I'll never forget it. You made me eat every last bite, you bastard." Beat Han Myung-jun. Leading the way, more and more classmates began to take revenge on Shin Jong-min. Some mocked him by imitating his old insults. Others tripped him at the bathroom door. Shin Jong-min had done the same to almost everyone before. He had barely left the bathroom when someone hit him with a bottle. All the students he had bullied joined in to surround him. He was like a cornered rat, and there wasn't a single person who pitted him. He desperately wanted to lash out and destroy them all. But the memory of Kim Jun-sung's terrifying gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Just endure it, he told himself. 1 month, that's all. Just wait for the day Kim Jun-sung lets me go. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-sung was still searching for the mastermind behind everything. He had narrowed the list down to 4 suspects, but he still couldn't identify the true culprit. He told himself not to rush. He needed to focus on the target directly in front of him. So Kim Jun-sung, those who were hitting and kicking Shin Jong-min, and the teachers who pretended nothing was happening, were all of the same ilk. Due to their own actions, his next plan could now begin soon. Shin Jong-min received a text message. "As long as you follow my instructions, you will never be bullied again." It felt like a lifeline, and he accepted immediately. But Kim, would you like me to translate the next part of the story to see who sent that message and what Kim Jun-sung's next move is? Jun-sung only mocked. "How dare you accept that?" That night, Shin Jong-min arrived at the entrance of a convenience store. After struggling with himself for a long time, he put on a mask and a hat. The store clerk was none other than Park Min-chul, the former school bully who had tormented Kim Jun-sung and eventually dropped out. Shin Yong-min entered without a word. He grabbed Park Min-chul by the hair and slammed his head hard against the counter. Park Min-chul asked nervously, "Are you trying to rob me?" Shin Jong-min ignored him and hit him again. At that moment, Park Min-chul realized the guy looked familiar, even with the mask, that hair and those eyes were obviously Shin Yong-min's. The other 2 who had dropped out after bullying Kim Jun-sung were also beaten by him. They couldn't understand why Shin Jong-min was now going after them. One of them wanted to call the police, but Park Min-chul stopped him. "This guy is crazy. If we provoke him, we'll only have more trouble. Let's just consider this bad luck. If we ever see him again, let's act like we don't recognize him." Just then, a familiar voice came from the side. "So all the little bullies have gathered here. I assume you know it was me who did this to you yesterday?" asked Park Min-chul. "Why are you doing this? We never did anything to you." Shin Yong-min replied, "Because Kim Jun-sung has me on a leash. As long as I make you live in hell for a month, he'll let me go. Do you know what that means?" With that, Shin Jong-min lunged at them. "Sorry guys, if you don't go to hell, it's my turn." While beating them, he said, "Don't blame me. You brought this on yourselves." One of them protested. "Why are we the ones paying for this?" That infuriated Shin Jong-min. "You still don't understand what you did wrong. If you had handled it back then, I wouldn't be the one being bullied now. And now you dare to fight back? Have you forgotten who I am? I am Shin Jong-min, the king of the school. If I can't have a good life, then no one will." Just when it seemed like Shin Jong-min was really going to kill them, Park Min-chul driven to desperation, took a knife and stabbed him from behind. You've gone too far. We already dropped out and are working because of you. Why are you still chasing us? At that moment, Shin Jongmin finally understood Kim Jun-sung's true purpose. He wanted them to destroy each other, to tear each other apart without him even lifting a finger. The next day, the news that Shin Jongmin had been stabbed spread throughout the school. What surprised the students most was that the culprit was Park Min-shul. Not only did they admit everything, they even begged to be sent to jail as soon as possible. They said they didn't want to stay in Daesan ever again. But Kim Jun-sung wasn't finished with them yet. He told Go Chong-byum, when these four get out of prison, make sure they go right back. I don't want them living a single normal day in this society. Go Chong-byum was shocked. This guy was even scarier than him. I never want to be your enemy. I've been working at the bottom level for a month, just as you instructed. I haven't gotten anything out of it yet. I don't have the patience to climb step by step. Kim Jun-sung urged him to hold on a bit longer. Just do as I say. When Kim Jun-sung was incapacitated, the real estate sector was booming. Unfortunately, a fatal accident occurred at one of Myung-jin construction sites. A worker, would you like me to translate the next part of the story to see how Kim Jun-sung deals with Myung-jin construction and the aftermath of the accident? He was struck by a falling rebar. People wanted to call the police and an ambulance, but the foreman stopped them. He didn't want delays that could disrupt the schedule. So the foreman insisted on informing the chain of command before taking any action. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the worker was finally taken to the hospital. When his son arrived, his father had already passed away. The real estate company refused to classify it as a work accident or pay any compensation. This caused a huge blow to Myung-jin Construction's reputation. At that time, Go Chong-byum was wandering around the site, unaware that he was about to face the turning point of his life. He really wanted to go to a bar instead, but he knew Kim Jun-sung wouldn't have sent him there without a reason. Seeing Kim Jun-sung deal with all those school bullies so decisively, Go Chong-byum couldn't help but imagine his own brother, Go Chong-suk, suffering a similar fate. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed outside. Go Chong-byum ran out to investigate. There was a collapse during the concrete pouring. The foreman reported at least 5 or 6 people are trapped inside. Don't worry, sir. I'll contact headquarters immediately and keep everything quiet so the information doesn't leak. Go Chong-byum grabbed him by the collar. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Go Chong-byum was shocked inside. Kim Jun-sung had told him, if you ever face a serious accident, don't worry about short-term losses. The workers' lives come first. Go Chong-byum ordered him to call an ambulance immediately. The foreman protested. If word gets out, there will be delays and losses. Who will take responsibility for that? Go Chong-byum replied forcefully, I'm in charge now. Get all the rescue teams here and do everything possible to save the trapped workers. I will take full responsibility for the consequences. He then demanded to know why the accident had happened. A worker in a white hard hat approached to explain. To speed up construction, the team removed the supports before the concrete hardened. As a result, the rebar didn't bond at all, causing the collapse. If we had waited for it to cure properly, none of this would have happened. Go Chong-byum asked, why are you telling me this? The worker replied, I don't know if you care. Will you take responsibility for what happened? Go. Chong-byum's response surprised him. What could be more important than a human life? Even if this building faces problems in the future, the only thing that matters now is saving lives. If you have time to talk, use it to get the rescue team back on the line. Thanks to the timely rescue, most of the construction workers escaped with their lives. However, the company assistant was still very worried. Several online media outlets had reported the accident from a negative angle. Headquarters could no longer stop the news from spreading. Go Chong-byum, however, seemed unconcerned. So what do we do now? The assistant looked at him in surprise. Didn't you already have a plan when you decided to save those people? Plan? What plan? I only called the rescue teams because I didn't want anyone to die. Soon his father called. The assistant asked why he wasn't answering. Go Chong-byum replied, don't worry about that. Once his father's calls finally ceased, Go Chong-byum quickly contacted Kim Jun-sung for instructions on what to do next. When he got home, his younger brother Go Chong-suk began to berate him. How could you act on your own without informing the superiors? Human lives are important, but you've ruined our company's reputation. Did you ever consider how much this would cost us? If we can't sell our properties in the future, can you take responsibility for that? His father added, because you called for the rescue. The journalists arrived on the scene immediately. So what is your plan for handling this? Earlier on the phone, Kim Jun-sung had told him, your father cares a lot about construction quality, but now there's been a safety accident. How do you think he'll react? He'll face the problem head-on and solve it. So you must follow his lead. At that moment, Go Chong-byum gave a shocking answer. tear down the whole project and start over. His father scolded him severely. Do you think banks lend money for free? Interest accrues every day, not to mention what we've already invested. Developers care about profit. Do you really think it's necessary? Go Chong-byum replied, it will cost us a fortune. But what matters most is our reputation. Recently, the news has been full of scandals about poor quality construction. Would you like me to translate the father's reaction to Go Chong-byum's bold proposal? Real estate companies make money, but their reputations are in ruins. If we only patch up the collapsed building, no one will buy it. Go Chong-suk mocked. And who caused all this in the first place? But even that is less of a loss than rebuilding. You're wrong, said Go Chong-byum. We can't just focus on the money. We need to rebuild our reputation by building high-quality properties now. Currently, only one building has collapsed. If we admit fault and demonstrate our strict commitment to quality, our reputation will eventually recover. This will become the foundation of Myeongjin construction. Go Chong-suk mocked him. Are you some kind of idealist? Our company is about profits, not ideals. At that moment, their father smiled with satisfaction. My eldest son has finally awakened. What frustrates me most about this accident isn't that the news got out. It's that we made such a basic and embarrassing mistake. In our construction, such a basic mistake only ruins our reputation. Houses are for living. Safety is the most important thing. Chong-byum, you did well this time. I thought you'd become a useless playboy, but you're starting to remind me of myself. If you keep this up, I'll be able to entrust the family business to you. Upon hearing this, Go Chong-suk almost ground his teeth to dust. Afterward, Go Chong-byum turned to Kim Jun-sung for advice. Although his father told him to keep it up, Go Chong-byum had no idea what to do next. Kim Jun-sung told him, first, take care of the accident victims. The first group includes the people who had already bought houses, promised to cover their mortgage interest due to the construction delay and lower the sale price. Their complaints will soon disappear. The second group consists of the injured workers. Approach them sincerely and take care of all their needs. Make them feel that being a worker from Myeongjin Construction is something to be proud of. Following this advice, Go Chong-byum not only gave them generous compensation, but also promised to assign them important positions at headquarters once they recovered. The workers' families were moved to tears. Through all of this, Go Chong-byum learned a lot. He told his assistant, I used to see this company as nothing more than a money-making machine. I just wanted to finish the buildings and sell them as quickly as possible. But now I see how many people dedicate everything to this job. They want to support their families and spend their lifelong savings to buy our houses. I used to take my position for granted, living only for pleasure. From now on, I can't live like that anymore. The assistant had not expected the young master to change so much. It felt a bit strange. Suddenly, someone shouted, Why are you smoking here? Put out right now. Go Chong-byum instantly returned to his old ways. There goes my serious mood. Get lost, or I'll destroy the whole hospital. Go Chong-byum not only won his father's approval, but also earned the sincere gratitude of the workers. As someone who had always been arrogant and bold, it was hard for him to get used to the praise. This was especially true when one of the workers' families even brought him homemade snacks. Go Chong-byum complained that it made him uncomfortable, but he ate greedily anyway. Just then, a subordinate came running. Sir, there's a visitor for you. They said it's a TV crew, and headquarters already approved it. Go Chong-byum replied, then show them the place for the recording. But the worker replied, they want to interview you. This took Go Chong-byum completely by surprise. Did I do something wrong? At that moment, Go Chong-byum's father was watching the news report. Myeongjin Construction's decision to rebuild the complex surprised everyone. Although this decision would increase the company's losses, it also proved their commitment to quality. Then came the interview with Go Chong-byum. We have heard you say that human life matters more than economic loss. Not only that, you have taken responsibility for the accident by ordering a complete rebuild. Why did you make such an unusual decision? Go Chong-byum replied, I was simply following my father's teachings. Since I was young, he always told us that our work isn't just about making money, but about building a family business that must continue for a lifetime. Just then, his father's phone rang. On the other end, someone praised him for raising such an outstanding eldest son and expressed interest in introducing his daughter to Go Chong-byum. Right after, a marriage agency called, hoping to arrange meetings with the daughters of judges and prosecutors. His father, of course, refused. When he had approached them before, they had rejected him. He told his secretary, Would you like me to translate the father's next orders for Go Chong-byum as his reputation continues to soar? From now on, you don't need to patch through any more matchmaking calls. Then he asked her about the company's situation. She replied, Many companies and agencies are anxious to sign contracts with us now. This includes several office buildings for Group S, 3,000 redevelopment units in Gangnam, and a new city project in Gangbuk. Even Daesan City called. They want to finalize the 5,000-unit residential project we discussed and hope to announce the construction schedule before next year. This is exactly the opportunity the chairman has been waiting for. Not long after, Go Chang-byum received shocking news. The chairman was naming him CEO of Myeongjin Construction. Suddenly, all eyes were on him with respect. It felt like a dream. Normally, these people had seen him as nothing more than a spoiled brat. More than that, most of them had always been supporters of his brother, Go Chang-suk. His father then told him to get involved in the Daesan City project as well. It's a bit early, but you'll learn a lot in the process. Go Chang-byum bowed deeply. I look forward to working with everyone soon. King Jun-sung heard the news. It left him a bit uneasy. Things were moving much faster than he had expected. Go Chang-byum's involvement in the project was supposed to come later. Go Chang-byum was meant to use this accident to secure his position. Instead, Chairman Go Myeongjin promoted him immediately to CEO. This unexpected development took Kim Jun-sung by surprise. He realized he would need to predict every variable with even more precision from now on. He couldn't afford a single mistake. It was then that a luxury car arrived on the school grounds. Kim Jun-sung recognized it as Go Chang-byum's, but why was he coming? He hadn't mentioned anything about it in his messages. Go Chang-byum went straight to the principal's office. I'm here to thank you for taking care of my brother these past few months. The principal showed his most sincere smile. I was only doing my duty as an educator. Go Chang-byum replied. Even so, I would like to show my appreciation. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity, which is why I'm giving your school a new gym. It's the latest model with an indoor pool. The principal was very happy. A state-of-the-art gym was the hallmark of a top-tier school. He immediately began to flatter Go Chang-byum, promising that the whole school would unconditionally support Kim Jun-sung in the future. Then Go Chang-byum said, "Boss, could you call someone else for me? I mean Kim Jun-sung's homeroom teacher." Lately, rumors have been spreading that the teacher had accepted bribes, all because he had publicly disciplined Shin Jong-min. Go Chang-byum told him, "Don't worry about what others say. You chose to be with me, so I'll make sure you rise here. I heard you like to relax after work at the bar. I've already arranged things with the biggest club in town. Bring your friends, and the tab is on me. I've also prepared a box of vitamin drinks filled with cash. Don't forget to take it home with you. From now on, remember that who backs you is not just a rich father, but the most powerful successor in all of Daesan City." Once everything was settled, Go Chang-byum met face-to-face with Kim Jun-sung. "If you want to help me become chairman, you'll need my power sooner or later. So let's work together and give each other all the support we can. If you need anything right now, just say it. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen for you." Kim Jun-sung didn't hold back, asking directly, "How much money are you willing to spend for me?" Not long after, the homeroom teacher announced big news. Myeongjin Construction had invested a large sum in the school. As a result, the school would award a scholarship fund of 10 million won. Any student who paid attention in class and showed true potential would be eligible to receive a portion. The moment the students heard about the 10 million won, their faces lit up with anticipation. But when the teacher announced that the first recipient of the scholarship was Kim Jun-sung, disappointment spread throughout the room. Everyone knew that Kim Jun-sung's guardian was the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. Many students wondered, why bother with such theatrics? They could just give him the money. This feeling grew stronger when the teacher named Kim Si-woo as the second recipient. Now everyone was convinced that something fishy was going on. Sure, Kim Jun-sung had Myeongjin Construction behind him and had also topped the midterms. But what did Kim Si-woo have to offer? How did he deserve a scholarship? Was it just because he was Jun-sung's friend? Soon, rumors began to circulate about Kim Jun-sung's connection to Myeongjin Construction. Some whispered, could he be the chairman's illegitimate son? The student who said it turned pale immediately. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Jun-sung handles these rumors and uses the scholarship money for his plan? He tried to slip away, quietly only to find Kim Jun-sung waiting for him right around the corner, having heard every word. Jun-sung gestured with his finger, calling him over. The student, who turned out to be Cho Jae-in, known as the school's loudspeaker, began to break into a cold sweat, already imagining the worst. But Jun-sung didn't hit him. Jun-sung then said to Cho Jae-in, "There's no need to be afraid. As long as you do me a favor, you'll be safe. Yes, the scholarship selection is unfair, but you should know that there's no limit on the number of recipients. Anyone could get one, even someone with grades as bad as yours. So I want you to spread this message to every student and add one more detail." The next day, all kinds of rumors were circulating through the school. Supposedly, the Myeongjin Construction Scholarship existed to reward those close to Kim Jun-sung. The new rumor claimed that only Kim Si-woo had supported him in the past, which is why he received the scholarship. The scholarship had no limit for beneficiaries. Anyone who stood with Kim Jun-sung could receive one. It was said that he planned to use the school as a base to eliminate all school bullies in Daesan City. It was also rumored that he would welcome any student willing to help him, regardless of past grievances. Most students took the gossip with skepticism. However, the second-year boss, Bae Sung-jo, took it seriously. He hoped he could obtain a scholarship just like him. Siwoo. If Kim Jun-sung needed muscle, Bae Sung-jo was more than willing for the job. Privately, Bae Sung-jo sought out Cho Jae-in to find out the truth. Cho replied, "I'm telling this only to you. Kim Jun-sung wants to turn this school into his kingdom, then use it as a base to sweep through all the nearby schools. If someone can step forward and show their strength and loyalty now, Kim Jun-sung will definitely reward them." Bae Sung-jo knew there was a lot of money at stake, but he worried that Kim Jun-sung wouldn't accept someone who once challenged him. Still, he decided to try. The money was too important to pass up. Do you have a moment? Kim Jun-sung agreed immediately, which made Bae Sung-jo even more anxious. Bae Sung-jo quickly apologized for what happened before, but Kim Jun-sung told him to get to the point. Bae Sung-jo said that he really needed money. "You want someone strong and obedient. Why not consider me? I won't disappoint you." Kim Jun-sung agreed, but said there would be a test first. Shortly after, Bae Sung-jo gathered all the third-year bullies in the school. They assumed he was trying to take Shin Jong-min's place as boss and were ready to put him in his place. But when Bae Sung-jo appeared, everyone saw that his face was swollen like a pig's head. He told them, "Listen, all you third years, from today, I am Kim Jun-sung's man. If anyone doesn't want to join him, raise your hand. But if you do, I'll hit you so hard you won't be able to take care of yourselves. What I need now is a loyal dog. Do what I tell you and take whatever reward he gives you. It hurts, sure, but when I saw that transfer hit my account, it was worth it. Kim Jun-sung promised me, as my dog, you'll receive another scholarship tomorrow. Stay loyal, and I'll keep rewarding you. But if you ever turn against your master, I'll tear you to pieces." Bae Sung-jo wondered if he had lost all dignity. He was being treated like a dog, but he had no other choice. 5 million won was more than he could earn with his fists in his entire life. Next, Bae Sung-jo gathered all the third-year bullies and announced that from now on, everyone must follow Kim Jun-sung. The third years were not convinced. Bae Sung-jo used his fists to change their minds. "Don't think I've always been obedient, because I was afraid of you. It was only because of that monster Shin Jong-min. Now that he's gone, you'd better think carefully about your own strength. Remember this, from now on, Kim Jun-sung is our god. Do what he says. Anyone who resists, I will personally send to hell. And one more thing, it's true that flattering Kim Jun-sung will get you a scholarship. So from now on, you'd better worship our God unconditionally. He will never be stingy with his rewards." The next day, when Park Jin-woo found out about this, he thought Bae Sung-jo had lost his mind. He had offended Kim Jun-sung before, and now he had become his obedient dog. And there's no way Kim Jun-sung would hand over that much money immediately. Then he noticed a crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board. To his surprise, it announced that Bae Sung-jo was a recipient of scholarship. Park Jin-woo began to break into a cold sweat. What exactly was the relationship between Kim? Would you like me to translate the next part to see how Kim Jun-sung uses his new army to continue his master plan? Jun-sung and Myeongjin Construction made sense for Bae Sung-jo, but why did that big mouth Cho Jae-in give scholarship to? Cho Jae-in told him, "I just did what Kim Jun-sung asked and got a scholarship. Let me give you some advice. Be careful from now on and never cross Kim Jun-sung, or you'll end up like Shin Jong-min." Park Jin-woo couldn't believe it. Jun-sung was really turning Chunil-high into his own kingdom. How was he supposed to have a quiet school life now? With the situation changing rapidly, the Golden Circle's client was dissatisfied. "I heard the Golden Circle was supposed to be the best. That's why I hired you. If you can't get rid of Kim Jun-sung, I'll tell the other members you're all talk." And no results. The intermediary responded confidently, "Don't worry, this time we are certain we will succeed." The Golden Circle had sent their assassin, Choi Tae-jun. He was going to transfer to Chunil-high specifically to eliminate Kim Jun-sung. Initially, the principal was reluctant to accept him. However, the city's director of education had personally requested the transfer. Choi Tae-jun claimed the director was a friend of his father's, but the principal didn't believe him for a second. Such a forced transfer would be grounds for disciplinary action if reported. So, why were they taking the risk? Was Choi Tae-jun really a mercenary for the Golden Circle? The principal decided, even if he is, I won't let him behave uncontrollably here. He then warned Choi Tae-jun. Chunil High is a prestigious institution. If you break the rules, I don't care if your father's friends with the director. I won't be lenient with you. Choi Tae-jun simply mocked the threat. Upon arriving at his new class, he encountered an old acquaintance, Park Jin-woo. 6 months earlier, when Choi Tae-jun first joined the Golden Circle, he had tried to establish connections but dismissed Park Jin-woo as useless. Now he realized he could use Park Jin-woo to gather information about the school. Park Jin-woo commented that the school wasn't particularly special. However, he warned Choi Tae-jun about one thing. There's a guy, Kim Jun-sung. Whatever you do, don't mess with him. Not only is he skilled at fighting, but he also has powerful connections. Choi Tae-jun mocked him. Didn't you say you were the boss here? Why are you so afraid of him? Park Jin-woo replied awkwardly, just trust me. Stay away from him. The Golden Circle had assigned Choi Tae-jun a mission. Force Kim Jun-sung to quit in 6 months. To Choi Tae-jun, this sounded easy. All he had to do was relentlessly bully Kim Jun-sung until school became a nightmare. His plan was first to beat Jun-sung, then incite everyone to ostracize him. He believed he wouldn't even need 6 months. 1 month would be enough. His confidence was not unfounded. Within the Golden Circle, an S rank was almost impossible to achieve at a national level. An A rank was reserved for the top 1%. Even a B rank indicated that an individual was already above the national average. Despite being only a freshman, Choi Tae-jun had achieved a B rank in his tests. He asked Park Jin-woo to show him Jun-sung's classroom. Unfortunately, Kim Jun-sung was there. Park Jin-woo felt a surge of dread. Choi Tae-jun immediately tried to pick a fight. Hey moron, what are you looking at? Park Jin-woo's face turned white with fear. Kim Jun-sung replied, that a bit obvious, don't you think? I wasn't even looking at you. You're just trying to fight me. You'd better think carefully if you can face the consequences. Before Choi Tae-jun could respond, someone hit him. Choi Tae-jun was completely stunned. Park Jin-woo was kneeling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. I didn't mean anything by bringing him here. He's the one who started it. Please let me pass this time. Choi Tae-jun was bewildered. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Since Bae-sung Jo publicly declared his loyalty to Kim Jun-sung, the atmosphere at Chunil High had changed drastically. Now, if anyone spoke ill of Kim Jun-sung behind his back, Bae-sung Jo would immediately appear with his group for a friendly visit. Surprisingly, the students weren't bothered by this change. In fact, they enjoyed it quite a bit. After all, when Shin Jongmin ruled the school, violence and bullying were everywhere. But since Bae-sung Jo received his scholarship and became Chunil's watchdog, the bullies who preyed on the weak were finally being dealt with. The school experienced a long-lost peace. However, now Choi Tae-jun stepped forward, openly challenging the new godfather of peace. Park Jin-woo immediately sensed trouble and knelt frantically, begging Kim Jun-sung for mercy. Choi Tae-jun looked at him confused. I thought we were friends, and you stabbed me in the back? But Park Jin-woo replied threateningly to Choi. You're just an exchange student. How dare you mess with Jun-sung? But when it came to blows, Park Jin-woo was no match. Shui Tseun simply smiled. Did you forget who I am? I took on the entire wrestling team by myself and was recruited into the circle. Would you like me to translate the inevitable clash between Kim Jun-sung and this new B-rank assassin? Circle even before I graduated. You who? Go down with 3 hits. Dare to mess with me? Meanwhile, Kim Jun-sung watched the scene with amusement. This is entertaining. Choi Tae-jun didn't expect such arrogance and mocked. You're not leaving this school alive today. But just then, the bell rang. Choi Tae-jun could only throw out a threat. Don't run after school. I hold a grudge. Once inside, Choi Tae-jun noticed the atmosphere was strange. The students kept shooting him nasty looks. No one wanted to talk to him during group work. Even when the teacher tried to assign groups, everyone objected. He was completely baffled by what was going through their heads. After class, he cornered a student with glasses who looked like an easy target, hoping to teach someone a lesson. But before he had the chance, Bae-sung Jo broke in with his group. Where's the exchange student? Show yourself. In Chunil, no one touches Kim Jun-sung. Choi Tae-jun finally lost his patience. What is wrong with these people? Did they brainwash the whole school or what? Why is everyone protecting Jun-sung? Gae sung yo lunget, troving kunsis. But Choi Tae-jun brushed him aside with a single elbow strike. Surprisingly, Bae-sung Jo recovered like an immortal cockroach. Choi Tae-jun was truly angry. He simply couldn't understand why everyone defended Kim Jun-sung, even after taking a heavy blow. Bae-sung Jo refused to stay on ground. Choi Tae-jun wondered if he had missed. Fine, take another. He grabbed Bae's head and slammed it against the desk, finally knocking him out. He thought this would serve as a warning to the others, but unexpectedly, all the onlookers attacked him at once. Jolly. Taejun was speechless. Wasn't fighting one-on-one the rule? But these guys, shamelessly, pounced on him in a group. Cowards. Even if everyone attacks, it won't matter. However, there were also sneak attacks from behind. Shui Taeyun roared, "Would you rather lose your dignity than lose a fight? It's just you now." But as soon as he finished, 3 more guys joined in. Someone shouted, "He knocked out Bae Sung-jo. We have to unite or we're lost." Jolly. Taejun mocked, "Come on. I'll take you all on at once." Just then, Bae Sung-jo got up again. Choi advised, "Just stay down. Why are you so loyal to a freshman?" Bae Sung-jo replied, "Don't talk to me about loyalty. That's not it." It turns out that after hitting the third-year bullies, he had received a generous bonus from Go Chang-beom that night. He thought, if I defeat the Golden Circle guys, the reward will be even bigger. And even if he lost, the big boss wouldn't mind. Bae Sung-jo told everyone, "This guy is scarier than Shin Jong-min. We might not win, but we still can't back down. Otherwise, Jun-sung would be disappointed." In reality, being Jun-sung's punching bag had already earned him 5 million won, plus a 10 million won scholarship, plus 1 million won as pocket money. With that amount of money in just a few days, how could he ever give up on Jun-sung? Bae Sung-jo led 10 second-year students into the fray, but they were still no match for Choi Taejun. This fight made Choi Taejun hate the school from his first day. This place was like a cult. Normally, when someone lost a fight, it was over. But these guys fought like crazy without stopping. If there are more lunatics like these, I'll really be in trouble, Choi Taejun thought to himself. This guy has turned the school into a fortress. If that's the case, I'll have to give it my all and break through. As long as I break one of Kim Jun-sung's arms, the intermediary can report a success up the chain. As soon as Choi Taejun left the classroom, someone deliberately bumped into him. It was none other than Kim Jun-sung's homeroom teacher. It seemed he planned to deal with Choi Taejun personally. "Would you like me to translate the confrontation between the teacher and the Golden Circle assassin?" It turned out that the teacher had already been briefed by Park Jin-woo. He asked what Kim Jun-sung said to do next. Park Jin-woo replied. He said we should handle it however we see fit. That left the teacher in a bind. But no matter what, he couldn't let Choi Taejun get away with it easily. Maybe this is my chance to prove my worth and get closer to him, he thought. So he decided to teach Choi Taejun a lesson he wouldn't forget. He called Choi to the office and slapped him across the face. Choi Taejun was furious. "What gives you the right? Do you think teachers can hit whoever they want? You'll never teach again. I'll make sure you're fired." The homeroom teacher mocked. "You really don't get it, do you? On your first day, you sent your classmates to the hospital, beat up upperclassmen, and terrified your entire class. And now you're threatening a teacher? Go ahead and call that influential friend of your father's and have me sued if you dare. You think you can get me fired? Keep dreaming. I've seen many like you. No matter what you do, no one will believe you. No one in this office will testify for you. Without evidence, I can do whatever I want you here." This blow is for Park Jin. Woo, this one is for Bae Sung-jo. And this slap is for one of the second years. That night, Choi called the intermediary to vent. "Everyone at Chunil is crazy. The teachers and students are all out of their minds. I can't handle this alone." The intermediary didn't expect the situation to escalate so quickly. Failing would mean his own downfall. He tried to comfort Choi, telling him to keep a low profile while he devised a solution. Then the intermediary rushed to the city center to see Moon Chang-ho, the director of the Office of Education. He complained that the principal wasn't listening to him, hoping the superiors could exert some pressure. Moon Chang-ho immediately called the Daesan education supervisor. "I heard a teacher at Chunil is paying special attention to a certain student. Can you investigate?" But the Daesan supervisor replied coldly. "Why are you meddling in Daesan's affairs? Being a city official, don't you know that's crossing the line?" Moon Chang-ho replied, "Don't think I don't know about the dirty laundry in your education system. If you don't cooperate, I'm going to report it." The Daesan supervisor then played his MasterCard. "You know the Golden Circle, right? If you really want to fight, are you sure you'll come out unscathed? Don't push it. If we fight, it won't end well for either of us." It turned out that the Daesan supervisor was the principal's own brother. Even he was a little worried. After all, the Golden Circle was no joke. The supervisor said, "Honestly, I'm afraid neither of us will escape punishment." The principal reassured him, "Don't worry. The real opportunity comes from a successor of Myeongjin Construction, Go Chang-beom. As for the corruption, don't worry about being discovered. The kid we're protecting is smarter than you think. Your position is safe." The next day, for the first time, Choi Taejun experienced what it meant to be ostracized. When the class went to PE, no one told him. Wherever he went, people whispered behind his back. Choi finally lost his cool. He immediately sent a text to his team from the city, telling them to come to Daesan. He also contacted other schools, hoping to pressure Chunil and completely isolate Kim Jun-sung. That day at lunch, while Choi was eating, Kim Jun-sung suddenly sat across from him. Choi thought, maybe I should deal with him right now. Jun-sung said, I heard the Daesun education supervisor gave you some trouble. Choi mocked, so you're the king of this little pond? Step outside and you're nothing. Suddenly, someone pushed Choi's face into his lunch tray. If you know I'm the king here, how do you even dare to show your face? Who gave you the courage to act up on my turf? Then they dragged Choi to a secluded corner. Choi shouted, you need a team up to win? Doesn't that make you ashamed? Yoon-sung remained calm. You're strong. After all, you're a B-rank assassin. If we were evenly matched, I'd try to beat you cleanly, but right now I can't. So, would you like me to translate the moment Kim Jun-sung's unconventional tactics are revealed to the B-rank assassin? I'll close the distance. Catch him, Ed Yoon. Sung's order, the lackeys pounced on Choi. Park Jin. Wu shouted move. Let go of Choi's back. It nearly broke. Before he could react, Bae Sung-jo's fist followed. No matter how tough Choi Tae-jun was, he couldn't face a crowd. He thought about focusing on a single opponent, but suddenly Jun-sung locked his arm with a cross armbar. If he only had one arm left, I could win, right? There was a dry crack and Choi screamed in pain, you're crazy. Jun-sung grabbed him. Now you have two options. 1. Finish the golden circle task as planned, but I'll take your other arm and make school. Hell for you. 2. Become my guy. Pretend you completed the golden circle mission and act as my spy. Of course, Choi refused to give in so easily. You want me to betray the golden circle? Keep dreaming. At that moment, if I gave you 100 million, would you stab him? If you won't, I'll find someone else. I don't mean kill him. I'll call an ambulance immediately. As long as he has a small wound, that's enough. The atmosphere turned tense instantly. Everyone froze in shock as Jun-sung's tone turned cold. Think about this. How many years of part-time work would it take to save 100 million? I can give you that right now, in just 3 seconds. Besides, we're just students. If something happens, we'll just say it was a prank gone wrong. No one in Daesan will believe his story. Finally, Bae Sung-jo was tempted. Didn't you say you'd reward me as long as I do what you ask? Jun-sung replied coldly, it's just business. Bae nodded. Hold him down so he doesn't stab the wrong spot. Just as things were getting serious. Shui Taeun got skiff. I'll take the second option. Jun-sung stopped Bae Sung-jo just in time. You made a good decision. I'll reward you. Today you're free of any responsibility. Then Jun-sung quickly gave Choi Tae-jun's address and mentioned his younger sister. Warning, I'm much more ruthless than you think. If anyone obstructs my path, I'll spend my life making sure I ruin theirs. One last time, which will it be? Staying loyal to Golden Circle or becoming my dog? In the end, Choi Tae-jun was truly terrified and bowed his head. I'll be your dog. Jun-sung patted him on the head as if comforting a pet. Good choice. Bae Sung-jo was a little worried. Is it really okay to just let him go? Yoon-sung smiled. If he breaks our deal, he'll learn the consequences. Sung-jo, check your account after school. I'll transfer your reward. And bring Cho Jae-in here, but make sure no one notices. The next day, Cho Jae-in, nicknamed the loudspeaker, spread the news that Kim Jun-sung and Bae Sung-jo had fought. Now, even if someone spoke ill of Kim Jun-sung, Bae Sung-jo wouldn't defend him. Everyone quickly believed it and began to doubt, wondering if they should ostracize Kim Jun-sung. But in truth, all of this was part of a trap that Kim Jun-sung had carefully prepared. He was just waiting for the big fish to bite. Meanwhile, since Go Chong BM became CEO of Myeongjin Construction, his younger brother, Go Chong-suk, finally couldn't sit still. He called an emergency meeting with the top brass. At this rate, his father would likely hand the company over to Go Chong BM. Director Kim Keel saw through it instantly. I'm sure. There's someone helping him behind the scenes, someone we haven't identified yet. Your last scandal was leaked by someone, and only Go Chong BM benefited. Now he's suddenly rising from construction sites, diligently punching in and out. His responses to site accidents were perfectly aligned with the chairman's values. Could the old Go Chong BM have achieved that? This is no coincidence. Someone is pulling the strings, and that person is the key. The problem is we still don't know who that person is. We need to use all our resources to find out who is behind him. Over the next few days, Go Chong-suk had his people tail his brother. But they found nothing. Go Chong-suk felt increasingly frustrated with his team. Suddenly, someone noticed unusual transactions in Go Chong BM's account. Large sums of money were going to a school for scholarships, a gym, a pool, and other businesses. But Go Chong-suk dismissed the lead, saying that guy always spends money recklessly. 3 years ago, he paid off a bar girl's debt, and Dad scolded him. Forget it. Don't waste any more time on those transactions. Just at that moment, Go Chong-suk received a call from an unknown number. He didn't answer, but a text message arrived that said, I'm the one behind Go Changbyeom. I want to speak with you in private. It turned out that Go Changbyeom had already realized he was being followed. He warned Kim Jun. Sung to be careful. I think you might be in danger. Chong Suk is probably looking for you. Kim. Yoon Sung smiled mischievously. Are you afraid Chong Suk will give me even more benefits? Go Changbyeom tensed up and quickly denied it. Jun Sung insisted. Do you trust me? If you do, help me get someone else's phone number. Meanwhile, Go Chong Suk asked Kim Kyo, if we find out who is behind this, what do we do? Kim replied with two options. Recruit them to help us bring down Go Chong. Byum, or if they refuse, eliminate them. Shortly after, Go Chong Suk contacted Kim Jun Sung, inviting him to join his camp. He argued, Go Changbyeom only has a high school diploma, but I graduated from a top-tier university. He used to hang out in bars while I've accumulated real experience in the company. You know, as well as I do that it's unlikely Dad will let him inherit. That's why you contacted me, right? Jun Sung replied, perhaps, but I have one condition. Chong Suk agreed before even hearing it. I'm ready to accept anything you ask. Back at the company, everyone crowded around to ask about the negotiation. Chong Suk said he didn't ask for anything special, just a board seat. Director Kim got nervous immediately. Are you going to give a board seat to someone you don't even know? We have to be careful. Chong Suk slammed the table. Who are you to lecture me? What did you do when you were being exposed? If a capable person wants to join us, a board position is a small price to pay. You need to see the bigger picture. But Kim insisted it's not that simple. Myeongjin Construction values tradition. All our executives have dedicated more than 20 years to this company. Chong Suk interrupted him. Enough. That old-fashioned thinking is precisely what is holding us back. If I become president, this place is going to change completely. Just remember this. If I'm in charge, you won't lose. That's enough. King Kyo felt uneasy. He had supported Chong Suk completely, but now even his own position felt insecure. He knew Chong Suk was selfish and authoritarian. Still, at least he was more involved in the company than Changbyeom. Just then, Kim Yo received a call from an unknown number. The caller went straight to the point. I've heard about Chong Suk's decision. You're not happy with that, right? Honestly, I never wanted a board seat. I just wanted you to see the difference between Chong Suk and Changbyeom. Myeongjin Construction is built on tradition. A board position is not for just anyone. If Chong Suk really understood the chairman, he wouldn't have offered it so easily. So I hope you support Go Chong. Byum. He's not the same reckless kid he used to be. Kim shook his head. I can't betray the people I've chosen. The caller replied, it's not betrayal. I only hope your decades of work aren't wasted in the end. A few days later, Kim Kyo met with Go Changbyeom and asked him directly, who is helping you behind the scenes? Changbyeom only smiled. That's something I can't say. Kim didn't insist. Instead, he reminisced, I used to follow the chairman around construction sites. You even helped us carry bricks. Once you fell, and I almost had a heart attack. Seeing you grow up healthy made me happy. I always had high hopes for you. But when you got older, you changed. Myeongjin Construction only got stronger, but you only partied and caused trouble. That's why I didn't think you were fit to be president and supported Chong Suk instead. Like your father, I've given everything to this company. I couldn't hand it over to someone who couldn't even keep their own job. But lately you've changed. Now, it doesn't matter who is helping you as long as you deliver results. That's enough. Myeongjin Construction needs you now. I trust you. Meanwhile, let's go back to Kim Jun Sung. Not long ago, Jun Sung deliberately spread the rumor that he had fought with Bae Sung Jo. Then, Choi Tae-jun reported on the students' reactions. By then, Kim Jun Sung had already narrowed down his list of suspects to 3. The first suspect was Yoo Jin Young. As the top student in the first semester, she was always ahead, so Jun Sung's presence threatened her position. The second was Lee Jin Young. Would you like me to translate the reveal of the third suspect and see how Jun Sung plans to smoke out the real culprit? He and Jun Sung had fought at the start of the semester. Despite his low profile, his family owned thousands of payong of land. The third was Choi Seon-ah, whose father was a high-ranking official. Her grades had surpassed Jun Sung's at one point this semester before he overtook her again. Jun Sung decided to set his trap for these 3. After several days of observation, he focused his attention on one person. The next day, during soccer class, a girl nearby was hesitating, debating whether to confess her feelings. It was Choi Seon-ah, his main suspect. Oh Hae-ji tried to dissuade her. Kim Jun Sung isn't the good student he used to be. If you go out with him, he might lead you astray. But Choi Seon-ah replied, it was other people who messed with him first. Then, gathering her courage as she approached him, Yoon Sung smiled slightly. I have something to tell you too. Let's go somewhere private. Class was about to start, but the two still hadn't returned. Oh Hae-ji grew worried. Suddenly, she received a text message from Choi Seon-ah asking for help. It turned out that Jun Sung had taken her to the equipment storage room. At first, Sienna was a bit nervous, but she reassured herself. Jun-sung was a good student, she thought, and would never cross the line. Unexpectedly, he locked the door behind them. He asked, "Do you know why all these things have been happening to me lately?" In fact, someone has been controlling things from the shadows. I've set traps by sending different signals to 3 suspects. I told the first person I was exhausted and wanted to transfer schools. If she's the mastermind, she'd be thrilled. I told the second person that I had fought with Bae Sung-jo. If he's behind this, he'd come looking for trouble immediately. And to you, I hinted that I'm tired but still resisting. If you're pulling the strings, you'd push Golden Circle to act faster. Now that you know all this, how do you feel? Shortly after, Oh Hae-ji rushed in, anxiously asking what had happened. Did Jun-sung harass Sienna? At that moment, Jun-sung, hidden nearby, spoke. Sienna, you can leave. Surprised Oh Hae-ji watched as Sienna obediently walked out. Then Jun-sung closed the door. Hae-ji, you stay. Although Sienna was a suspect, he had reason to believe she wasn't the culprit. It turned out he had asked Go Chong-beom to investigate the 3 suspects. Sienna had a crucial detail. Her brother had taken his own life after being bullied. Her family had moved to Daesan to protect her, and because of that, she hated school violence more than anyone. When she heard of my experiences, she encouraged me to be brave. There's only one conclusion. Sienna only passed on the rumor she heard, but the real mastermind is you, Oh Hae-ji. Hae-ji broke free and ran toward the door. I don't know why you suspect me, but it's not true. But the door was locked from the outside, no way out. Hae-ji, try to reason with him. We've always been close. I have no reason to hurt you. I'm sure it was Sienna's idea. She was upset when your grades improved. You know her father is a high-ranking official, and Golden Circle has connections with people like that. But Jun-sung was not fooled. He would never mention Golden Circle in front of her. Once her true identity was discovered, Hae-ji, stop pretending. You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't always been so cold, it never would have come to this. It turned out that Oh Hae-ji had met Kim Jun-sung several months earlier. From their first meeting, she was enchanted. He was handsome, the top of his class, and a complete athlete. He was practically perfect. However, many girls liked Kim Jun-sung, but he rejected every one of them. Fearful of being rejected too, Oh Hae-ji decided to test the waters instead of confessing directly. Every time Jun-sung helped her patiently solve a difficult problem, she felt she had a chance. She even had her friends ask him about his ideal type. Kim Jun-sung said, I like girls like Hae-ji. Cheerful girls are the most attractive to me. This gave Oh Hae-ji renewed confidence. With a carefully chosen gift and a sincere letter, she finally gathered the courage to confess to him in person. Would you like me to translate Jun-sung's response to her confession and see how this twisted obsession began? But she was rejected anyway. Growing up in a wealthy family, this was the first time in her life she tasted defeat. Her resentment toward Jun-sung deepened. You hired the Golden Circle to get revenge on me? Oh Hae-ji demanded angrily. Didn't you say I was your type? Why did you trick me if you never liked me? But I never thought things would go this far. I just wanted you to know what despair feels like. I swear I'll never do anything like this again. Please just let me go, Kim Jun-sung. He replied calmly, I didn't reject you because I disliked you. I simply don't have time for a relationship. The snacks and gadgets you bought. On impulse. I can't afford any of that. Even if I liked you, I would still have to say no. For a moment, Ji thought she saw hope. Then why didn't you just tell me? If you had been honest, it wouldn't have ended like this. Can we just go back to how things were? Suddenly, Kim Jun-sung grabbed her by the hair, his voice icy. It's too late for that. I'm going to tear your life apart piece by piece. You'll never understand why I'm so cruel. Do you know why I survived without ending up in a vegetative state? Why my family didn't collapse? Why I endured 10 years in hell? Because I never stopped fighting people. Like you're the ones who pushed me into the abyss and then sat back to watch the show. You'd better start researching the best plastic surgeon in town. Just then, the homeroom teacher walked in, shocked by the scene. Now you're hitting girls too? Yun-sung replied simply. She's the one who hired Golden Circle. The teacher's attitude changed instantly. If she really is the client, then perhaps you went too far. However, she must pay for what she did. I'll handle the consequences. But Jun-sung said, no need. Just send her home. When Oh Hae-ji's father, Oh Chun-sam, saw his daughter's beaten face, he was furious. I'll make you pay for this, Kim Jun-sung and Chong-beom. I'll see you both in jail. Before taking action, Oh Chun-sam wanted to confront the Golden Circle intermediary about the leak. You said you never fail. I'll make sure every client hears about this. But the intermediary, Young Sang-soo, didn't flinch. Do what you want. Our business is over. As you said, Golden Circle has never failed. If I broke the rules, what do you think would happen to me? So I've already given all the evidence of our deal to Kim Jun-sung. It's my insurance in case you want to stay alive. Oh, Chun-sam shouted. Then let's all go down together. I'll report you and expose Golden Circle for what it is. No one will come out of this unscathed. Young Sang-soo said no more and hung up. Jun Sang-soo had done this because Kim Jun-sung had contacted him before Oh Chun-sam did. You're the local Golden Circle intermediary, right? I've already sent Oh Hai-ji home safe and sound. Young Sang-soo was stunned. Jun-sung not only knew the client, but also had his phone number. He realized instantly that Choi Tae-jun had betrayed him. Kim Jun-sung continued. You've exposed the client's identity. Now you are a threat to Golden Circle. Their only option is to silence you and Oh Chun-sam permanently. As he spoke, two men with knives appeared silently behind young Sang-soo. Kim Jun-sung shut don shai. Do you want to live? Then do exactly what I tell you. Inform your superiors that the mission was a success. Tell them I took care of everything. The client is satisfied, and Choi Tae-jun completed the job. Meanwhile, immediately after hanging up, Oh Chun-sam's doorbell rang. To his surprise, Kim Jun-sung himself walked in. Jun-sung sat on the sofa and ordered coldly, sit down and listen. I'll give you two options. If you want revenge, call the police. But if you do, I'll release all the evidence young Sang-soo just gave me. Golden Circle won't be affected, but both you and Sang-soo will be finished. You'll go to jail, and Hai-ji will be implicated too. Neither of you will have a positive outcome. You'll get at least 3 years, and she'll get a few months at most. What do you think will happen to Hai-ji while you're away? Do you think I'll let her go? Oh, Chun-sam roared. Are you threatening us? Do you think you'll get away with this? Yoon-sung responded with a confident smile. You can't touch me. I have Go Chong-byeom behind me. I could have him harm Hai-ji or ruin her eyes. Hearing this, Oh Hai-ji trembled, barely able to stand. Jun-sung slowly reached behind him, pulled out a knife, and threw it to the floor. Here's another option. Do it yourself. Make sure that this demon can never hurt anyone else. With that, he left the room without looking back. You're crazy, his wife screamed. I'm calling the police. He's gone. Call the police, but Oh Chun-sam simply knelt down, staring at the knife, tormented by Jun-sung's words. If this were discovered, he would go to jail. Against Myung-jin Construction and Go Chong-byeom, he stood no chance. If their lives and legacy were destroyed, who would be responsible? Without me, can you protect Hai-ji? I told you not to spoil her too much. Seeing the look in her father's eyes, Hai-ji fled in terror. For the first time, she saw the madness in him. To protect his status and power, Oh Chun-sam was finally willing to sacrifice his own daughter. No matter how much she begged, it was useless. Young Sang-soo asked, even if Oh Chun-sam chooses the second option, you're not going to leave it at that, right? Kim Jun-sung ziplik gan li. I have evidence of all his crimes. If he resists, I'll report him for domestic violence. When that happens, his family will lose everything. She'll be left disabled, living alone. Young Sang-soo was amazed by his cruelty. But Golden Circle will discover the truth. Sooner or later, Kim Jun-sung replied, that's why I want to make a deal. I'll be a Trojan horse. I'll infiltrate your organization as an informant. You join the Golden Circle for the money, right? Work with me and you'll earn more. Jun Sang-soo looked. Do you think Myung-jin Construction alone is enough to sustain you? I admit, I joined the Golden Circle to climb the social ladder, and the Golden Circle has the power for that. I'm betting my life on you because I'm afraid of them too. But you want me to trust you and Myung-jin Construction to take this kind of risk? Forget it. Then Kim Jun-sung uttered a single word. The high tiers. What if, for the next 2 years, you only handled the highest level members? The high tiers were the most elite clients of the Golden Circle, the cream of the crop of Korea's chaebol families. Golden Circle had special intermediaries just for them, and the pay was astronomical. Most importantly, high-tier intermediaries were considered top-level members themselves. Young Sang-soo was stunned. He didn't expect Jun-sung to know so much. How could you give me a top-level intermediary position? Jun-sung replied calmly, you just need to keep your mouth shut for next month. After that, you'll get what you want. He knew all this because in just a few years, everyone would know the coming storm. Society would call it the Golden Gate Scandal, but the list of high-tier members would never be revealed. The whole thing would disappear quietly on its own. Just taking down the Golden Circle wasn't enough because the wealth and power behind them would never crumble so easily. Now he was ready to set the next phase of his plan in motion to totally destroy the Golden Circle. Kim Jun-sung decided to recruit a congressman from the Prosperity Party as his new sponsor, Kim Pan-jo. Once a university professor, he had used his connections to become a member of the National Assembly. He gained these connections by opening doors for the children of the elite. However, an unexpected twist arose. Congressman Yang Ho-yeol from the rival party. Soudain exposé à corruption scandale involving Kim. Bunyo. This was the opportunity Kim Jun-sung had been waiting for. At that moment, Kim Pan-jo urgently needed outside help. Kim Jun-sung told him, Congressman Yang has no personal grudge against you. Attacking you brings him little political benefit. I suspect that he is only acting as a spokesperson for someone else. That person is the rising star of his own party, Assemblyman Yang Min-koo. You have expanded your power too quickly, and he wants to push you out of the way. But since you're in the same party, moving against you directly is too risky. So he let Yang Ho-yeol attack you first. As a member of the opposition, Yang's accusations are more convincing to the public. King Pan-jo replied, even if you're right, what is your solution? Kim Jun-sung replied, very soon, a drug scandal involving international students will break out. The name of one of these students will be revealed. Coincidentally, Yang Ho-yeol's own son is currently studying abroad. If you play your cards right, you can turn the situation around. I have also prepared additional plans to benefit you. If you're willing to trust me, call me. I'll wait 1 week. A few days later, the drug scandal broke out, as predicted. Kim Pan-jo looked at him with suspicion. You're just a student. How do you know these things? Yoon-sung simply smiled. Thanks to Go Chong-beom, his circle of friends hears everything. Kim Pan-jo praised him. You have guts and a good head. So what else have you prepared? Jun-sung replied before sharing. More. Tell me, are you planning to run for president? Frankly, your odds are slim. You don't have a story that moves people. You come from an elite family. Everything is gone in your favor. Professor, legislator, you are part of the top 0.01 in Korea. Voters simply can't identify with you. At this, Kim Pan-jo became enraged. Are you saying I should give up everything I have now? Kim Jun-sung replied calmly. With your personality, you would never give up. So leave everything to me. I will make you a king. First, Myeongjin Construction will fund your campaign. I will help create your presidential image by building a story that inspires respect. Would you like me to translate the next steps of Jun-sung's political maneuvering to see how he builds his king? You will become the political hero who takes down the Golden Circle once the Golden Circle is condemned by society. If you can clean up the mess quickly, you'll become a star overnight. I'll handle everything, even unexpected crises. You only need to help at critical moments. I know you're wary of trusting a student, but I suggest you investigate me discreetly. During this time, you'll discover I'm not just a student. I am the strategist behind Go Chong-beom, the same advisor his younger brother has been searching for desperately. Back at school, the students were whispering about Oh Hai-ji's sudden withdrawal. Some said she had been hospitalized just days before, so severely injured she couldn't even walk. Kim Jun-sung hadn't expected Kim Pan-jo to go so far against his own daughter. Now all that remains is for this power-hungry man to accept my proposal. If he refuses, I'll activate my backup plan. I'll eliminate him if he discovers my true identity, and then I'll recruit someone new. Maybe I'll face an even stronger opponent. In the worst-case scenario, he joins the Golden Circle. Just then, someone called him from behind. A burly man threatened, get in by yourself or we'll drag you. These were Kim Pan-jo's men. He already knew that Jun-sung was Go Chong-beom's secret strategist. I don't understand. You were never a victim of the Golden Circle. Why do you hate them so much? Jun-sung replied, have you ever felt the despair of being targeted for no reason, completely powerless to defend yourself? Maybe someone like you with power could resist, but the Golden Circle never goes after people like you. They choose those without strength, with no way to fight back. The victims can't even change schools because that would ruin their future. There's no help from teachers or adults. The Golden Circle has already infiltrated, and the adults simply look the other way. At school you're beaten. After school you're never safe. You can't do anything except endure. It's hell. I'm going to break this endless cycle of violence once and for all. Violence may never disappear, but the Golden Circle that profits from it must be eliminated. Kim Pan-jo fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Tell me your plan. Then I'll give you my answer. Golden Circle maintains its ties with the powerful only because they have never failed, but I've already convinced an intermediary to submit a false report. Then I'll transfer to a top-tier high school in Gangnam for my senior year and maintain my position as the #1 student nationwide. In Gangnam, academic performance is everything. If the elites there discover that Golden Circle couldn't handle me, their reputation will suffer. Along the way, I'll need your help to ensure I'm not expelled. The longer it lasts, the more passive the Golden Circle becomes. Kim Pan-jo suddenly asked, do you know why I want to be president? Actually, I just want to experience it for myself. Everyone around me dreams of it, so I thought, why not me? I've never failed. Top university, professor, legislator. Why not president? But if you fail, even once, I'll dismiss you immediately and erase all evidence that you ever worked for me. If you can handle that, I'll accept your proposal. The next day after school, Choi Si-na approached Jun Sung. She had witnessed what happened to Oh Hai-ji and wanted to join the revenge. Her brother had also been killed by those people. Sinhwa couldn't stand people like Oh Hai-ji, self-centered, lacking all empathy, classic sociopaths. While Jun Sung searched in his bag, he asked, "How far are you willing to go?" Choi Si-na replied, "I'll do anything." Yun Sung handed her a pen. "Could you gouge out someone's eye with this? When I break someone's bones, I'm prepared for mine to be broken too. If you ruin someone's life, you must be ready for yours to be ruined as well. If all you have is a little determination, how can you really help me? Don't come to me with half-hearted intentions. They'll only drag me down." 2. Jun Sung. This path was too dangerous for Si-na. The same applied to his friend Kim Si-woo. Si-woo could fight alongside him in Daesan, but not in Gangnam. One person jumping in the fire was enough. Even if Jun Sung left, he hoped that Si-woo would live well here. Just then, Kim Si-woo said, "That guy from the prep school has returned." Recently, every prep school in Daesan was struggling to recruit Kim Jun Sung. This was largely due to the principal's obsession with elite schools. To improve the school's reputation, the principal had the media report on Jun Sung's perfect scores in mock exams. The man in front of him offered a deal. If Jun Sung agreed to be their star student, he would receive a scholarship of 3 million won every month. He didn't even have to attend, just admit that he had studied there. It was tempting, but Kim Jun Sung rejected it without hesitation. "Would you like me to translate the moment he sets foot in Gangnam to face the Golden Circle's home turf?" The next day, a new face appeared at the school gate, Lee Mi-so. She introduced herself as the administrator of the Daechi Sky Mothers Forum. This forum served as a meeting point for parents in the Daechi area to share educational information, becoming a crucial intelligence network in the local educational scene. Lee Mi-so hoped that Kim Jun Sung could provide private tutoring for her and the children of several friends after school. She offered 4 sessions per month at 2 million won per student, with all lessons to be held in Daesan. Familiar with the forum, Jun Sung said he would need a few days to consider it. That night, he investigated the online forum. He discovered that most of the posts were from parents discussing daily study routines, nothing that seemed to offer significant value. Then, Lee Mi-so discreetly handed him a premium membership account worth 10 million won. She claimed it offered access to a secret message board visible only to paying members. Once inside, Jun Sung's interest was piqued. During the last Golden Gate incident, the fiercest reaction didn't come from politicians. Instead, it came from parents fiercely protective of their children's futures. Their anger wasn't about the injustice of the Golden Circle, but because their own children couldn't access those resources. Kim Jun Sung realized instantly how valuable this group's influence could be, so he accepted Lee Mi-so's request. Without hesitation, the next day, Lee Mi-so's son and a group of wealthy kids arrived in Daesan as planned, but they didn't trust the reputation of Yun Sung. Why should a student from a small town be #1 in the country? Kang Min-woo immediately suggested, "Let's skip class." Some worried that their parents would take away their phones and allowance, but Kang Min-woo reassured them, if we all skip class, they'll simply fire the teacher. Even the top student in Korea can't do anything to us. When class time arrived, the classroom was empty. The group was hiding in a club. Kim Jun Sung found them quickly. Just as Kang Min-woo was about to lose his temper, Jun Sung gave him a hard slap across the face. "When a teacher arrives, shouldn't you at least say hello?" Kang Min-woo roared. "Do you know who my parents are? One phone call and you're finished." King Jun Sung replied coldly, "Then call them right now. Tell them that on your first day at the prep school, the teacher beat you like a dog." Jun Sung's attitude was that of a true bully. Kang Min-woo never imagined that the country's top student could behave like this. He thought the teacher would be academic and cold. Kang Min-woo immediately called his mom to complain, but when she found out he had been hit for skipping class, she exploded. "Didn't I tell you to listen to your teacher? Skipping on the first day. When will you learn?" Kim Jun Sung grabbed the phone and put it on speaker. "Lee Mi-so apologizes deeply. Please forgive him, just this once. I promise it won't happen again." Yun Sung reminded her, "Do you remember what I said about punishment rights?" She promised instantly, of course. "If Min-woo messes up again, you have a free pass to punish him however you see fit." The other parents also agreed. Jun Sung addressed the class. "Your choice. Pay attention or learn a lesson." After class, Kang Min-woo was still enraged. He asked Shin Yumi if Daesan had any local tough guys. He needed revenge after being hit like that. It turned out Shin Yumi knew someone who claimed to be the local boss. Kang Min-woo asked her to call him. He wanted to teach Jun Sung a lesson. With enough persuasion, the so-called boss agreed immediately. No one expected this boss to be Park Jin-woo. He had no idea that his target was Kim Jun-sung. Trying to look cool in front of the girls, he bragged endlessly. Since Jun-sung had to train at the gym before class, Shin Yumi took them directly there. As soon as Park Jin-woo entered, he shouted, "Who here is the student? Bring him out. I want to see what he's capable of." Fresh off his workout, Kim Si-woo recognized him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Shin Yumi's eyes lit up at the sight of Kim Si-woo. "Do you know this handsome guy?" Park Jin-woo was relieved to learn that Kim Si-woo was not his target. Suddenly, Shin Yumi pointed, "He's the one who hit us." At that moment, Kim Jun-sung appeared. Park Jin-woo's face turned pale, and he bolted. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Kim Jun-sung deals with Park Jin-woo's failed revenge attempt? Shin Yumi chased after him. "Where are you going, Park Jin-woo?" Park Jin-woo broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had almost caused a scene. She caught up and grabbed him. "Park Jin-woo, the tutor is Kim Jun-sung, the one who hit us. Aren't you the boss of Daesan?" Park Jin-woo got nervous. "Don't say another word, and never call me again. If you want to stay safe, just listen to Jun-sung." With a helpless look, he muttered, "I knew this would happen. In the end, nothing is worth more than your life." After that, the spoiled students could only return to class in silence. During the lesson, someone started nodding off, and Jun-sung raised his voice. "Wake up. I know traveling to Daesan 3 times a week is hard, but you should at least try to understand your parents. After you finish my course, if your grades don't improve, what do you think will happen? You'll just get more tutoring. Accept it. But if your grades improve this semester, we'll reduce it to once a week. I'll even talk to your parents so you can quit other academies if you follow my method. Your grades will go up, and getting into university won't be a problem. Do you want to live at the academy every day, or just take my class once a week and have free time?" Half a month later, everyone's final grades had gone up a full level. Lee Miso was delighted and asked Jun-sung to keep teaching them once a week. "We'll pay you 10 million won per student each month, and if grades go up again, there will be a bonus." Jun-sung didn't care about the money. "As long as you keep your word, I'll do it." He agreed immediately. Just as she was about to leave, Jun-sung suddenly asked, "What does Min-woo's father do for a living?" The truth was he had taken this job to get close to Kong Min-woo's father. These families had money and power, but they had never joined the Golden Circle. The reason was simple. Kong Min-woo's father was the deputy director of the public prosecutor's office at the Central District Prosecutor's Office. After the final exams, winter vacation arrived. Jun-sung and Si-woo asked Coach Yoon to evaluate their current skills. Yoon said Si-woo's boxing is at a professional level, but his wrestling is still weak. He can only compete with amateurs. As for you, Jun-sung, you could challenge professional fighters, but only those ranked at the bottom because your body hasn't matured yet. Your true opponents are men in their 30s in their prime. Against them, you would lose, whether in boxing or ground fighting. The physical difference is simply too great. Yoon-sung smiled. "Then, Coach, let's use this winter vacation to get stronger together." At 5 in the morning, they began training with a simple run. Then they went straight into strength training, lifting dumbbells, doing pull-ups and squats. They trained 3 times and ate 5 times a day. One day, after all those hellish days running on a hamster wheel, Jun-sung wonders if he pushed himself too hard during training or if it's because he forced himself to eat. He was in a cold sweat and felt as if his insides were going to break. If the coach found out, he would reduce the training intensity. But since he was improving, he didn't want to stop until he could handle Tae-jun, who was a beer rake. This is only the beginning. He has to endure because he finally has all the pieces necessary to destroy the Golden Circle. And he can't let everything fall apart. He must remember all the suffering he went through before and the despair with which he begged for another chance. As long as he gets his revenge, it will all be worth it. Even if he loses his life. Si-woo watches his friend from afar. Then he goes to the coach's room, saying he needs to stop Jun-sung before things get worse. But the coach replies, "I realize that, but Jun-sung doesn't plan to stop. As a coach, this is something I should never do, but his decision is the same. He doesn't know what happened to Jun-sung, but he knows he'll never stop. If I try to stop him, he'll find another more dangerous alternative. If that's the case, I'd rather be the one looking after the kid. I was just letting him make his own decisions because I don't have the right to make them for him." In the 5th week of training, Jun-sung hits the punching bag with a right cross. He moves forward once more and hits the bag with a jab. Then he shouts to the coach, asking, "What level am I at now?" His coach analyzes, "Your muscles develop quite quickly. They aren't dense yet, but I think you can fight a professional now." The protagonist asks if the coach were his opponent. The coach smiles, calling him Brat, then tells him to get in the ring to check for himself. They greet each other while Jun-sung says, "Don't hold back on me. Would you like me to translate the sparring match between Jun Sung and the coach to see if his hellish training paid off? His coach evaluates. Your reaction time is good. He was holding up well, and his concentration was better, until the coach sees an opening and strikes the protagonist's knee. With his confidence so high, it's easy for him to misjudge his level, so the coach must show him his place. He hits him in the face with his glove, so he doesn't do something dangerous because he's in a hurry, but Jun Sung lands a blow to his stomach. The coach retreats instantly, and the protagonist thinks, I need to create opportunities and not waste them. Because no matter who he faces or under what conditions, he has to win at all costs. If he keeps making excuses about them being stronger or outnumbering him, the coach moves forward quickly to hit him in the face, but Jun Sung blocks the blow, landing a hook to his chin. His coach responds. Impressive. Then he counterattacks. With the same attack, but with greater intensity. Jun Sung falls to the ground unconscious. His coach says, I have no doubt he has talent, but there are still worlds he cannot reach. The protagonist loses consciousness after this and minutes later wakes up to see Wu asking, Are you okay? Because you're not weak, the coach is a monster. He took all your hits and still dominated you in the fight. However, Jun Sung starts laughing and Si Wu asks, Did you finally go crazy? The protagonist replies, The first time I fought the coach, I couldn't even land a single blow. But this time was different. I lost the same way, but the coach fought seriously. He still has another year. He can become even stronger than this. Later, at the construction site, Chang Biam asks, Did something happen to you? You look terrifying. Jun Sung responds, I just train a lot. Chang Biam changes the subject. The house he mentioned was for sale. He asks, Why do you need it? The neighborhood is empty. It can't be for a shopping center. There are better places for a factory. Jun Sung thinks he will have to reveal his source to convince him. He reveals that he got this information from Senator Kim Pan-jo. The next day, the seller signs the papers. He says, You made an excellent decision. I was worried if I could sell it, even if I lowered it to 500,000 won per square meter, but Director Chang Biam doubled the price. Previously, the director commented that it would become an industrial zone and that part of the land would become a highway. The protagonist confirms it's a prime location. They should consider the Myeongjin building as a complex. Then, Chang Biam analyzes the profit he can make. In Jun Sung's past life, these 1,000 pyeong of land were sold for 20 times the original price, but there was a more important reason. He asks, Chang Biam saw the cadastral map. There is a limit to development. Instead, there are about 20,000 pyeong of land in this area that would be useless now. But he wonders, what if they buy this land and combine it with that? Even if it starts as low as 500,000 won per meter and goes up to 2 million, the profit from the land would be 30 billion won, and they should add that to the construction company's premium. It wouldn't just be his achievement. It would be an opportunity to prove himself as CEO. Back in the present, Chang Biam asks, Do you know who owns that land? The protagonist walks through the school streets and thinks, Training severely improves my skills, and I already have perfect support with Chang Biam and Pan-jo, but there will be problems I won't be able to solve alone. I'll need guys like Sang-soo and Sung-ho during my second year. There's still a lot of work to do, but I'll keep preparing calmly because spring has arrived. Now it's March, and he's going back to school. Somewhere in the school, delinquents comment, the second-year student Kim Jun-sung is violent. He took care of Shin Young-min. His friend asks, Didn't he just get out of reform school? A boy with a big nose mocks them for believing that rumor. Young Hyuk-jin says, Shin Young-min is the best fighter I've ever seen. But someone approaches. They order him, put out that cigarette. The boy with the big nose turns to try to find out who it was. His friends grab Hyuk-jin, tell him calm down, and plead, please forgive him, senior, because you should look at Jun Sung's name tag. Hyuk-jin gets scared. He begs, I'm sorry, I'll put out the cigarette. On the rooftop, the protagonist says he heard about the Daesan hierarchy and the agreement to protect their territory without fighting. He also hates bullies like Shin Young-min. So he completely cleaned up the high school and planned to expand this over the next 6 months. His subordinates are impressed. Sung-ho says, that's not just talk. If they look for a fight. First, the high school will be enemy number 1. Mere students have already realized the factions. Would you like me to translate the next part where Jun Sung begins his expansion across the other schools in the district? Especially those who knew the Golden Circle. With that, they manage to help each other. He has to completely eliminate the shadow. So he announces, I'm not forcing you to follow me. I'll offer 500,000 won for every school you attack. He asks, do you think it's worth it? A few days later, Hyuk-jin calls a boy a bastard. He pushes the boy's face against the table, shouting, have you had that ugly face since yesterday? He thinks the idiots in my class will soon be in the palm of my hand. Yoon? Sung enters the room right after and asks, was it you who hit that boy? He kicks him in the stomach. Right after confirming his hypothesis, the delinquent is thrown far back. Due to the impact, he gets up and tries to hit the protagonist. He asks, "Why are you bothering me?" Yoon-sung then punches him in the face. Hyuk-jin wonders, what was that? Such a strong slap. The teacher tries to enter the classroom, but noticing the protagonist, she turns around to grab the class newspaper. Joon-sung asks, "Do you know why you're being hit?" The boy replies, "No." The protagonist says he shouldn't mess with others, and that he doesn't get involved in simple arguments, but he can't let violent guys like him get away with it. That's why he came alone, just to give him a beating. He hits Hyuk-jin's face once more. Everyone in the room is impressed by the violence unfolding. After the fight ends, they comment that Joon-sung hit him just for bullying others. It was really intense. Senior Joon-sung forbade anyone else from doing that. A student comments, "Soon he will clean up all the schools in Daesan. Anyone interested can go." He says, if he's one of the leaders, hundreds will fall into his bank account. On the rooftop, Sung-ho says that dominating Daesan will create conflicts with other schools. The protagonist admits it could cause trouble with half of them, including young Jae-min from the Information Technology Institute, because he defeated young Min in a street fight. Si-woo questions how he plans to continue, as just looking for a fight isn't the right way. Joon-sung thinks that with the help of the experts from Young-jin, he discovered Jae-min is a mercenary for the Golden Circle. Around him, a strange atmosphere was transforming Daesan into Gangnam. At this rate, it won't take long for this horrible reality to take root in Daesan. He then says that where there is trash, there are also victims, just like light and shadow, and these victims will become his justification. At Jail High School in Daesan, the teacher asks, "Dae-hyun, did you steal money from others?" They informed him that Dae-hyun had been messing with other students' backpacks. The teacher decides he will call Dae-hyun's parents. Dae-hyun begs for forgiveness, saying he won't do it again. The teacher asks, "What's wrong with you, boy? To steal 500,000 won, you need to return the money." But Dae-hyun responds, "I lost it." The teacher is shocked. He yells, "Not only did you lie after stealing, but now that you've been caught, you lost the money?" He says, "Get on the floor, you need a spanking." Later on the street, a bully says Dae-hyun was going around stealing from others. "If I hadn't seen him, the other kids would have blamed me." He continues, "Next time, just ask others for help since you're poor. People like you are the reason the school has a reputation for having bullies." His friends joke, saying it's hilarious, and the way he torments Dae-hyun is creative. Dae-hyun thinks it was him who stole the money. That delinquent asks, "Did that hurt?" Then he orders, "Take off your pants." Dae-hyun pleads, "Please don't do this." Then the bully gets angry, saying that on that rainy day, Dae-hyun promised on his knees that he would listen to every word he said. He says, "You'd better behave before I lose my patience." Dae-hyun lowers his pants. Everyone is shocked. His classmates comment, "That's disgusting, we're going to throw up." Hong-jin approaches, saying, "That was too little money. You should bring another $50. Dae-hyun says, "I don't have all that money." That bully kicks him, asking, "Did you think I was wrong to ask for it?" He says, "Then you made a mistake. Because if the son has no money, the mother should be beaten." He warns his friends, "Let's go visit his mom's shop." Dae-hyun screams, "Stop, you bastard." Hong-jin stopad, asking, "What did you call me?" Dae-hyun pleads, "I'm sorry." Then the bully responds, he must also pay for his mistakes, and this world won't be easy on him. Suddenly, his words are interrupted by a kick. Hong-jin falls to the ground. Dae-hyun and his friends are shocked. Everyone asks, "Who is he?" He doesn't look like he's from our school. Then Joon-sung strikes each of the bullies with his fists. He says, "I'm just a friend of Dae-hyun." In the past, after being beaten, Dae-hyun wondered how he had reached this point. Why did he have to pay for something like this? He wondered if he should use a knife on him, but he couldn't do it. He had never fought anyone in his life. This life felt like hell. Until a notification appeared on his phone. Dae-hyun opens the notification crying. The message says they are receiving complaints about school violence. He needs to state who he is, how he suffered, and who is responsible. They would guarantee his revenge. Another day at the plaza, Joon-sung asked Dae-hyun, "Was it you who sent the email?" He continues, "This world is a mess. For you to have to suffer just because you're weak. Some people ignore your suffering, calling it a childhood prank, but it's not that simple. The victims are traumatized, and the aggressors don't even feel guilt. It shouldn't be like this. After all, accepting it only brings more aggression. Confronting it only makes things worse. A single attempt would turn victims into criminals. The victims' concerns are one-sided. All this crap is the reason this page exists. So we should make a deal." The next day at Gale School, Hong-ryul opens the door asking, "Who is Dae-hyun?" Hong-jin points to the boy and says, "This loser must have forgotten who my brother is." Ong-ryul walks toward the boy's desk and slaps him across the face. He demands, answer me. Then he grabs him by the hair, calling him a bastard. He asks, how did this trash call friend? But Daehyun asks, why are you hitting me? Hong Ryol becomes enraged at him for talking like that. He says he won't let him go unscathed after hitting his brother. He asks, who is that damn friend of yours? Daehyun replies, that was his number. After the call, Jun-sung answers. Hong Ryol introduces himself, asking, was it you who hit my brother? Jun-sung tells him to put the facts on the table. He was only taking revenge for his friend. Ongjin had been bullying Daehyun for 4 years, even taking off his clothes in front of girl. He was giving him only one chance. His brother should apologize for what he did. Hong Ryol says it's a load of nonsense. His brother was just having fun with a loser. So he should tell him his name and school, so he can beat him up. Jun-sung tells him to choose. He introduces himself as Jun-sung from Cheol Institute. In the evening, he goes with his group to the designated place. Hong Ryol asks, was it you? Jun-sung confirms. Hong Ryol says, if we fight, this won't end well. So we should try to resolve it calmly. He asks about apologies from each side. Jun-sung thinks that judging by his behavior, he already knows who he is. Then he replies, your brother is the one who should ask for forgiveness. I can see through your tricks to save yourself. They look at each other angrily. Only you tells his brother to apologize and stop causing trouble. Hong Jin stands in front of Daehyun and apologizes. Daehyun says, I didn't hear you. Daehyun asks Hong Jin, do you know Jun-sung gave you 2 options? Options. The first option is to end things after you promise not to mess with him anymore. That's the safe option, where you can take revenge for everything you've done, but that doesn't break the sick cycle. Suddenly, a fist hits Hong Jin's face. Daehyun says, I chose the second option. He calls him a piece of shit. The guy falls backward, knocked out. Real screams, you bastards. He adds, the war has begun, and we must take down everyone here. Seung-go strikes one of the delinquents, hitting 3 more as he counts. He thinks, I'll get 500 for each school and the bonus will be mine. Another guy tries to attack him from behind, but Woo kicks him in the face, thinking, I must prove myself here at any cost. He throws more kicks and punches, wanting to be useful to Jun-sung's plans in the future because he needs to stay with him until the end. The other gang members run toward the other school, saying, we're going to make a lot of money. Ryol hits one of them and lunges. Would you like me to translate the final showdown of this school war to see if Jun-sung's plan for total dominance succeeds? Striking the others and asking, how dare you do this nonsense? He thinks they have more people. If I eliminate the protagonist, this fight will end. But a fist hits his nose, and Jun-sung throws him far away. The protagonist plays an audio recording on his phone of everything Hong Ryol had said. Hong Ryol asks, what are you going to do now? Jun-sung responds, the victim's testimony was enough for disciplinary action, and with this evidence, it's all over. Today, this incident was just a fight between the boys from Yael. If anyone talks about this incident, it won't end with simple disciplinary action or expulsion. He grabs his neck and orders him to answer, because he is sure that Hong Ryol doesn't want to have a hard time, seeing as he isn't responding now. So he repeats, answer me. Hong Ryol trembles with fear. His classmates watch in fear as he screams in pain. The protagonist pulls out one of his teeth. Then he stands up and says, you took too long to give me your answer. The next day at school, some boys bump into Daehyun. They turn to call him a piece of trash. But then they remember the protagonist and apologize. Daehyun thanks, Ongjines. Subordinates apologize to me. In that moment, he felt as if his whole world had changed. He thinks school used to be such a peaceful place. And now it's his turn to keep his word. He comments on the forum that he saw the post promising to punish bullies. He just needs an email. Other delinquents comment, there's no way they can hurt us. It has nothing to do with jail high. If anyone appears in front of me, I'll disfigure them. But Jun-sung calls out to Jong-ho. That bully turns around and asks, who are you? Do I know you? Jun-sung responds, I know you very well. My informant told me everything about you. Frequent violence and even forcing robberies, quite diverse. Yongo extends his hand and rushes forward, asking, what are you going to do about it? The protagonist responds, you spoke like a true piece of trash. Il suere, Seung-go tells some bullies to raise their right hands. He sends a message announcing that Lee Ichiol has been dealt with. After the views on Daehyun's post exploded, that interest resulted in tons of emails, and Siwoo announces, I'm also done with Yang Ji-young. The delinquent moans in pain. Siwoo asks, does it hurt? But you enjoyed it when you were extorting and hitting others. He says, hitting his face, and continues. But life will no longer be normal for trash like you. I'll make sure of that. Of course, in Daesan and Seiti High, a boy asks Jaemin, what are you going to do about Kim Jun-sung from Cheolil High. Because with the way he's acting, he's going to hurt us too. Jaemin responds that they really did finish off Yongmin, but that he should stay in his place instead of causing trouble and trying to take over all of Daesan. Then he tells him to call Hong Ryul and tell him to come over because they're still friends. And they can't stay silent. After the guy arrives, Jaemin comments that he received requests through a social network and used the victims as an excuse. When he beat Hong Ryul, at least he left his teeth in place, and it must have hurt a lot. He asks if he thinks that bastard will come after him without fear, and Hong Ryul responds, I don't care about that. Jaemin says they should strike first then, and asks him for a favor. Snitch. Tell the teachers that he knocked out your tooth and hit you hard, because according to the law, he's screwed. Hong Ryul refuses. I can't do that. Jaemin grabs him, saying that even after being hit, he isn't using his brain. So that means you're afraid of Jun-sung. I'll say it for your own good, because I can do it. At Yale High School, a teacher says he received a report that he asked a student from Cheolil High School to attack someone via social media. Kim Jun-sung will definitely be punished too. Even if the brothers bullied others, a student cannot assault others mercilessly. I still can't believe something out of a gang movie was happening here. He asks, Daehyun, do you have anything to say? The boy replies, I'm sorry, but Jun-sung has nothing to do with this. The teacher says, you made the post. Daehyun responds, even if I were the informant, it's fine because after 4 years, I got my revenge. Someone helped. Shouts the teacher. Are you trying to say you did nothing wrong? Daehyun says, I didn't write that. I was just the informant. Anyway, Jun-sung has nothing to do with this. That is the truth of the incident. Would you like me to translate the next part to see how Jun-sung handles the school administration's investigation while keeping his influence growing? Elsewhere, the delinquents gather, asking, why did Jaemin bring us here? It must be because of Jun-sung. Jaemin says that this piece of shit was controlling a precise system in all the schools where anyone who committed violence would suffer retaliation. He tried to get involved with jail. Hi, but there was no reaction. Kim Jun-sung was trying to take over all of Daesan, using the victims as an excuse. He thinks that above all, he is right, so he won't tolerate that piece of shit saying that. Besides that, they can't let some brat ruin their fun. The delinquents ask, so what's the plan? Jaemin says, it's something very interesting for Kim Jun-sung. I'm going to ruin him. In a warehouse, a delinquent asks Ho-yoon, do you think it was unfair? Your post turned you into a piece of trash. He was the one who tried to save his toy in the first year and threw the first punch. So he's just reaping what he sowed. Then he prepares to hit him. You have to take responsibility for the stress. Before the blow lands, the protagonist appears saying, it must be Ho-yoon, and the trash next to you must be you, Chun-hyun. Ho-yoon turns and calls out to the protagonist, I'm so sorry. I had no choice. They said they'd kill my brother if I didn't cooperate with the plan. But the delinquent hits him and orders, shut up. Delinquents emerge from everywhere, commenting, so it really worked. Jaemin introduces himself. It's a pleasure to meet this piece of trash. With him trying to take control of Daesan. Like a madman, they were never going to welcome him with snacks. This is a trap for him. Jun-sung says, there are about 100 of you. It seems the trash has a lot of free time. Asking, would you like to hear a funny story? Because the admin of the page you used for reports was none other than Choi Jae-jin, who could see who wrote the posts and comments. And to prove himself to the protagonist, he actively participated in this plan. Jun-sung says, I'm a very close friend of the page administrator. He knows who is hiding behind the screens to be anonymous. The bastards who wrote the comments about helping Lim Hae-jun were all trash, no different from Yu Chun-hyun. Those other delinquents ask, who were those guys? It was Cheolil High School, Jun-sung says. Why are all those delinquents on that side? Yoon-sung asks, hey Jun, do you regret chasing Chun-hyun to help your friend? Since that day, you became his toy. But you don't need to feel guilty. I already knew. And it wasn't you who fell into the trap, but all the delinquents. Jun-sung talks to Hong Ryul. You know young men and all the trash from Cheonil. Who do you think sent them to reform school? Jun-sung asks, what do you think I should do with you? You don't look any different from them. On Ryul plead, forgive-moi. I made a mistake. I won't even ask to be let go, but please let me graduate. Jun-sung thinks he should pay the price. Jun-sung says, but for now, you might be useful. Starting tomorrow, gather everyone from Jail High. Have them ready to come when I call. Jun-sung asks, there are about 20 of them. What can we do with so many? Besides, they were all beaten by Jun-sung. They have no pride left. Jun-sung asks, are you crazy, Hong Ryul? Don't you realize what will happen if Daesan falls into Jun-sung's hands? He asks. Jun-sung, and what the hell does that have to do with me? Who do you think you are to interfere? If he takes over Daesan, screams Hong Ryul, you're the crazy one. Do you think you're the boss to give me orders? Jun-sung asks, are you sure you can handle this? On you répond. Yes. Whoever dominates Dae-san will be the strongest. If you're so worried, fight Jun-sung one-on-one. I'll take care of whatever you do if he wins. Hong Ryol's provocation had been planned. Jun-sung tells him, come at me. If he refused, the protagonist had another plan. Jun-sung thinks he definitely knows how to fight. However, we are greatly outnumbered. I shouldn't worry. Jun-sung says, you're taking too long. Still thinking, he throws a knee strike. Jun-sung moves forward quickly and the fight begins. He hits everyone behind him and Jun-sung wonders, does he want us to attack together? But why are my subordinates just standing there? Maybe this crazy guy is implying that he'll finish everything alone. Jun-sung grits his teeth and shouts, take him down. See? Wu remembers that the protagonist said, I won't face the 100 alone, but I'll show everyone what happens when they don't obey. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Jun-sung systematically dismantles 100 opponents on his own? I'll make it clear as day right here in front of everyone. He elbows a delinquent and strikes him with his fist. Sung Woo says Gangnam will be on another level compared to Dae-san. There are groups much stronger than Choi Tae-jun. A delinquent punches him in the face. Jun-sung responds with a knee strike. Sung-gu remembers Jun-sung saying, don't even think about joining a fight without asking for help. Because if something like this brings you to your knees, you'll never get your revenge. Sung-gu processes this. Sung-ho asks, are you okay? Sung-gu, the blonde, replies, Jun-sung told us to wait. A delinquent asks, what the hell are you doing against just one guy? Just attack him all together. The protagonist takes hits from everyone. He counters them one by one. Hyun trembles with fear, thinking this guy's a crazy bastard. Jun-sung thinks I'll see this through to the end, even if it costs me my life. He bites the arm of the one choking him. Yoon? Sung thinks, I don't plan on falling as long as I'm conscious. Hyun asks, what the hell is this? This bastard is completely insane. Hyun turns away. He thinks, I can't beat him. If I stay here, I'll end up like young men. The delinquents think he called us all here, but he's running away. Jun-sung asks, where are you looking? If you started something, you'd better finish it. The delinquent orders. Everyone move aside. I'll finish him alone. He prepares to land a blow, but the protagonist dodges it, throwing himself back, moving quickly toward him and grabbing him by the waist. That delinquent falls to the ground, and the protagonist smiles, saying, I am Yoo Jun-hyun. Then he punches him several times in the face without stopping. Those delinquents scream, he's crazy. They pull that bastard off him, trying to grab Jun. Some while others tremble in fear. That delinquent begs him to stop. We lost. Si-woo and Sung-gu celebrate, saying, game over. You must stay away from Jun-sung, says the protagonist, standing up. From now on, everyone in Dae-san will follow Chiolael's orders. Hey, if I tell you to come, you must come. Does anyone disagree? 2 weeks later in Dae-san, I said, and hey, classmates gossip that Hyun was there and fled in the middle of the fight. Hyun thinks that even if he had finished off that psycho, there would be retaliation. And above all, you shouldn't mess with a madman like that. And he shouts, I get it. You bastards, shut up. Because if you keep gossiping in front of me, you'll face the consequences. Then Jun-sung says, I found you calling. Yoon-hyung. Hyun asks, why are you here? The protagonist replies, I couldn't say it last time. But you should know Moon Byung-seon because he sent an email. Hyun thinks that's the target the Golden Circle hire me for. I need to find a way to silence him. He moves toward the protagonist, asking, what are you going to do about it? He approaches quickly, but only receives a punch to the face. Hyun wakes up later in a hospital bed next to the principal of Sanhai. He says it was all Jun-sung's fault. Would you like me to translate what happens when the school authorities finally step in to deal with Jun-sung's reign of Dae-san? How can he cause trouble in other schools and go unpunished? But the principal says, you were the one who hit first. Jun-sung only came to talk to you, and the world calls that self-defense. Jun-sung stands up and asks, what nonsense is that? The principal says, everyone else said Hyun was wrong. You're quite famous for causing trouble, and it all fits. Hyun screams, my face is injured. I'll take him to court. But the principal asks if he knows who Moon Byung-seon is. Byung-hee-min didn't know that while he was unconscious, Oh Dae-hwan covered for the protagonist. They made a deal that the Golden Circle didn't know about. Kim Jun-sung had already started working to send Jae-min to hell. Outside, Jae-min thinks this sucks. I was expelled from school, and besides, my dad blames me for losing his manual labor job. Min couldn't even imagine that. As always, Kim Jun-sung was behind everything. Jun-sung calls the guy and says, it's been a long time. I heard about you. Shouldn't you be suffering for this? Since Don-jun's family is also a complete mess. But he is a piece of trash who hired the Golden Circle to go after him. Yoon? Some would make sure to completely destroy his life and those of his clients. Jun wanted to become an instructor. Sung-woo and Sung-ho appear behind him. He says it's been a while, and Jun-sung says, that dream won't come true, since you can't use your hands anymore. At Daesan Science High School, some students gossip about how crazy everything that happened was. Until a boy bumps into a delinquent's shoulder and apologizes. The blonde boy yells at him, apologize. But the boy replies, I already apologized. Hyunjin says, you're not in a position to offend him like that, since you were the one who bumped into him. The blonde delinquent slaps him in the face. Do you want to lose your life? Last winter, the protagonist asked, which high school do you want to go to? Hyunjin replied, Cheol High. He wanted to go to the same university as his brother. His brother thought that unlike his past life, he could protect Hyunjin even at Cheol, but maybe it's better to open a different path for him. He told him to study hard, suggesting Daesan Science High School. Hyunjin asked, should I enroll there? I'll do whatever my brother wants. Back in the present, the boy explained the situation. How he had been hit. The teacher shouted, Byung-soo, because Byung-soo was shouting even though he was the one who threw the punch. Byung-soo insisted, Hyunjin hit my shoulder first. I didn't start it. He thought, this old man won't fall for that lie. The teacher thought he had a slight idea of what had happened. Both of you are wrong for fighting. You must bring your guardians tomorrow. Yoon-sung agreed. Hyunjin looked dejected after hearing that. Upon leaving, the blonde boy said, he's such a good boy. If he does something like this, his grandmother would get sick having to come here. Hyunjin repeated, don't talk about me. Byung-soo mocked that, warning, my dad has a construction company. That old man is a sycophant after all. Besides, my older brother is the boss at Daesan University. He finished his school life by asking why a miserable orphan would do something like that. The next day, the teacher met with Byung-soo's father and introduced himself. Chul-ho ordered him to explain. Hyunjin treated my son like a joke. He even hit him yesterday. That's too much audacity. My son couldn't stay silent. Violence is wrong unless it's in self-defense. The other teachers said that the father of Byung-soo was not wrong. They should end this. Chul-ho thought Hyunjin should get what he deserved. He said, if Hyunjin's guardian apologizes, I'll let it slide. The teacher interrupted, saying, I have a duty to guide my students in the right direction. That's why I called you here. You must go to the council room. Hyunjin's guardian is already there. Chul-ho turned around grumbling, commenting, the teacher is stubborn, but that doesn't change anything. It's a trivial matter. Byung-soo thought they were talking about his father and brother, so Hyunjin was in trouble. They entered the room. Everyone was surprised. Grandmother of Hyun. Jin was supposed to be his guardian, but his brother came. The three of them kept their heads down. The teacher began to recount the incident. According to witnesses, Han Byung-soo started the fight and acted with violence. Chulushota, Imsuri. It was his fault for raising his son so poorly. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Jun-sung uses his influence to turn the tables on this wealthy bully's family? Byung-soo should apologize for lying. The boy shouted, I didn't do anything wrong. Hyunjin had bumped him first. Byung-soo's head was hit. His brother ordered, apologize right now. Hak Beom responded that the school would take disciplinary action against Byung-soo. His father agreed. The protagonist stood up. The teacher asked for a few minutes to talk. The professor said, in this school, they consider me a goody two-shoes, someone who follows the rules too much, but I just want my students to live here. I heard the big shots support Jun-sung, even without liking him. If Hyun-jin can attend school without problems, I would consider the protagonist as a guardian. Yoon-seong Wohot. This was the reason I transferred my brother to this high school in my past life. This teacher was fired for protecting his student. He trusted him for not giving in to wealth or power, for always making the right decision. So, he warned, I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. If Hyunjin does something wrong, he must be punished severely. He bowed his head in thanks. For an educator like him, it was okay to do this with pride. Byung-soo complained about his father not supporting him. Chul-ho asked, don't you understand the situation you're in? You messed with Myung-jin construction. The delinquent asked why they were supporting him. His brother questioned, don't you know which kid you messed with? Because his older brother is the guy who dominates Daesan. The protagonist opens the door. Byung-soo, come with me. I also have something to say. Followed by Byung-soo, Jun-sung asks, why don't her brother and your dad come too? Outside the school. Byung-soo kneels and asks for forgiveness. I'll never bother Hyunjin ever again. Chulo responds, we'll make sure it never happens again. Byung-soo's older brother nods in agreement, but the protagonist says, with one call from me, your father will go bankrupt. Your older brother will spend the rest of his life in bed. Anyone in Daesan who messes with me is screwed. Getting rid of you is too easy. Both kneel and plead for forgiveness. Seeing Hyun-jin after Han Byung-soo hit him revived a trauma that Jun-sung had suppressed. He warns them, That scoundrel dared to lay his hands on my brother. I could tear you to pieces right now, and it wouldn't be enough. I'm holding back for Hyunjin's sake. If you want to calm my anger, you should plead with my brother. A bit later in the classroom, Byung-soo kneels and apologizes for what he did. From now on, I won't do this to anyone else in the school. Hyunjin says, it's okay, you can stand up now. I know it's hard to do this in front of everyone, so I accept your apology. Yoon Seong wanted to protect his brother's innocent side. That's why he sent him to Daesun Science High School. From that day on, Hyunjin's world changed. During recess, even the older students wanted to meet him. Hyunjin thinks, I knew my brother was popular, but I didn't expect it to be on this scale. That was also the moment when Daesun fell into Jun Sung's hands. There were dozens of rumors about him, but time passed, and he did nothing. Soon June arrived. The days became hotter. In Chong BM's office, a secretary runs in, shouting, we did it. The government made an official announcement about the Sealyin reconstruction project. Chong BM celebrates, my bet finally paid off. A few months ago, the directors had argued. We don't know what will happen with this area. If any prediction is incorrect, we will suffer a massive loss. The construction business doesn't work on prayers. Another executive says he's only seeing it from one perspective, warning leader Chon-suk that buying land at this price is a bargain. A luxury villa complex would be just a bonus. If we're not wrong, the highway plan is already in its initial stages. That's enough to see the land is in demand. Chong Byum asks, leader, are you going to keep acting recklessly? A director says, we need to focus on generating money. People want buildings and apartments made by Myung-jin. However, you're spending money on a complex. This is the most inefficient plan possible. As a director, you don't even know that? Chong Byum responds, the land isn't going anywhere. We just need to wait for the right moment. You're the only one who doesn't understand that. Stop complaining if you want to be CEO. But the leader interrupts, saying, I'll put my name on this plan. Success or failure is in your hands, Chong Byum. Chong Byum asks the CEO, trust me, I won't disappoint you. In the present, a director analyzes the profit. It's already 30 billion. It will increase even more. The CEO stands up, saying, Chong Byum has always been a problem child. Would you like me to translate the moment Chong Byum finally secures his position as CEO thanks to Jun Sung's foresight? But he found a new source of business and succeeded. I said before that success or failure would be his. So today I announced that the next CEO will be executive director Go Chong Byum. Chon-suk stands up and says, you can't do that. Reforming ministries is basically a lottery. The CEO responds, it's not about the results. What did you do when the idea first arose? You were against it. You only focused on Chong Byum's success instead of the company's. That's why he is the better choice. He asks, what do others think? Is my eldest son not good enough? All the executives agree. Myung-jin Construction only needed one successor. Starting tomorrow, Chon-suk must leave the construction company. I will reward you now for everything you've done until today. Outside, Chon-suk asks, how could this happen? He threw me out like I was nothing. I didn't want to use this, but I can't leave the position I should inherit. Mr. Reporter, are you busy? I want to have lunch with you. In a cafe, Chong Byum asks if the protagonist remembers this place. The protagonist responds, of course. This is where I got my chance. The young man says, to be honest, I thought you were crazy. But do you know why I believed in you? It's because you didn't hide your ambition. I realized you would become CEO no matter what you had to do. So thank you. I've secured the position thanks to you. And now, about my promise. I will support you until the end. Jun Sung says that if he keeps his word, he will remain his top priority. Then director Choi Jin calls Chong Byum. Chong Byum panics and then asks, who said the article was published on the internet? People were talking about the heir of Myung-jin Construction being a bastard, the result of an affair decades ago. Chon-suk says that idiot shouldn't have coveted my position. He should know his place. If he had stayed quiet in his corner, I would have treated him like an older brother. But thinking about it, he's very lucky. I managed to catch a glimpse of a strange money flow from the CEO. Chon-suk mentioned this to his mother, just in case. That was how he discovered that Myung-jin had an affair. But the most important thing was the woman who gave birth to a child decades ago. His mother asked him not to tell Chong Byum. Chong Byum warns the director, I don't care if you delete them all or bribe them. Get rid of these articles. Then he apologizes. To the protagonist, I have to go. Chon-suk made a mess. The protagonist understands that Chon-suk used every trick to become CEO, but there are things that shouldn't be done. This time he won't forgive him. Jun Sung asks, what exactly are you going to do? Are you going to find Go Chon-suk and hit him? That won't change anything and could have the opposite effect, making you lose everything. Chong Byum says, right now, it's as if my mother has been stabbed. Jun Sung asks him to be honest. The illegitimate son isn't him, it's Go Chon-suk. In the past life, Chong Byum broke his brother's jaw. Myung-jin hired an expert for the succession, and thus the scandal began. However, Jun-sung wasn't so focused on the violence, but on the family's movements. The race for succession was already favorable for Chong Byum. Even so, Chon-suk made a revelation, but Myung-jin still supported Chong Byum. Not only that, but Chong Byum's mother resolved her problems. However, Chon-suk was sent to study abroad by the same mother who had taken in her husband's son. After investigating the mystery, Jun-sung deduced that Chon-suk is the bastard. Why didn't you use this fact against your brother? It would have resulted in his downfall. Chong Byum says, when I was little, Myung-jin wasn't a good father. He was the worst. My mother and I fought every day. Little Chong Byum asked, should I scold Dad? Perhaps moved. She said something that stuck with her son. Chon-suk is not your brother. We don't even know who his mother is. Even so, he is your father's son, and I had no choice but to raise him. But every time I see him, my heart breaks. Chong Byum asked his mother, asked for a divorce. You can stay with me. But that day, his mother said, still, we are family. This was the reason. The competition was a separate matter. He couldn't allow him to hurt his mother. He wondered if he should take Chon-suk's life, but Jun-sung called his friend and said, I have a way to resolve this without hurting anyone. He asked, do you want to hear it? The next day in the press room, Chong Byum thought, I'm not an alcoholic. I am the heir to the corporation. Then he introduced himself. He apologized for disappointing everyone with his family problems. He said he would answer all questions today. It was true that his father had an affair. But that doesn't mean I am the bastard. He held up a DNA test. This DNA test proves that I'm the son of CEO Myung-jin. As you can see, the blood of my mother and my father runs through my veins. A reporter asked, is there another bastard? The young man replied, there was one. Unfortunately, that child lost his life before coming into the world. His father felt guilty about that. That's why he sent money as a pension. People began to get agitated. Would you like me to translate the moment Chon-suk realizes his secret weapon has completely backfired? They shouted, we have a question. Chong Byum said, this is the truth about my family. If anyone bothers them with ill intentions after this, as the next CEO and the eldest, I will make sure they can expect a severe retaliation. Chon-suk punched the wall in irritation. He shouted, this is a lie. He screamed that everything was fake. In the meeting room, Myung-jin thanked his son for thinking of the family. The young man replied, I only did what was expected. His father told him, don't worry, live a life you aren't ashamed of as CEO. Then he asked Chong Byum to wait outside. He needed to speak with Chon-suk. Myung-jin said, I know you did everything to become CEO. I can't blame you for that. There was a time I thought you'd be the best choice. That way the family would treat you well, you wouldn't suffer like a bastard, and yet you dug your own grave. Chon-suk then knelt and asked for forgiveness. Myung-jin said, it was terrifying. Also, your mother was wicked. Just look at how she was sucking up money. But I thought the boy would be worth it. Then he announced, I'll give you some buildings. You shouldn't worry about money. But Chon-suk pleaded for one last chance. The father shouted, the reason Chong Byum kept the secret and never used it in the competition was because you are part of the family. He did it because he considered you a younger brother. In hindsight, I could have easily passed the CEO position to Chong Byum, but I gave my bastard son the chance to enter the race. Not only Myung-jin, but also your mother and Chong Byum considered you part of the family. Chon-suk realized his mistake. He began to cry in despair. He was the truly privileged son. His brother, the eldest, heard this from behind the door. At Incheon International Airport, Chon-suk said, I only married without feelings. I even had an affair. He handed over the materials his brother needed to manage the company. He also said he sent his staff to look after the future CEO from now on. They are usually useful, so he should put them to good use. But first, I want to ask one thing. He asked, who the hell helped my brother? Chong Byum smiled when called brother. The youngest continued, it could have been an executive, and if it wasn't someone from the company. The only one I spent money on was Jun-sung. He's just a high school kid, but he questioned his brother's reaction. Chon-suk asked, are you serious? Was it you who helped? But Chong Byum thought, you're a fool for letting your guard down. Then he said, I wouldn't let you get away with it if you touched Jun-sung. Chon-suk admitted, you're better at using people. That's why you should be the next CEO. You bet on a high school student after all. Now away from his brother, he answered call. Jun-sung said, I already know who it was. Chon-suk asked, do you want to say goodbye? The protagonist replied, I was only going to warn you. I'm not like Chong Byum, who resolved things peacefully. You can live as a member of the royal family, but you don't have a single drop of power, so you shouldn't try even one trick. But Chon-suk only laughs at that. He says his brother wouldn't let him get away with it if he touched Jun-sung and envies his loyalty. He clearly recognizes his brother's capabilities. So he thanks him for that as the youngest and also for Myung-jin construction. Jun-sung walks along the terrace, thinking he has resolved one problem. He has a few months left. The day he will carry out his plan to take down the Golden Circle. But before that happens, a boy under the table begs Jun-sung, Young Min. Ho keeps calling him and sending nonstop messages, so the protagonist needs to fix his mess. In the principal's office, he asks, to what do I owe the honor of your presence, Changbyum? The young man says it's nothing complicated. He warns that Jun-sung will transfer to Seoul next year. The principal is shocked, thinking Jun-sung is a recognized asset to make his school famous. Changbyum says, eventually Jun-sung will graduate. You should focus on your relationships without depending on him. I want to continue supporting Cheol-il. The principal says, as an educator, I care about my students. Someone like our protagonist should swim in bigger waters than Daesan. Minho continues sending messages to Jun-sung, who comments that this kid is a joke. Until Minho arrives at that spot and asks, do you have a minute, protagonist? After fleeing from Daesan, he dreamed of starting over in a new city and school. Minho believes his parents spent a lot of money to erase his past. He will live a completely new life. From now on, he realized that if he paid for other snacks and helped them when they needed it. Would you like me to translate the final encounter between Jun-sung and Minho to see if the bully has truly changed his ways? He could also live as an ordinary high school student. He believes he locked the room and put the key in the teacher's lounge. So he could go to the internet cafe until someone calls Minho and asks him. Even if they hit him, he needs to prove he isn't a pushover. He says, I don't want to, but Park kicks him in the stomach. Minho thinks that if he gives up after a single blow, he'll be lost. He can't look weak, so he lunges forward, asking, why are you hitting me? But Park grabs him and tells him he's weak. He responds with a blow to the young man's jaw and spits on his head. Then he tells everyone, say hello to your new toy. After that day, Minho's life changed radically. The people in the classroom kept hitting him. When he tried to talk to others, he was always ignored. His reality became even more difficult. Elsewhere, Park asks, would it only be 50,000 won? He knows Minho paid for the snacks and the hours at the PC cafe. There was nothing he could do. Not even if he told his parents or tried to use a knife against him, because his friend over there is from a wealthy family from Gyeonggi-do. A single word from his parents makes even the principal flee, so crying won't do any good. If he gossips, his friend will hire a lawyer. Minho asks, why are you doing this to me? But Park says, someone asked me to. You should have lived a life that was worth it. King Jun-sung was waiting for Minho to climb the stairs of hope from the beginning, because the higher he climbs, the greater the fall. Chansu warns, there's a guy named Park Min-gu at Young School. He's definitely skilled. Yoon-sung offers 1,000 as an advance and 5,000 after the job is complete. He also makes sure to show that no matter how hard Minho tries, he will have no hope. His friend calls him a crazy bastard. Jun-sung decides to take it as a compliment. Minho thinks there is no doubt the protagonist hired the Golden Circle, and he still needs to escape, but he wonders what he can do after this, since he will always be in his hands, thinking he just needs to endure because that's life and things might improve. Another day, Park recounts. I let this elite brew age for 3 whole days. If you shake it, you can see how thick it has become. Park continues, if he drinks this and lasts until the next class without going to the bathroom, I promise I won't bother him again. Minho wonders if it's true. Park responds, it's a promise. The young man drinks it. Class begins, but it's not long before he feels something strange. He thinks he just needs to hold out for an hour and it will all be over. But after a while, he can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a sound prevents him from staying in the room. Minho runs out while his classmates say, that was incredible. He can't take it anymore. He won't face this alone. He sees that he now has proof on his clothes. No matter what happens, if they see this, they will help him. In the teacher's lounge, Park apologizes. My joke was too extreme. It won't happen again. Park continues, but you can ask anyone. I'm just a close friend of Minho. Outside, Park hits the young man, saying, teachers are public servants. They just want to stay quiet in their corner until they retire. You should pay attention. He slaps his own face. Then he warns, Park, now we're both guilty, but they'll only consider Minho to be in the wrong. Park continues, you should hurry and snitch on me. He challenges him to show what he can do. Minho walks away, thinking, I trusted a teacher just because there was no one else. He went crazy after being beaten. Then his classmates ask, is the rumor true? The one that you were expelled from a school in Ixin for bullying other students? Minho thinks this is karma. As his last hope, he decides to drop out of school. A few days later at his house, he goes to open the door. Park pushes him and says, it's been a while, Minho. He asks, why are you here? The job is already done. Park replies, no, you're wrong. Park continues, but from time to time, clients come with strange requests. They ask me to hit you once a month. Back to the present. Minho kneels and begs for forgiveness. He is willing to do anything. Would you like me to translate the moment Jun-sung reveals his ultimate plan for Minho's final fate? Jun-sung says, "You've experienced firsthand that malice can take a life." Jun-sung continues, "But I'll give you one last chance out of respect for how far you came to find me. You have to get rid of Park Min-gu." Minho asks, "How can I do that?" Min-ho, clutching his leg, says, "I have no money left, and I have no power." The protagonist replies, "You have your body. You just need to create a mess that the police get involved in." Jun-sung continues, "If you want freedom, you need to prove what you've got." Park sits in the room, commenting, "It's boring now that my toy is gone." He thinks the golden circle is a great deal. He can't believe he earned 6,000 just for beating Minho, plus an extra 1,000 a month. Suddenly an officer of the police enters the room and asks, "Are you Park? You have to come with us quietly. Minho jumped from a building yesterday." The officer continues, "He's still alive, but unconscious." Park asks, "What does that have to do with me?" The detective says, "That's very bold." The detective continues, "Because Young Minho put your name in his will. He didn't want to live because of you." The detective adds, "There were many witnesses who saw you bullying others. There are even security recordings of you invading people's homes." The detective explains, "It was just a quick look, and they were flooded with evidence." Park thinks this is unfair. He didn't do it because he wanted to, but they want him to take the blame for everything. So he says, "I was hired by the Golden Circle." But the detective tells him, "Shut up." He silences the cameras and turns around while Park asks, "What are you doing?" The detective asks, "Don't you understand yet why they gave you so much money? It wasn't for the job. It was so you would take all the blame. If something like this happened, you can go ahead and talk about the Golden Circle, but you have no proof. You can try all you want if you're curious to know your fate. So you should accept the guilt quickly if you want to live." At Yunjia General Hospital, a TV reports that the bullied student jumped from a building. Fortunately, he survived, but the culprit was Park, understood to be under arrest. People comment that people like that can rot in jail. Jun-sung thinks that in the end, Park took the blame. He himself could have ended up like him. So he needs to act calmly to bring down the Golden Circle. He will continue to enjoy his small pleasures while he does. Minho's mother is surprised. When the protagonist enters the room, she tells him, "Get out of here right now." Jun-sung says, "I only want to talk to Minho. I'm not so crazy as to do something in a hospital. I made a promise to the boy that I wouldn't bother him anymore, and I don't know what I'm capable of if this pursuit continues." Minho's mother warns him, "Don't you dare touch a single hair on my son's head. Better keep that in mind, because I'll come in if I hear anything." The protagonist tells her, "Don't worry." He holds Minho's hand, saying he prayed on the way there. He prayed that Minho would be conscious so that this feeling now and the words he's about to say would be remembered by him. "You should have given up like the others. You should have accepted your fate, and seeing a guy like you struggling to survive was entertaining, but I have no intention of keeping that promise. So it's better to continue like this, because if you wake up, we'll meet again in hell I call reality." Later, at the market, the protagonist thinks he chose this path for revenge, but he can't sink into that feeling. Because in this life, he needs to make sure his friends are happy. A girl was scanning some treats at the register. The protagonist thinks he will prepare some eggs for his brother. The girl gets scared seeing the protagonist and runs away. The protagonist immediately identifies her as Oh Hyun-ji. Chong BM comments, "I spent money to investigate, and it's just as I thought. They faked cutting her Achilles tendon." He wonders if he should get rid of the doctor or Hyun-ji, and the protagonist says he has money and power. He wouldn't easily abandon his daughter since he hired the Golden Circle for her. He asks if he knows what Hyun-ji bought. At the market, it was just some snacks. She acted like a patient for months. It must have been stifling. She even wore a hood for fear of being caught. It might not be the first time. And it doesn't matter if she goes out like that from time to time. She can walk on her own, but not in front of others, and that is basically hell on earth. Would you like me to translate the next part to see how Jun-sung plans to use this secret about Hyun-ji to dismantle her father's empire? Time passed, and the end of the second year was approaching. The days were peaceful, but not for Jun-sung. He is fighting Si-woo in an octagon. The protagonist dodges and strikes the blonde's arm. While his fist approaches, his friend's foot does the same. Then they close in for a collision. Until the fight time ends. Si-woo asks, "Aren't you tired, my friend, of being at this for 5 rounds of 5 minutes each?" The protagonist responds that he could handle it, but the teacher calls the 2 boys, saying they were training correctly, and the 2 greet the coach. Duchiol asks, "Jun-sung, remember, when we first met, you asked me to take you to a point where you would have no rival by the winter of your second year." His training was about to end. He needed to clear his schedule for the weekend. They were going to check the results of his training in Seoul. Before that, Duja asks, why would he do this? Duchiol is there to punish his own students. Du Cheol thinks that Do-Hak hasn't changed at all. He's the same trash as him with a disgusting past. Then Do-Hak says, I won't try to debut again. I just want to see how much they've improved. He boasts about having an apprentice like him. Do-Hak thinks this is his chance to humiliate Du Cheol and promote his academy. So he accepts. On the appointed day, Siwoo comments that Seoul is different. Du Cheol tells him, stop acting like a peasant. Siwoo thinks there are many famous faces here, even people from the world of martial arts. Do-Hak planned all this to toy with him. Then Du Cheol tells his students, come here. He explains that they understand why all these spectators were summoned to watch a simple exhibition match. It wasn't because the fight would be difficult, but means that if they finished them in the worst-case scenario, no other student would ever reach their level. At that moment, for the first time, Du Cheol realized that his blood could boil through his students. Coach Do-Hak had prepared a tough fight. The bald fighter thinks, I feel bad hitting a student, but see? Woo's expression was very irritating. The fight begins. The fighter advances, wanting to strike Siwoo's face. But Siwoo kicks him in the calf. The fighter wonders, does he know kickboxing or taekwondo? He was faking a punch to the face. He was even feigning a kick, but he was only going to block the low kick and counterattack. Then his calf is hit again. Siwoo was using a calf kick. It's a calf kick that uses the strike to restrict the opponent's movement. The fighter thinks this guy has a horrible way of fighting. Siwoo gives him another kick. That guy backs off and thinks he's going to kick to take me down because I use boxing, but he's only going to make his kick land lower. Siwoo thinks he's been hit several times already. He has his eyes on my feet. It seems he wants a ground fight now. Siwoo launches a kick at the bald fighter's face. He thinks, I just need to be half a second faster. That blow leaves the bald fighter unconscious with ease. The referee stops the fight. Siwoo thinks Jun Sung must be planning to come to Seoul. I need to show him here and now because his role doesn't end in Daesan. Siwoo tells Do-Hak, Seoul is an open ocean, but this professional didn't even last one round. If this is his level, there's no reason to involve Jun Sung in this. I'll fight the next one. Do-Hak gets angry. He shouts at Siwoo, insolent brat. Didn't you learn manners at your own academy? He's talking too much. Du Cheol should reprimand him. He's babbling after winning by luck. Du Cheol says he's not wrong. That guy didn't even last one round. That's how the professional world works. You have to be ready to deal with it. Then, Du Cheol asks Do-Hak, so what are you going to do? Siwoo is already prepared. Would you like me to translate the next round to see if Do-Hak brings out his real secret weapon to humble Siwoo? Do-Hak thinks Dae-myung only got lucky. Then Do-Hak says, I'll do it myself. If my student ends up crippled, it's not my problem. The bald fighter leaves the octagon. Do-Hak tells him, shut up and go train. Then, Do-Hak tells Dae-myung to go. The young man responds, you know I'm an expert in this style. Do-Hak responds, I trust you. At the start of the fight, Dae-myung begins to circle. He only throws strikes with his lead foot and is very passive. Do-Hak thinks it's as if they know something about him. Dae-myung was just testing the waters to learn Siwoo's range. Then he advances quickly on Siwoo. Du-Cheol thinks. That kick came like a flash from a distance. It barely missed. Dae-myung is good at controlling the distance. Du Cheol wonders what Siwoo will do next as he blocks the strike. The blonde thinks his opponent is strong, but if he gives up here, all his effort will have been in vain. He dodges a blow, thinking he must remember the reason. He went through that hellish training, how they beat him every day, until he notices an opening in the jaw. But Dae-myung feints a wrestling takedown only to throw across. Siwoo stumbles back from the blow, but that only motivates him to attack more. He lunges into the attack. Dae-myung thinks that maybe he won a test of strength. Siwoo thinks his friend used to be cheerful and kind. He wants to know what happened. But no matter how ruthless he becomes, he is still the same person inside. He can't understand why Dae-myung is trying to deal with all the danger alone. It could take lives to understand his emotions, because just as he reached out in hard times, he would help his friend. Siwoo catches Dae-myung in a triangle choke and keeps squeezing. The young man asks him to surrender. The referee stops the fight. Then the blonde says, I beat two professionals even though I'm weaker. This will help Jun Sung's plans. He will be my chess piece. If he says no, I'll do what I want. He wants to know, why are you going so far? You look like someone who has lost everything in life. Do-Hak asks, what the hell were you talking about? You need to prepare for the next fight. Shin Chong-hun still needs to be defeated. People comment that Do-Hak was ruined. A professional had been forced to surrender by a high school student. That coach thinks if this ends here, his reputation will be ruined. People will talk about how Du Cheol is the better fighter and trainer. So he says, Chong-hun must fight once. His student says, I haven't had my debut yet. He was Do-Hak's most talented student. He was thinking of how to make an extravagant debut to become an MMA star. Chong-hun warns, Coach, you owe me one for this. Do. Hak says Du Chiol wants to know how capable his students are, so let the other student fight against Changhan. The coach asks what the protagonist wants to do. Jun Sung thinks that in his past life, there were two people with a future in martial arts. One was Kim Mu-yeol, and the other was Changhan. Among them, Changhan had a flashy debut with a nickname Dynamite and shocked the nation by going to the biggest event. Yun Sung says he accepts it, thinking that Changhan isn't at that level yet, but definitely has talent. Then he says, I'll talk to Siwoo later. At the start of the fight, Du Chiol is surprised by the protagonist, who advances immediately. Shung-hun thinks he's going to his own grave by his own means. If he wants to end this, it will be fast. So he tries a strike, and the protagonist dodges it, hitting Changhan in the stomach. The fighter gets angry after being hit, attempting a strike that the protagonist blocks and counters with a cross. Changhan begins to exchange attacks with Jun Sung several times. Du Xiao Tis. That's not the style of my student that I know. Would you like me to translate the conclusion of this high-stakes match to see if Jun Sung's new style can overcome the future MMA star? Jun Sung says, I can't guarantee how long being calculating will work. Seoul is unexplored, and I'll have to face unfavorable monsters. So enough of this. I must surrender to my instincts because I won't be perfect in Seoul either. Jun Sung continues attacking nonstop. Shung-hun wonders what suddenly happened to him because he was trying to corner him, but he was the one who ended up cornered, about to receive the final attack from the protagonist. Du Chiol thought that as a fighter, Jun Sung was perfect with no one above him, but the scariest thing was that he didn't care about his own safety. He was determined to defeat his opponent no matter the cost. He knocked down Changhan with a hook. The crowd cheered for the defeated fighter. Yun Sung called his coach and said, I was aware of how insignificant the favor I asked was, and I'm sure it wasn't easy, but I reached the level I was looking for, so I'm really grateful that you kept your promise. Du Chiol said that's all I could do for you. Hey, take care. Du Chiol's students completely crushed Du Hak's, surprising the entire national scene. Those who heard about Jun Sung were excited for his debut. And after a simple look at the market value of young Du Chiol students, those who had forgotten and ignored him began to get in touch. But none of that mattered to Du Chiol. He complained that he seemed to have lost his motivation. At first he did it for money, but at some point he realized he liked the life of a teacher. He thought there was a time when he felt inferior to Du Hak, but when he trained those two, those thoughts disappeared. He could use either of them to make money, but he wouldn't find a student who satisfied him more. Until a young man entered the gym and asked, Are you Coach Young, Du Chiol? The sparring match left me very impressed. I don't care what others say. I think you are extremely talented. So I'm asking for your help to train. I want to be a champion. Du Chiol wondered why he reminded him of Jun Sung. He asked, What's your name, kid? He quickly replied, My name is Kim Mu-yeol. A few days later on a park bench, Jun Sung said, I'm sorry, but I can't take Siwoo to Seoul. He knows how dangerous the things I'm going to do are. But I never said it's not necessary. If I need it, he should come to Seoul, because at that moment I want my friend. And I accept all the sincerity he's showing. So until then, I'll leave Daesan in his hands. The next day, in Sung-ho's class, Siwoo said, I have a question for you. Who do you think should lead when Jun Sung leaves? Sung-ho said, It's clear it should be me. The blonde kid never achieved anything. Woo said, That's a problem. It was obvious that when Jun Sung left and Sung-jo graduated, the position would be vacant. Even if you try to take control, the bullies won't cooperate. So he suggested fighting him. Sung-yo said, Power is too sweet. It's too early to overthrow the hierarchy. Siwoo said, I'll learn a lot from Jun Sung. The two started fighting. Outside the classroom, people gossiped. Woo started fighting with Sung-ho and defeated him. But I also heard he's taking down any bully who tries to challenge him. After fighting with Bae, Sung-ho, Siwoo began to organize the hierarchy. First the third years came for him, then the second years, along with the first years who were good fighters. But the result was that they all lost. By the window, an extra said, if someone is at the top, there is always a second place. I'm satisfied being that. His friend said, Jun Sung is the leader. The extra replied, it's not bad to have third place. The hierarchy was decided. Siwoo became the leader of Cheol-il High School. Then the exams ended and time passed. Jun Sung thought, I got a perfect score again, and that's why I prepared. His grades and his existence in Gangnam will be taken seriously. Those two things will be a calamity. He was sure that the golden circle would not stay still. Until a chubby boy entered the room and called the protagonist. A student warns that he has something to say and Jun Sung looks at him coldly. The student begins, I was aware of how shameless it was to ignore you after receiving help. If you want to curse me, I'll understand. After that, everyone isolated me for being selfish. All I did was study, but I didn't find it difficult. In fact, I was very happy back then. Park Min-kyul's gang never bothered me. Would you like me to translate what this student's secret message means for Jun-sung's move to Seoul? I finally felt what it was like to have a normal life. Being without friends for a while wasn't so bad. Besides, now I have friends who understand me, friends who were in the same situation in the past. But from time to time, I find myself thinking about what would happen if I could go back to the time when the review board was open. I probably couldn't do it. After all, I'm just a coward. I was too busy running because your few words, Jun-sung, scared me. But I couldn't keep doing that, not after learning about the transfer. I can't forget, so I want you to know this. We are truly grateful to you because thanks to you, we were able to live. Youngmin's actions became a catalyst. Other students began to approach Jun-sung. Jun-sung thinks, I didn't stop the bullies for the sake of others. He tells them, so you should stop smiling and praising me. I don't deserve it. Don't mistake my selfishness for kindness. You need to let go in one ear and out the other because if my emotions fade, everything could end. But the problem is that it wouldn't end at school. A new boy asks, are you Jun-sung from Cheolail High? The new boy says, I am truly grateful. Without you, I wouldn't even be here. Jun-sung deeply. I only crushed those annoying jerks to prove that I'm stronger than them. But the boy says, it doesn't matter what your reason was. The fact is that escaping that hell was thanks to you. There are many more kids like me in Daesan. After he dominated Daesan, that page became a bulletin board. People interact there, and the bullies who were taken down are recorded. Reading the posts, people want to go to Cheolail High. They want to thank Jun-sung for everything he has done. Thanks to him, everyone can live happily. Thank you for that. The protagonist thinks, more students smile when they see me now. Vivid memories flood his mind, all those trembling and fearful looks that were once directed at him. He realized that hate only breeds more hate. It must be evil. It didn't matter if it was just distorted justice. He thought he had entered something truly immoral, but by throwing out the trash, people became happy. And that isn't bad. It's a judgment of blood instead, something no one wants to take on, but someone has to do it. And gladly. I will take that role, because it might be the reason I can return to the past. Coincidentally, winter break arrived, and after this day, Jun-sung's relationship with Cheolail would end completely. He finished talking with Oh Dae-hwan about the transfer. Then he quickly said goodbye to Yoon-chul. But they had no idea. Anyone Jun-sung sets his sights on will never find comfort. So he thinks, I have no intention of forgiving you just because you helped a little. There's no doubt you'll help other useless people. Sienna suddenly calls the protagonist and asks, do you have a moment? My father wants to meet you. In a dining room, an old man said, Sienna is right about your appearance. We'll talk while they prepare the food. Jun-sung says, I was a classmate of your daughter. So please speak freely. Sun Pil thanks him for that. The protagonist thinks, he is the chairman of the Committee Against School Violence. He lost his son. I'm sure there will be benefits to being here. Sun Pil says, I asked to meet with you after hearing what happened. I tried to eliminate school violence, but it wasn't easy. Knowing how tedious this task is, I couldn't control my happiness. When I heard about it, if my son had had a friend like you, or had spoken without fear about what happened, he wonders if he would still be alive. All of this is meaningless. If I had done my job correctly as his father, nothing would have happened. But I was an incompetent father who didn't understand his son's hints. I didn't know his son had trouble expressing himself. When his grades dropped, I lectured him without asking why. But then his son suddenly talked about changing schools. He thought he was just trying to escape his difficulties. What happened still hurts him deeply. He only wanted a happy family, but didn't understand what he was prioritizing over his son. So he came to Daesan to at least raise his daughter well. In the end, Jun-sung's method was the one that worked. He is the one leading the club that punishes evil. Going to Seoul means he wants to expand it. So I have something I need to say, because no matter what you do in Seoul, I will be on your side. It won't be easy to stand in your way, so please keep that in mind. Because behind you is me and many others. The protagonist stands up. He says, I won't forget today, and thanks him. Outside on the playground, Sienna said she would take the lives of those who hurt her brother. But she did nothing. She didn't have the confidence to do it. Jun-sung replies, it's not your fault. Sienna says, I know, but I have a new dream. After he acquired this power, he didn't face any problems. I saw it with my own eyes. Although that's the unpleasant part of having power. That's why I must get it too. I'm going to become a prosecutor to have the power. And live however I want. So you must do me the favor of not losing. Become my hope, because I will never give up. Would you like me to translate Jun-sung's arrival in Gangnam and his first encounter with the high-ranking members of the Golden Circle? Jun-sung says, I will truly support you. When the holidays began, Jun-sung focused on spending more time with his family. They ate delicious food and appreciated beautiful landscapes. They even went to an amusement park together for the first time. The protagonist would never forget how his grandmother looked like a young girl. She was so happy. But no matter where they went, staying at home was best. Those moments were happy and precious. In fact, what he liked most about returning to the past was that the family's pain disappeared. That made him happier than anything else. Chong Biam informs him, everything is done. I'll see you in a week. The Taeyong Group is the third richest company. They sell everything and have many subsidiaries. It is always among the top 3 companies that graduates look for in their job searches. A young man walks by. People comment that he is handsome and the heir of the Taeyong Group. Jun Hyunmin wishes everyone a good day. The girls wish for a date with him because he rose from the bottom to his current position through his own effort. In any case, he would have become a partner. In the car, he takes off his tie. He asks, what is this situation? The same thing is happening at the school. All the mothers are asking what this means. They would never calm down given that their children are in 12th grade. Even the smallest change in exam rankings is important. They say the boy who ranks first in the mock exams will transfer to this school. You need to explain this. The principal begins to speak, but another woman arrives. She asks, are you going to accept this student? As leader of the Parents Association, she has helped in many problematic situations, not to mention personal issues. That principal knew how much she had invested, but he has no choice. A month ago, a masked young man delivered evidence of all the principal's crimes. This is enough to guarantee criminal punishment. You should be more careful when you drink. It would be very interesting if all of this were made public. The principal asks, what do you want from me? The masked man responds, a student with excellent grades is going to transfer to the institute, and the parents are going to complain a lot. Your life is much more important than those of a few high school students. The principal says, the parents in Gangnam have too much power. I can't do this alone. But the man tells him, don't worry about that. He's going to send someone to help. Sending a message to Chong-ho. The principal wonders when they will arrive. Only 5 minutes have passed, and he needs to gain time. So he says he did his best to stop the transfer, but the student changed addresses. All the documents were correct. Refusing would only cause more trouble. One of the mothers shouts, that's your problem. Our children will be affected because of him. How will you compensate us? The principal responds, this isn't something resolved by shouting. Being emotional will only make things worse. But the mothers say, this is a joke. Yui says, I thought you were a logical man, principal. That was a big mistake on my part. She continues, I will make it public that you accepted bribes. I'll make sure you realize the magnitude of your error. The principal tries to calm her down, but the woman slaps him in the face. She asks, how can I calm down when my son will face a new obstacle in life? She isn't naive. She won't wash her hands of this. The principal keeps trying to calm the situation. Then another mother arrives. She asks, what is all this? Yui turns around, asking, are you Mingu's mother? Lee Miso's life took a total turn when she met June. Soon, her husband's family began to like her more, and her reputation skyrocketed. Around that time, Jun's son called. He said he had a favor to ask. Lee Miso posted the tips he ordered to be spread online. The number of users on the Mothers Sky Cafe increased more than 30 times in 3 weeks. As a result, she gained absolute power as the moderator of the largest mothers forum. She says it's hard to believe, even seeing it with my own eyes. She continues, you've gone too far threatening the principal just over one student with good grades. It doesn't seem acceptable to me, says Yuhi. This matter has to do with your school. Miso responds, in that case, you no longer need the information I shared. The mother says, that's not what I meant. Mingu doesn't even study at this school, so you shouldn't intervene. Lee Miso responds. Would you like me to translate the next part where Lee Miso uses her influence to silence the protesters and pave the way for Jun Sung's arrival? The transfer student is a very good friend of my son. I won't stand by with my arms crossed. She adds, of course, everyone is free to do what they think is best. However, some decisions can be interpreted as hostility. Yui lets out a nervous laugh, so they decide to end it there. They felt a bit uncomfortable. The last mother says, we came this far for him. We'll turn a blind eye for Miso. She informs Jun Sung, that's how I resolved it. The parents won't interfere anymore. She continues, since you take care of Mingu, if you need anything, just call. The protagonist says this was just the beginning. Daesun Mairi High School was the place where the Golden Circle was most active. If he, the highest-ranking academic student, transferred to that school, they wouldn't let it slide. In a school where commissions occur actively, there will be no problem if he is on the target list. His history in Daesan is not useful there. Jun Sung was even more excited. He had finally arrived in the Gangnam he had dreamed of. Time passed as planned, but the world remained just as rotten. An agent informs Hyun Min, the protagonist was already a target before. Your agents failed, and and the job was concluded. After investigating, they discovered it was an absolute failure. Everyone received retaliation. Hyunmin asks, why wasn't I informed of this? His secretary says, Jun Chon-soo and Tae-jun were compromised by Jun-sung. They immediately went after Jun Chon-soo, but he was already gone. He must have realized before fleeing. Judging by this, his reason for staying in the Golden Circle was to leak internal information. Hyunmin asks, is that your conclusion? The secretary kneels, asking for forgiveness, but then he steps on his head. The blonde man asks, why did you take so long to explain that we are sinking in crap? Thinking that if this information leaks, the members of the Golden Circle will panic. This could cause riots that they cannot resolve. He cannot lose control over his members because of these idiots. He has to continue for a long time, but Jun-sung is interesting. He could have graduated from Daesan, but he came to Seoul, so his goal is definitely the Golden Circle. He was approaching them, knowing everything. The police, the judicial system, the press, and the politicians were all kneeling before him. Then he says, 1 month after classes start, deal with Jun-sung whatever the cost. A man on the phone says he will give a briefing on the target. Given how he dealt with the agents, I assume Jun-sung knows about the Golden Circle. He also unified all the schools in Daesan. Although it's not as good as Seoul, it's estimated that his strength is between rank A and S. Jun-sung was able to create all these problems because the principal and teachers supported him. He also had the sponsorship of the CEO of Myeongjin Construction. Additionally, a parent committee tried to block Jun-sung's transfer, but they failed due to the intervention of Lee Mi-so, the wife of Don Cheol. She is currently managing the Mother's Forum. The speaker believes she has a relationship with the protagonist. In short, Jun-sung came to Gangnam with a goal. The speaker asks if anyone in the meeting has any questions. A young man asks, what is his relationship with the vicar Don Cheol? The speaker responds, he won't do anything for Jun-sung. Another boy asks, is politics involved? The speaker denies it for now. Park Hyun-jin, an executive of the Golden Circle, thinks this kid is impressive. They can't leave him alone. After all, there is no failure in the organization's history. He asks, is there anyone useful at the school? The speaker says, there was Choi Myung-jun, rank S+. Hyun-jin responds, there shouldn't be any problems. The speaker says, all the teachers were on his side, and they're going to replace the principal. Then the executive says, I will deal with this personally this time. They must prioritize this over the rest. He asks for support whenever necessary. The superiors want this done within the first month of classes, but they would finish it in the first week. Yoon-sung walks through the school, thinking that time flies. He can't believe classes have already started. There were skyscrapers everywhere, luxury cars, and many people walking around. Near the subway station, flawless in appearance, Daesan Mairi High School proved to be worthy of being in the center of the city. Wealthy enough to live in Gangnam with connections to lead the future of Korea. Passing through that gate will be the first step of his revenge. In the third year, third class, the teacher says, there's a friend I'd like to introduce before we begin. Probably everyone has heard of the one who got the top score on the mock exam. Jong Won-young tells the protagonist to introduce himself. Jun-sung thinks, looks like trouble. Those kids were also seeing him for the first time. They had very hostile looks. He doesn't know if it's because of his grades or if someone told him to do it. Would you like me to translate Jun-sung's first move to establish his dominance in this new, elite environment? He says his name to everyone, thinking he likes the chaos. The teacher begins to speak. The March exams will be the SAT, so you must prepare. Focus on last year's questions. But something catches his attention. He says, the protagonist took first place in the national mock exam and has good looks, so he should show us how to solve this problem. Jun-sung thinks, I don't care about the attention. The problem is that all the teachers, starting with this one, are being cautious. It's as if they're saying, he will make their students' grades drop. His blood almost froze at that thought. It didn't take him long to face reality. A student complains, this is garbage. We should protest against number 1. It's not the school's fault. The problem is the transfer student. A student asks, the one who came to our grade-dependent school and caused this problem is pure selfishness. Then he says we saw it before. When the teacher asked him to solve the problem, he stood up excitedly. His confidence is on another level. Jun-sung thinks they're low class. They can't just do whatever they want. But he slams the table, asking, Jun-sung, are your ears plugged? Do you want to know what the hell you're thinking by transferring to this school? Jun-sung asks, am I obligated to answer you? The guy gets annoyed and says, everyone is upset because of you. Then he says, if you're going to act like that, fine. You'll get what you deserve. Then he hits himself in the face. Jun-sung asks, what are you doing? The student responds, I was just annoying you. Then he drops to his knees, shouting, the new kid is hitting me. He pleads for help while Jun-sung watches the scene with contempt. In the teacher's lounge, one GI says, He hit your friend, so he would shut up and he could study. Jun-sung responds, I didn't do that. The teacher tells him, explain about his face. Then Jun-sung repeats, I didn't do anything. Won-ji calls the witnesses and asks, did Jun-sung hit Dong-soo? His friends respond, Jun-sung started the fight and hit him unilaterally. We've heard a lot about him. He was a lunatic at his old school. Yun-sung wonders, are they from a golden circle, or do they just want to get rid of me? Whatever the reason, he has fallen into a trap on his first day. This hasn't even truly begun yet. It shows that the golden circle already discovered his existence, the truth he's been hiding, and his intentions in coming to Seoul. There's no way to know the inner workings of the golden circle because Jun Chan-soo isn't here right now. So this is war. He warns them, Dong-soo's friends are not good witnesses. If I am guilty, I will accept it. But the teacher says the student's face is enough evidence, but this brat keeps lying. Then he asks, who are you calling? Jun-sung says, I'm calling the police. Someone is attempting school violence at Daesun Myri High School. They need to come fast. The teacher asks, what are you doing? Jun-sung says, I need to clarify the facts to resolve the problem properly. And there was the evidence he was looking for. He pulls out a pen. He is someone very prudent and quite convincing. A detective says, a student was threatening to hit himself. What a disgusting world. He asks, what the hell were you thinking, Dong-soo? The boy responds, I was frustrated when I heard the top student was transferring. Then the detective says, the teacher is also wrong for not listening to all the students' versions. Won-ji says, I lost my mind. That detective continues. Jun-sung must feel terrible about this. It was his first day. A woman says grades are not important. Gangnam is the kind of place where everything happens because of marks, so I'm sure. None of them had bad intentions. She continues, older students act according to what they feel, and the teacher trusted the student he already knows. The detective says the report has not yet been filed. Yoon-ji responds, we must punish this student, but many things are happening right now. Normally we don't accept transfers, but the principal insisted, and we are busy with internal hearings. So the detective should understand and not be severe with the youth. We will make sure to take strong enough disciplinary measures so that the oppressors reflect. The detective says if you're willing to do that, Jun-sung should receive a sincere apology and let it go. Jun-sung thinks this was a well-rehearsed act. They were calming each other down. It's a very familiar déjà vu of the victim's helplessness. As expected, from the student to the teachers and the police, the Gangnam cartel is certainly different from Daesan. It is very clear that this is a reminder of the Golden Circle's main base. He says it's quite strange. He never said he would forgive anyone. However, the police officer was speaking for him, and the vice principal was negotiating a compromise with the police. It's written in their eyes. If he doesn't accept the proposal, he'll be a fool for trying to sabotage something that should be kept secret. Won-ji says, I gave the suggestion so you wouldn't look bad. The detective adds, you still have a full school year ahead of you. However, the protagonist thanks them for their concern. However, as you know, he is a minor. This matter must be discussed between adults. A tall man enters the room. He introduces himself as Kim Jun-sung's lawyer, Park Jong-soo. Lee Mi-so was not in their plans. Her greatest power is having the deputy chief prosecutor as her husband. Her plan would be even better if she had him on her side. But his research shows that he is not that kind of person, although he does anything for justice and social justice. His ability and track record are extraordinary. Basically, he is untouchable in his field of work. Jun-sung thinks that approaching someone like that the wrong way would be a disaster, but this was good. So he needs someone on his side who works with laws. Finding a competent lawyer is important. Lee Mi-so answers the call. She says, I was listening to the teacher. Back to the present, Jong-soo says, I understood the overall situation. This is an incident where the parties involved must be prosecuted. There was assault and even a cover-up. I can't even understand it. The teacher says it's a misunderstanding, but the lawyer responds, I'm not talking to you right now. It would have been better if the school had responded appropriately, but they would only treat the culprit with the excuse of caring for the students. Won-ji asks, isn't the treatment too severe? They're all very young. Yongsho responds, I am not the one who judges that. The court does. Dong-soo falls to his knees, shouting, it will never happen again. You must forgive me this time. But the lawyer says, mistakes are when situations occur without intent. Actions done with malice are described as crimes in court. So he wants to know what the vice principal will do. They all look at each other and say, we will deal with this matter as you wish. At first, the lawyer thought it was an outrageous offer. He would accompany him for the next year and receive $10,000 each time he acted. All this to resolve the situation without a legitimate trial. If it went to trial, compensation would be another story, and only if the client is a victim. He resigned as a prosecutor for the sake of justice. As a defense lawyer, he saw many dirty situations, but Jun Sung's case was very attractive. However, this is a strange case. He has to be close to him from day one. So he asks, "Who the hell are you?" Yun Sung says, "You're not welcome here." That's all I can say. At the window, Kim Hyun-jin says, "I was asked to take care of this case. I need to make sure everything happens perfectly, but putting this case aside, no one would think Jun Sung had a recording. We must be more careful from now on. We don't always receive such a short deadline from our superiors. If we don't meet this deadline, we can accept that it's our end. We need to walk carefully from now on." Just as we did. Hyun-jin responds, "We'll do it the old-fashioned way." Yun Sung thinks that hiring a lawyer was worth it. The school suspended Dong-soo and his friends. The protagonist went from being someone people were suspicious of to someone they wanted to avoid. Regardless of the Golden Circle's intentions, Jun Sung naturally isolated himself. He never expected life in Seoul to be easy this way. It's even better. This overreaction only makes it clear that he affected the entire school. Someone passes by and says this lunatic was too conscious about coming to the cafeteria during lunch. Then they ask, "Does it taste good?" They take food from his plate. He asks to try a bit. Jun Sung thinks he's finally here. It's Choi Myung-hun. He asks if that's the recorder. He doesn't care. He goes straight to the point. You won't be treated like a person, but it's all thanks to your bad behavior. If you do something out of pure frustration, your teachers will cruelly discard you. Your proud record from Daesan won't mean anything. But he says this because something interesting will happen thanks to him. If you get angry or frustrated, come for me. I'll give you a beating. Welcome to the madness of Daesan. Would you like me to translate the first physical confrontation between Jun Sung and Choi Myung-hun to see who really rules the halls of Daesan Myri? Myri High School. A friend asked Myung-jun, "Why did you let him go with just a warning instead of finishing him?" The teachers are supporting him too. Myung-hun says, "After reading the information the Golden Circle gave, I know that bastard isn't normal. He faced an entire school alone, destroyed everyone, and left them in that state, or sent them to juvenile hall, or left them as vegetables. And one of them was from the Golden Circle. That guy's crazy. He thinks that's why the Golden Circle is paying $100 million. If I do my job perfectly, I might even get a bonus. I can't treat that damn guy like an idiot. He doesn't give up easily, so we must show him that unlike Daesan, Seoul is hell on earth. He needs to understand what that means." In a classroom, Jun Sung thinks the deadline given by the Golden Circle will probably end with the first semester exams. The commissioners will handle it. The Golden Circle won't stay quiet even with a recorder. A piece of an eraser is thrown at his desk. He thinks, "I predicted something like this." Even so, they were acting more childishly than he expected. This is also a kind of test. He wonders how long he can endure this. How long until it becomes an ideal situation for the Golden Circle and explodes. They know how crazy he is. However, they're acting like this. He even prepared for this particular lifestyle. Even if he destroys Myung-jun, someone else will replace him. What he needs is a clear example that the school system can't do anything to him. He'd rather become a thorn in their side. He asks the boy, "Are you having fun?" The boy looks surprised. Jun Sung repeats the question. He turns off the recorder built into his pen. Jun Sung slams the student's head against the desk. The student asks, "Why are you hitting me?" Jun Sung thinks this isn't right. The student says, "This is school violence." "You hit me first," he says. Jun Sung says, "I know." Unlike Dong-soo's case, he fell for their provocation on purpose because the two situations are different. He was just doing what he needed to keep his plans moving. Then he tells everyone to look. All of you are witnesses to this. He starts hitting the student's face like a maniac. In the teacher's lounge, they ask Junho to explain what happened. Junho says, "I got angry because Dong-soo ended up like that because of Jun Sung, so I was throwing erasers at him just as a joke. But this was already an exaggeration." The teacher says, "You were hit unilaterally." Hyun-jin says, "The action taken against Dong-soo was fair, and I'm glad you recognize your mistakes." However, Kim Jun-sung using violence against a classmate over a joke makes him just as bad. If he thinks he's innocent, he should show that incredible recording. But Yun-sung confesses he hit him, and I don't think this should be resolved that way. He will be punished if necessary, so he waits for them to make a fair decision. The teacher says, it's strange that he's complying with the suspension. He's a meticulous guy. The guy who prepared a recorder is. Sure, there's a plan to calm the council, and he's quite obedient. This is Gangnam, beyond the Golden Circle. This place is not influenced by background or external support. There's no chance it will work here. He's just winging it now. Everyone must stay calm because he no longer attends this school. Limi so takes some snacks to her son and opens the door happily. She asks, "How are your studies, dear?" But Min-gu responds, "Something bad happened. Mr. Jun-sung said he can't teach me anymore for 7 days." until the council opens. Miso tells other parents that her tutor seemed to have trouble after unilaterally hitting a student. She says, "We must unite in this case to support and ensure he isn't treated unfairly by external influences. If we show our sincerity, maybe he will continue with the private lessons." Lee Miso talks to her husband. She says she talked to other members and wants her husband to help a little. Dong Cheol responds, "I don't receive taxpayer money or a certain amount of power to use for my personal agenda." His wife looks discouraged. The man says, "It's not your fault if Min-gu doesn't get into Korea University. He was very distant until now." He wipes his wife's tears, saying he would teach his son separately. "I can't help as a prosecutor, but I can as a husband. There are 5 days left until the council opens. Would you like me to translate the council's decision to see if the influence of the Gangnam mothers can save Jun Sung from expulsion?" The lawyer shouts, "This is different from the proposal. I cannot represent you at the council. If you want to buy someone with money, you should cancel the contract and find another prosecutor right now. There's plenty of trash that would salivate over these conditions." Then he gets irritated, sits on the sofa, and says, "To be honest, I didn't even sleep after that." He wants to know what happened and who is supporting him. Innocent students and teachers want to see him as a villain. He sincerely wants help, but won't say it. He believes he just wants to know the true intentions. Jun Sung says, "The conditions haven't changed. I'll cancel the contract without any fee if you want, but the die is cast." He asks, "Do you want to hear what I have to say?" He wants his opponent to lose his life, which means he has no intention of just standing there on the day of the council opening. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the place. Hyunjin says, "Everyone seems to be present." In this case, the council will begin the discussion regarding Kim Jun-sung's school violence. A few days earlier, a radio sounds, saying that the teachers would cruelly tear him apart. The protagonist says, "It is the weakness of the Golden Circle." Yun-sung's explanation was enough to leave Jong-soo speechless. He was the only target the Golden Circle couldn't get rid of. Jong-soo couldn't respond immediately. Challenging the Golden Circle was truly bad. When he accepted requests from victims in the past, they were expressions of fear. But now he met another victim of the circle. He says he was wondering if he had made the right decision in stopping being a prosecutor. It was against the corruption of veterans, and he was marginalized. His wife left him for that. He wondered what the right decision was if he wanted to be a good father and husband, and if he set aside his conviction, everything would have been in vain. So he seeks justice and admits he did nothing wrong. He gave his best to survive. The protagonist says, "To this council, please do not go." Then the teacher says the incident occurred because Jong-ho acted immaturely and Jun-sung responded with violence, but he went too far. Due to this incident, he suffered permanent damage. This surprises everyone. According to the diagnosis, Yu Jong-ho lost 3 teeth. Not only does he have physical consequences, but he also needs therapy. This is a statement from the high school parents, saying clearly that Jun-sung must be punished. The tendency to commit violence is circumstantial evidence. It points to other violent tendencies. Therefore, we request severe disciplinary action. Lee Miso thinks, "I can't even try to help him." Hyunjin thinks, "Things are going exactly as I want." But Jun-sung remained calm. The lawyer from before was not here, and being so quiet is strange. It's worrying. The diagnosis, the statement, the lawyer, this was perfectly planned. They ask, "What do you have to say in your defense?" Jun-sung admits, "I hit Yu Jong-ho, but I don't believe he has permanent damage." The detective asks if he's saying the diagnosis is incorrect. Jun-sung confirms with 2 suspicions. He wants to know if his teeth really fell out. Jong-ho didn't show that during the incident. Secondly, there was a moment when the school suspected him. This was because of Dong-soo's false accusations. He would have been punished unfairly right after transferring. Therefore, Jun-sung will never trust the results of this incident. The school takes abusive actions without investigating, and Jong-ho made a false report. The detective says, "This is too much speculation." The teacher says Jun-sung should feel remorse for his actions. Hyunjin thinks his intention is to admit only the assault. He's still nothing but trash. Then she says he clearly showed violence and hasn't reflected on his actions. This is considering the multiple incidents, and then she says, "Student Kim Jun-sung is expelled." Elsewhere, an executive thanks the principal for her actions. She expelled Jun-sung despite the risks. He says he will give her a reward for the result. Now she is more than capable of handling this as principal. The woman says, "That's good news. Thanks to that idiot director, everything is going well." The power of being principal with the support of the Golden Circle. Life was beautiful. The next day, she enters the classroom. She asks, "Where's that bastard?" "My words mean nothing. He was expelled, but he's still in the classroom." Yun-sung responds, "I have no reason to follow that decision." The principal says a simple student cannot refuse so blatantly. Yoon-sung says, take the document. Discuss the details with my lawyer. I need to prepare for class. The woman gets irritated. She asks, what the hell is this? Yongsho says that the result of yesterday's counsel has many areas of controversy. They have requested a stay of execution, just to clarify. If the stay is accepted, no matter what they do, his client doesn't have to listen. Even if it's a forced expulsion, to carry this case forward, I will use everything at my disposal. After this, his client will have graduated. If that happens, those bastards who contacted the Golden Circle will be in a panic. 1GI. Would you like me to translate Jun-sung's next move against the school administration now that he's successfully stalled his expulsion? He thinks suspending disciplinary actions is ridiculous. Instead of talking trash, you should have prayed they wouldn't discover your plan. Jong-soo says, it doesn't matter how much money you use in court, you cannot give your own verdicts. If a precedent exists and a nonsensical verdict is made, it could result in the judge being fired. Here is the evidence. It shows how frequently the Golden Circle used this method to suspend disciplinary actions. He places the paperwork on the table. He asks what this means because if you want to deny the suspension, you will have to ignore all the Golden Circle incidents. In Jun-sung's past life, there was a case. A student bully was accused of making another student try to end their own life. A newspaper article stated that measures were taken but were suspended due to the request for a stay. So the student continued attending classes. Jun-sung reconciled with Jong-soo and learned about the strategy the Golden Circle used. Jun-sung says they will continue doing this. I'll make sure they can't touch me anymore. I'll use their own dirty method. Back to the present. Jong-soo asks, do you know the common factor among everyone here? They were all clients of the Golden Circle. All these cases had requests for suspension, and yet they graduated without problems. If the Golden Circle creates problems for my client, I will use all precedents in court. This will ensure the actions he is entitled to are taken. Hyunjin says, he's crazy. They'll get rid of him. Sacrificing a judge means nothing. How dare you challenge us with nothing? You won't be able to touch our client. Jong-soo says this is the perfect moment. I know everyone is terrified of revealing their identities. If you want to turn this situation into total chaos, you should look outside. We prepared a gift for him. Sunpil is shouting and introducing himself. Sunpil yells, anyone can be a victim of school violence, and that includes your children. There are clear signs when this happens. You must not ignore such indications so your little ones don't lose their lives. He shouts, don't live with the regret of losing your children like I did. Don't make the same mistake. Jong-soo says, money and power are two things everyone wants, but they can't convince that organization. The executive summarizes, if you mess with him, he will expose the Golden Circle to the world. There is nothing more you can do at this school. Hyunjin says he is turning this into something big to erase everything that hasn't been exposed. The executive agrees. But since it has reached this point, they must get rid of him. So the teachers must not do anything tomorrow. On another note, Jun. Seo no fue la única víctima del Círculo Dorado en Daesun Miraigmyang. Jun was hitting a boy named Jae-wook. He had told him, you have to leave school or transfer if you want to live. The boy says, I'm very sorry, but Myung-jun responds, that's a lie. You think you can relax this year because you're in your final year, but I know you're a rat who hid for a year. It's been a while since I've seen someone like you, says Myung-jun. Even if I feel bad, it will be faster if you leave this school than if you graduate. He holds Jae-wook's finger. The boy moans in pain as his finger breaks. Myung-jun orders, stop crying. A few days after, Jae-wook took first place in the first semester exams of his first year. Myung-jun appealed. Even if it were just for his parents who moved to Gangnam with hopes for their son, he planned. To indulmun is bullying. But it was too much unbearable pain for a human being. Due to the recent rumor, Jae-wook fell into deeper despair. But because Jun-sung took revenge, he had to face the council. He thought it was impossible to face Myung-hun until he heard a rumor that Jun-sung still attends classes after being expelled. Apparently, he can continue attending until the court verdict is delivered after filing an appeal, and by then he will have graduated. Jae-wook thinks, if senior Jun-sung can stop Myung-hun, there is hope for me too. So he introduces himself to the protagonist and says, I have something to tell you. I'm not sure yet, but that idiot Myung-hun was provoking us on purpose. And they're also bullying me like you. Jun-sung asks, why are you saying this? Jae-wook says, I hope you overcome the bullying. Then water hits the protagonist's head. The boy asks, sir, are you okay? But the protagonist responds, you're right. Myung-jun is bullying us both on purpose. So don't do anything from now on because you know nothing. A friend comments. The protagonist really wants to move up. Myung-jun says, that idiot thinks we're fools. So let everyone know that the plan has already begun. Would you like me to translate the next scene to see how Jun-sung handles Myung-jun's trap? The protagonist goes down the stairs. More Golden Circle members approach him. They ask, "Are you Mr. Jun-sung?" But the protagonist punches one in the face before he can finish the sentence. The protagonist says, "You bastards better come at me now." Their commander orders, "Don't be afraid of him," and they all advance together. Yun-sung kicks one in the stomach, thinking that he knew about Jae-wook from Chansu's information. Then he dodges another blow and makes the enemy trip. Because all he did was simply be a great student, that guy starts falling down the stairs. Another advances toward the protagonist, just like back then. Jae-wook approached him, desperate for help. If he can go down these stairs safely again, they will finally be able to have peace once more. As he knocks another opponent down the stairs, their commander says, "This is crazy. All of his subordinates are covered in blood." Yun-sung grabs one of them by the hair and asks him, "What are you doing standing there? This is just beginning." Back at school, Jae-wook wonders if the protagonist will be okay. He is sure that Jun-sung went to where Myung-hun is. Students rush toward the stairs, commenting, "There's a fight." All the kids in school who know how to fight are going after Jun-sung. Jae-wook thinks this is a group beating, a trap set by Myung-jun. Jae-wook wonders what to do now. He needs to help the senior. He opens the door to the teacher's lounge and says, "Something bad has happened. They are beating Mr. Jun-sung in the building next door." But the teacher tells him to leave, repeating the order, "Don't get in my way." The teachers are in an important meeting right now. If you understand, get out of here. Jae-wook wonders how they can just stand by, allowing this to happen to the senior student. But he will report it to the police, taking out his phone. Calling the police, he says, "This is Daesun Myri High School. There's a large group fight." But the officer says, "Unfortunately, we would like to send officers immediately, but there's a case involving 3 cars and a drunk driver. We need to resolve that first, then we can send officers." Jae-wook thinks that the teachers being in a sudden meeting is too much of a coincidence. The boy couldn't understand. Last night, the executive warned Myung-jun, "Daesun will become a lawless land tomorrow. You must exterminate the target. There will be no interference, witnesses, or evidence." This is how far the Golden Circle can go. Jae-wook wonders if he should turn a blind eye. The senior is his salvation, but this is none of his business. Still, he is truly worried about him. Jun-sung is the first person who is on his side, so he can't just stand there like a loser. He breaks a broom and holds the handle. This was his problem too. While going up the stairs, he hears a scream and opens the door in surprise. One of the Golden Circle members was physically fighting with the protagonist, but Yun-sung was holding a bloody knife, breaking into a cold sweat. In January of this year, before going to Seoul, the protagonist was training. As time was running out, he threw one last punch at the punching bag. Siwoo approaches, saying, "You'll end up dead at this rate. You've already proven enough." Yun-sung responds, "The Golden Circle is irrational. I don't know what kind of sick acts they will commit. I need to prepare for all scenarios." Going up the stairs, the protagonist thinks, "It seems I was right." He hits another guy while his colleagues say, "He's crazy for taking everyone on at once." The protagonist says, "From the teachers to the police, no one will intervene, so you can do whatever you want. It's all a mess. But the good thing is that whatever happens here, you'll still have to pretend nothing happened." On the rooftop, noise starts to appear. The protagonist kicks the door. Would you like me to translate the final showdown on the rooftop between Jun-sung and the top-tier Golden Circle enforcers? Holding one of Myung-jun's subordinates in his hands, Myung-jun applauds, saying he came here on his own. Myung-jun thought it was incredible. He knew Jun-sung was a psychopath, so he prepared a suitable story. Jun-sung had gone completely crazy, fought with them, and accidentally tripped over his own feet. The police would investigate later, but they would say he was the aggressor. The result was obvious. He would be considered both aggressor and victim, and ambiguous. Ending. Myung-jun asked, "Isn't it perfect?" Yun-sung agreed. He said, "Either way, someone would lose their life." Both men lunged at each other with smiles on their faces. In the principal's office, the teacher asked, "Is it really okay if we do this?" Hyunjin responded, "There's no other way. We're in the Golden Circle's boat now. They even have members in the police, courts, and politics. They can handle anything that happens." The teacher asked, "What if it goes wrong?" The principal said, "Myung-hun isn't the only S rank in this school. You should think of an excuse for the cleanup." Yun-sung took a hit and stepped back, staggering, thinking, "This guy hit me again. I could have dodged it, but my reaction speed is slowing down." He was exhausted, but that didn't change anything. This fight was unfair from the start. He was in trouble and wasn't winning. However, even if Myung-jun was an S rank from the Golden Circle, he was nothing compared to the coach. Jun-sung took Myung-jun's blow to the forehead. Myung-jun complained, my hand hurts. Another blow from Jun-sung was coming. Jun-sung landed sideways, then began hitting. Myung-jun is koa repeatedly. On the last attack, Myung-jun managed to dodge and threw an uppercut, sending Jun-sung into the air. Myung-jun thought this bastard wasn't holding back his punches at all. But still, it's nothing compared to me. He was at his limit. Nothing more could be done. Hyun-jun remained standing even after that hit. He said, that hurt, but I can still take it. They would continue because they needed to see who would lose their life first. Myung-jun wondered if this was even possible. He was sure he had pushed Jun-sung. However, he kept fighting with such strength. He defended a kick, asking himself, this bastard never falls. Is he really going to lose here? Then he screamed in fear, catching the attention of his subordinates. One of them rushed forward, pulling something from his jacket. Yun-sung noticed a strange movement behind him and was struck by a knife. He barely managed to stay up, and Jae-wook shouted, Senior. Myung-jun asked, why didn't you help before? He wondered how many times the subordinate had already avoided punishment. The guys who were ready to go to jail were very reliable, but the guy with the knife yelled at Myung-jun, hurry up and finish him. This guy's a true psychopath, Jun-sung said. He must be the trash that became S-rank after doing all those cruel things. That S-rank thought this guy was almost hit by a knife, but he's not even shaking. He's someone I should leave alone. Jun-sung gave him a knee to the head. Then, ready for combat once more, he asked, is that all you've got? The fact that you ended up like this is the fault of adults, including the teachers. When they neglect children, it destroys them. The teacher asks, what's that on the stairs? What are you doing? Jun-sung says, you should know by now. These guys ordered my life to be taken, and this is the result. Judging by their condition, I don't think the infirmary will help. You should call an ambulance immediately. And this isn't something the school can handle, so you should call the police too. Jae-wook asks, are you okay, sir? But then notices you entered a room that isn't yours. The protagonist says, as if sending dozens of people wasn't enough, they even use knives. But the police don't want to show up. The ambulances turned off their sirens. They're taking these people away in secret. The protagonist asks, what do you think is the reason for all this? The boy asks, why should I know? The protagonist says, it's because of the golden circle. You went there and made the request. Grabbing the boy by the shirt, the protagonist asks, isn't that right? On the terrace, Hyunji says, everyone listen. We need to report this incident as a simple student fight. The use of the knife must be ignored. The teacher asks, can we really do that? But the principal says, if we leave things as they are, we're in trouble. They turned the school into a lawless land just to deal with Jun-sung, but he took this opportunity to turn everything around. There is evidence all over the school. We cannot manipulate the statements of countless witnesses. Jun-sung will simply use his lawyer or some private organization. If things go bad, we will all be held responsible. The teacher says, I'm sorry. Hyunji responds, keep it in mind. As planned, we were in an important meeting, which is why we were late to act. She thinks, I'm sure I took care of everything, but a growing sense of unease still persisted. Suddenly she remembers what she forgot. She tells the teacher, go down immediately. She shouts, go after Myung-soo-chan. The protagonist says, he had exceptional grades. He could go to any university he wanted. Why would he hit a guy like him? Myung-soo-chan didn't like Jae-wook, who wasn't from Gangnam and didn't have private lessons, yet was always in first place. So he turned to a rather interesting method, the Golden Circle. It's an organization dedicated to collecting money for beating students until they give up. That's how his grades started to drop. Thus began the paradox of bullying. Jae-wook asks, what connection does all this have? Jae-wook says, so using that logic, someone commissioned this group to hit me? The protagonist responds, there must be skeptical students, right? I'll show you the proof. It's been less than 5 minutes since I got here. He wonders what the teachers will do now. They didn't lift a finger when he was fighting Myung-jun, but now he has hit Myung-soo-chan. The teacher opens the door right after. He tells the protagonist, stop right now. But the atmosphere in the room was quite strange. In moments like this, he needed to be firm. Then he approaches, asking, why are you looking for a fight with an innocent student? Jae-wook intercedes. The teacher ignores Jae-wook. So he shouts once more, I told you to leave when we were in a meeting. Now you come here to ask us to stop? The protagonist says, he ignored Mr. Jun-sung, but came running. Just because that guy got hit a little bit. The protagonist says, just like I told you, they were paid by the Golden Circle. The teacher says, I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. You need to calm down, and we can talk later. Later, the executive asks, did we fail? The principal asks, do you know how bad the situation was? Fortunately, we were able to prevent things from escalating, so you should handle the cleanup. The executive thinks, she just tried to rid herself of all guilt, but I need to clean up this mess first. This means we can't deal with this using only high school students. What should I do? The simplest thing would be to deal with him in secret outside of school, but I can't. Golden Circle commissions must mandatory be carried out within the school. This situation is treated lightly by adults, and that is exactly why this unusual organization has remained for decades. This case is unprecedented in the history of the Golden Circle. I am completely speechless. I'll be busy from now on. Then he receives a call. Myung Hyunsuk was making a call. The executive wonders why he is calling. A short time ago at the school, he asks, Jun Sung hit my son. Now his whole life is over. I am an executive of Gummin Enterprise. I will use all my connections to bring him down. The protagonist says, if I am punished, I plan to come here with a private organization. I need to expose the truth. Hyunsuk was an executive of a large corporation, so he commissioned the circle. Golden to bully the top-ranked student for the sake of his son. He knows the positions have been unstable. The timing of his son's corruption couldn't be better. The teacher thinks, this bastard isn't a VIP, he's a client. The situation is worse than I thought. Jun Sung says, do you think no one knew? The Golden Circle guarantees anonymity, but do you really think you could keep this a secret? So let's stop wasting each other's time. The person who should be responsible for this situation is not me. It's the Golden Circle, who allowed the identities to be revealed. Myung Hyunsuk shouts, my son's face is covered in wounds. He was even threatened. You must fix this, but I can no longer trust you. I'm going to inform the members of the Golden Line about this to file a complaint. He then informed all his friends who cut contact with the Golden Circle. The executive trembles with fear. He lights a cigarette but then throws it away, thinking, I need to get rid of Jun Sung no matter the cost. At this rate, I'll end up becoming the scapegoat. I can't think of anything. He wonders, who is this bastard? We need to get out of here. In a restaurant, a waitress passes by with a card. Proxy offers a drink to the executive. The executive thinks, this is the person who manages the boss's wishes. Would you like me to translate the executive's meeting with the true mastermind behind the Golden Circle? That man says, you must know why I'm here. I understand the client's identity was exposed. The trader named Chan Su is the culprit. The problem is that this isn't the first time this has happened. Even in regional areas, he has messed with our clients right in the middle of Gangnam. Things are a complete mess. This is the first time a member's name has been revealed. The executive says, our trust will be broken. Proxy continues. This means the existence of the Golden Circle will end. The executive pleads. Give me a chance. I'll handle this no matter the cost. If you turn a failure into a success, you could build more trust within a relationship. So you must show this to the members. Jun Sung can be destroyed, and anyone involved with him will pay the price. If this is fulfilled, you'll be able to secure a meeting with the boss. The executive drinks the soju poured into his hands and says, don't worry, I will succeed. Jun Sung thinks I gained absolutely nothing from this, but the same goes for the Golden Circle. I'm still a thorn in their side. They will keep trying to get rid of me openly. To achieve this, they will mobilize helpers, manpower, and spend precious funds until they expose a weak point. That will be my chance. I can still act as bait. Two important things are approaching. First, the end of the first semester, which would make them give their all to get rid of me. The waitress passes by with her card. The executive holds the ice and answers the phone. He cleans the burns and says, contact anyone available from now on. We'll do a cleanup in Daesan. That's the second important thing outside the school. In Daesan, an agent says, I came here for that lunatic. I came here for that lunatic. But he messed with the wrong person. No matter what he tries to do, he won't protect his people. Just then, a police officer knocks on the door and asks, excuse me, sir. I wonder why you've been stopped here in front for so long. The man responds, I'm leaving now. I was just taking a call. I thought the parking lots here were more restricted than in Seoul. That police officer tells him to wait and asks to see his ID. I receive a report about someone targeting students in this area. Just as a precaution, I'm patrolling during school entry and exit hours. I'm not saying you're guilty. It's just standard procedure. The guy hands over his ID, and the police officer thanks him. Your name is Young Ki. Oh, and you're from Seoul on business. You must be busy. But just as a precaution, you must be careful while you're in Daesan. The police plan to take strict measures to prevent any trouble. That man thinks, this bastard must already know why I'm here. The first day has already been terrible. The police officer must have noticed it. An old man named Kim Hyunjin lives here. I must familiarize myself with the area first. I can't let the first day be wasted. Kiho lights a cigarette and thinks, I feel better now. I should have ripped that police officer's eyes out. But Siwoo appears and asks, are you smoking? Kiho asks, is there a problem? Siwoo says, smoking is prohibited here. His other colleague responds, if you don't stop smoking, we'll have to detain you. Kiho asks, who do you think you are? But Siwoo puts out the cigarette and says, this is the youth council. You should smoke in the designated area. That Golden Circle member complains. I was already pissed off. They're just kids. He hits Siwoo. The guy dodges with the greatest ease and hits the head of Kiho with a kick. Then he says, you should listen when someone speaks to you. Siwoo says if you're planning any crap, you'll definitely see us every time you do. They start hitting him while a security camera films. Kiho screams, you bastards. The police officer calls them over. The guy asks, was it wrong to smoke in an alley? Should it be resolved with violence? Besides, you should check the camera recordings to see what happened. Kiho thinks they're screwed. They should bring an expensive lawyer because they can't just do whatever they feel like. But the police officer calls the young man Mr. Kiho. Kiho is surprised to hear his name. That officer continues, you were at the gate of the Science High School and at the Anshan apartments where Kim Hyunjin studies and lives. And that camera doesn't work. Furthermore, the reason the student stopped you was because you were trying to invade someone's home. This is evidence that you're trespassing. The youth council will act as witnesses, so you should get a very, very expensive lawyer. Kiho screams, you bastards. The police cannot falsify evidence like that. Would you like me to translate the next part where the Golden Circle's plan to target Jun Sung's family in Daesan completely backfires? But the officer says, yes, we can. You should have understood just by reading the situation. You should come with me quietly unless you want to add obstruction of justice to the charges later. He calls Chong Byum and says the appropriate measures were taken. The superiors took the bait. The director thanks him. If anyone has problems, the Myung-Jin Construction Company will take responsibility. No matter what happens, I won't forget your kindness. Chong Byum thinks this world is truly crazy. I thought he was exaggerating, but this trash tried to mess with Jun Sung's family. This means they all came here to get rid of him. Compared to these guys, I am nothing. But they won't be able to do whatever they feel like in Daesan. We will go to the next step. He orders the workers to get ready. Kiho thanks someone over the phone. I was able to get out quickly, but the caller asks, is Daesan prepared yet? The executive completes the thought. They won't gain anything by messing with him. It's not like he's the boss of this place. But the fact that Chong Byum won the air battle is a major factor. The Hicks always stick together. Those who have a lot are afraid of losing, so you must get rid of Chong Byum. Since there are plans for him, Kiho must remain available. And the young man asks, why not go after them both at the same time, just like the Golden Circle always does? The executive nods. Kiho gets excited and says, Jun Sung messed with the wrong person. He thought he would be able to manipulate the minds of inexperienced and immature minors, but no one in Daesan can mess with Hyunjin. He says he is the one who goes after the kids in Daesan. If he keeps this up, he's going to get screwed. So he needs to get out of here. His stubbornness for revenge ended even before it began. A few days later, several officials enter and introduce themselves as the tax authority. They must stop what they're doing and pack everything up. They disconnect computers and put them into storage boxes. Chong Byum says, your tax authority is truly incredible. They emptied an entire company in just one day. That official tells him to correct what he said. It's just the corrupt construction company, thinking that Chong Byum doesn't know what a tax investigation means. After a few minutes, they finish their work and leave the place. The president asks, did everything go well? Chong Byum confirms. Yes, they took everything they wanted. Then Myung-Jin asks, was my son confident? 2 months ago, he had been irritated to discover a statement where Chong Byum used the construction company's name under various disguises. Myung-Jin tells him, Jun Sung's mess if you want to be president. But Chong Byum says, I can't do that. Chong Byum himself had said that people need to be treated well. And that's why he defeated Chong Suk. Jun Sung and he made a deal, so even if the construction company faces problems, Chong Byum wouldn't abandon him. He says, I have engraved my father's words into my own bones. It's good that this happened because I'm not the president, so I can be fired at any time. And in this way, I will prove my own capabilities. He bows, saying, if my arrogance negatively affects the company, I will take full responsibility. Myung-Jin says he still sees his son as an immature child. I'm sorry, but as a man, you must be ready. However, this is too dangerous. It's not a matter of resigning from the position. You'll have to leave everything behind. Myung-Jin adds, a valuable person is replaceable. You don't need to protect them. Chong Byum shouts, Father. Chong Byum says, as a businessman, I show respect. But I'm not a president who would treat people according to mere beliefs. This is the life I chose, and this is the kind of president I want to become. Myung-Jin says there were construction companies more successful than theirs, but they fell with a simple tax audit. They couldn't handle the billions in fees. The construction company I established isn't clean either. It went further than others without being inferior in any way. When a tax audit begins, it's obvious that Myung-Jin's foundation will shake. And if you want to protect your company, you'll throw out all the bait possible. Even if that bait is your own son. The tax official says you don't need to worry about the construction company. Their areas are mismanaged, but they're still one of the best and will fall easily. So the Golden Circle needs to decide the scale of its revenge. Will you stop with a simple warning? Or do you want to destroy Chongbyum too? The executive says he'll call him later because, for a high school student, Chongbyum held up very well against the Golden Circle. Jun Sung, abandoned by Chongbyum, is nothing. Since everything was planned, they should start putting pressure on Chongbyum. But the executive wonders why Song Young Chong, one of the highest-ranking executives of the Golden Circle, is calling. The executive answers, and Song tells him, stop what you're doing right now. You must stop the tax audit of Myungjin Construction immediately. Hyunjin thinks Song thinks he's very important just because he's in a high position. I will never lose this opportunity. Hyunjin says, I'm very sorry, but this is a special order from our superiors. If you have a problem, you should talk to the boss. But Song warns him, Myungjin Construction is a time bomb. Back at home, our protagonist bandages his hand. He thinks he trained too much and is lucky his nerves weren't damaged. Would you like me to translate the moment this time bomb goes off and reveals why even the Golden Circle is afraid of Myungjin Construction? But he needs to be more diligent with this, as he will need these hands to take down the Golden Circle. It was obvious the Golden Circle was going after his people. But it's fine. He has already prepared security measures for his family. But that's not all. The people helping him, especially Chongbyum, are bait. They have much to lose. If they want to destroy the corporation, a tax audit is a legitimate method. For the Golden Circle, this is nothing. The real problem is that fighting back is impossible. Many months ago, he had told Chongbyum to do everything he said. Chongbyum then mentioned he was talking about a tax audit, but changed the subject very quickly. Our protagonist hands him a USB drive and explains it contains information about the Golden Circle superiors. Chongbyum must send the money in Myunjin's name. If they receive the money, they will become accomplices. The tax authority that is destroying the construction company will turn this into a plan to drag them down too. If they want to survive, they will have no choice but to reveal themselves. They would protect Myungjin just to find the rats. He asks if Chongbyum wasn't excited to know who they are and to discover how powerful the boss of the Golden Circle is. Jun Sung spread information about those making deals with high-ranking officials. After Chongbyum approached Panho, he used poison in the form of money. Outwardly, Chongbyum's value increased. Everyone thought they hadn't faced any retaliation. However, the day arrived for the construction company to undergo an audit. He calls someone, asking how they can stop those working in the government, because he would fall for all his misdeeds. But before that, pulling some strings would keep these relationships healthy. He pressured the suspects of being high-ranking members with a deadline. He comments that he trusts Jun Sung, knowing his plan will work. This isn't just his confidence due to the increase in contracts. The competition has also increased. If they aren't caught, the construction company will reach an even higher position. This past year was enough to turn Chongbyum into a successful businessman. Many days later, an unknown number calls the young man. He answers. It's the director of Myungjin Construction. Hyunjin suggests they meet in a cafeteria. The executive says he knows the situation and gets straight to the point. He tells him, you must leave Myungjin Construction. If you keep going, there isn't much you can do. Chongbyum says, this is the first time we meet, and you're already talking nonsense. And you can't do anything about the audit. Chongbyum asks if this guy even knows why he chose this cafeteria, but he gets no answer. He explains, this is where I met Jun Sung for the first time. He didn't look like a high school kid who only thought about girls. The guy didn't seem to care if he lost his life right then and there. Chongbyum couldn't understand why, but after seeing him, he knew. This guy was pathetic, with greed and malice practically dripping from his forehead. Hyunjin says, if you reject my proposal, the construction company will go bankrupt. Chongbyum shouts, a damn bastard who makes money off kids is threatening me? I'll drag you down with me. Besides, they were in his territory. He grabs Hyunjin by the collar. Then he throws him against the table using all his strength. People begin to leave, whispering, don't intervene, it's Chongbyum. Chongbyum tells the bastard to handle it himself. Then he hits him again. Meanwhile, Chongbyum wasn't the only one facing problems for helping Jun Sung. Someone filed complaints against Jong Soo, the lawyer. He hangs up the phone, complaining about those bastards. He thinks that since he conducted his consultation sincerely, problems could arise, but for all of them to come to light at the same time. That wasn't normal. Then he remembers Jun Sung, saying that when he made his move, the lawyer would be attacked to bring him down. People would do everything possible. If he could endure this, it would compensate for everything. Jong Soo thinks he was right once again. He must be able to see the future. If he was going to crumble this way, he wouldn't have resigned from being a prosecutor. He will see how far this goes. When he bites, he doesn't let go. They could try to force him, so he makes a call saying, "It's been a long time since I've seen Dong Cheol." Later, he meets with his friend and says, "This brings back memories of when we used to drink our cheap coffee sitting right here." His friend remains as cold as ever, unable to break the ice, but Dong Cheol asks, "Why are we meeting?" Jiangsu hands him a paper. He says, "This is about the Golden Circle, an organization that commits crimes. I've selected the proven cases. Read these papers and you'll understand." Dong Cheol asks, "Is this a personal request?" Yongshou responds, "This is an accusation from society. If you get involved in this, you'll have to give up a lot." Jiangsu asks, "What should I do? I need to get rid of this cancer, no matter how much he thinks about it." Dong Cheol is the only one who can take the hit. He says, "So I'll leave a copy. If you don't want to read it, you can throw it away. But if you want to help, just call me." He adds, "My client is a victim of the Golden Circle. His name is Kim Jun-sung." Dong Cheol stands there drinking his coffee. He thinks, "Would you like me to translate?" The moment prosecutor Dong Cheol realizes the tutor his wife hired is actually the key to taking down the entire Golden Circle. I have already heard of the Golden Circle before. He doesn't know exactly what kind of organization they are. The number of reports has been growing. However, it's probably just the tip of the iceberg, but for Jiangsu to have given him such detailed information personally, Korea really is corrupt. Furthermore, this Jun-sung is the tutor for his son, Minwoo. If he had help that time, it wouldn't be a problem. It's true that Jun-sung was put in an unfavorable position, but the reason he did nothing was because he is a prosecutor. He makes no exceptions for anyone. This is different. It's a system that brings together the rich and powerful to increase their money and power, and is trying to destroy an individual. He wonders, what decision should I make in this situation? I don't want to become someone ashamed of himself. So he makes a call, saying, "I am Kong. Dong Cheol, I want you to come to my office tomorrow." He needs a favor. He thinks, "I have countless reasons to investigate this case." In a restaurant, Proxy says, "I gave a hint and an opportunity, but the result is the exact opposite." Hyunjin says, "I have no excuse. I will fix this situation." Proxy responds, "You stuck your nose where you shouldn't have. Chasing results, you lost the chance to destroy Jun-sung's connections." He continues, "You must prove that the Golden Circle will do anything to achieve its goals." He adds, "Make him fail on the first semester exams, or make sure he doesn't even take them. Simply get rid of Jun-sung." Hyunjin shouts, "I promise that this time I will prove my worth." In his office, Chong Byum announces, "Your threat worked." They received a call ordering them to stop the tax audit. Jun-sung thanks him for fulfilling his promise, saying it was a difficult decision for the construction company. Chong Byum responds, "It wasn't the first time." Chong Byum says, "For someone like him to run a business, he needs someone with a brain like yours, so you must stay safe." But still, Jun-sung wants to know if everything will be okay. Jun-sung thinks this is just a guess, but only a few high-ranking members know who the boss is. If those powerful people didn't trust him, the Golden Circle wouldn't even exist. That's why this tax audit was so important. Congressman Hyun Jae was a key member of the dominant group. Even in his past life, he was active when the Golden Gate fell. He built his reputation over 20 years, which was likely linked to the circle. He had suspected it from the start, so he set a trap with Kim Pan-ho's money, and Kim Chul took the bait quickly. It wasn't just Kim Chul. Others reacted, specifically like Kim Chul-young. These were the high-ranking members he exposed through the contracts of Myung Soo-chan and Myung Jun. On the other hand, after the incident, the atmosphere inside Daesun Myri High changed. Students began to respect Jun-sung. More rumors about the Golden Circle emerged, and people wondered if the Soo-chan Commission was true. However, since it was something minors couldn't handle, they kept a certain distance. The students weren't the only ones who felt the consequences. Before the exams, they used the teachers to torment the protagonist as much as possible. Hyunji thinks they no longer trust her. Even the students feel this way, so she asks, "What if we were more discreet and analyze the situation first?" But Hyunjin responds, "We're in the same boat. If she fails this time, both will be held responsible, and it won't matter that he is a foreigner." The principal is shocked to hear this. Hyunjin says, "You're not that innocent either." Hyunji tells him to go ahead with his plan then. In the classroom, the teacher asks, "Why are you late, Jun-sung?" He responds, "I was doing a favor for the literature teacher." The teacher says, "Then those are two different things. You just do whatever you want because you're ranked first." He taps Jun-sung's forehead and asks, "Are you going to hit a teacher?" "I can't even teach because of how scared I am." This was just the beginning. Another teacher told him, "Solve this problem with sincerity." Every time a new class began, Jun-sung's name was mentioned. For students who didn't know the truth, this was not a good situation, but Jun-sung accepted it and kept his composure. Days later, in the teacher's office, the teacher says, "Your attitude in class has been terrible. I thought at least you'd be a good student. He must write a reflection essay now. If he writes it poorly, he'll have to start over." In the classroom, Jun-sung starts writing. He thinks they are limiting my time and forcing me to accept punishments. This is probably a plan by the Golden Circle. Some classmates ask, "Are you okay? Is it true the teachers are bothering you and the Golden Circle is tormenting you?" Jun-sung confirms, "Yes, it was their order, but this is the most they can do. No matter how powerful these scoundrels are, they can't do much inside the school, so don't be afraid. The ones with the most to lose are the teachers and the Golden Circle." Yoon-sung thinks, "I will endure this until they go against their own rules and show their malice outside of school." Would you like me to translate the moment Jun-sung finally stops enduring and forces the Golden Circle to play by his rules instead? He finishes his reflection note and hands it to the teacher. That teacher thinks, "I'll see how long he lasts with this. He's still just a student after all." But he is surprised. He shouts, "You crazy bastard." He asks, "You call this a reflection?" The text said the teachers have another source of income and that it was corruption. Then Jun-sung asks, "How will the Golden Circle react if the teacher's corruption is exposed?" It will be a fun experiment to see if they'll risk losing control of the situation to take your life, or if they'll abandon them. So he thinks they'd better prepare, because his reflection note is perfect for tying up loose ends. And I believe the Department of Education has already received the report. Just as he expected, the teacher ran out. He thinks they couldn't even manage to go after their own people. The Golden Circle needs to satisfy its clients to survive. But they can't stop a single student. It's only a matter of time until their fall, because if they have nothing to gain, they'll wipe away the tracks. To them, I'm a time bomb. The teacher will try to get rid of me at all costs. However, he won't act outside the school. And that's not bad for me, so I need to go deeper. To be honest, this pathetic sabotage was nothing. The biggest problem would be if they altered my answer sheet or manipulated my grades. That means I need to finish this before the exams arrive. That way they won't be able to use their tactics. One GI will talk to Kyung-hee about his reflection, and she will ask Kyung-jin to handle it. But thanks to Jun-sung's strategy, it would end right here. At the Civil Protection Center, Dong Cheol asks, "How can a school like Daesung Myri have teachers who accept money to torment a student?" That manager says, "That is not our problem." Dong Cheol orders, "Check one GI's assets." He asks, "How can I calm down? Even the vice principal is corrupt." There are cases where parents use their absences and early departures, and it even involves transactions. I want to know what that means. The secretary says he understands, but they need to follow the process. Dong Cheol shouts, "By then it will be too late." While they take their time, his son suffers school violence. I hate all of this. The role of the South Korean Department of Education is clear. They must investigate this case. That manager thinks he's going to go crazy because of this civil group. He wonders how Youngwon News found out about this. Dong Cheol thinks he came here after obtaining information from Jun-sung. Even Youngwon, known for its reliability, is here. This means Jun-sung has even more people supporting him. Many days ago, the protagonist asked the deputy to use his power. He reflects that he discovered high-ranking members, including Chai-won. He even found the leader of the Golden Circle. In particular, Ki-kol was the one Jun-sung most wanted to destroy. He continues, "I created this situation so you could take a stand. If this problem is resolved, it won't be hard for you to become a presidential candidate." Panho thinks this is fun. Jun-sung perfectly fulfilled what he promised. He says that since he created it, he'll have a little fun. He wants to know, "What can I do for you, young Jun-sung?" He asks him to keep the corruption at Daesung Myri in the headlines. That way people will see he's interested in the case. Panho starts slipping. "If you need my name, you can use it." In the present, with clear evidence, the civil group became the headline of the case. Youngwon News published it quickly. Although the article seemed unrelated to the Golden Circle, the fact that it was revealed to the world made them back off at the school. A man says he is from the Department of Education. He must be honest about the violence. That department was aware of the attention, so they started their little show. Fearful of retaliation if the students spoke. This includes Kong Hywook, who wonders what he should write. Provocation won't solve anything. This school is unfair. He wonders what Mr. Jun-sung would do. He remembers what Jun-sung said. Don't forget that if someone messes with you, you must show them how they pay for their actions. So, Hywook writes that he won't stand by as before. He needs a change now. So, would you have done the same as the protagonist? Let me know in the comments and rate this manga from 0 to 10. See you next time.